This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hummingbird Heartbreak, The Gold Brothers, Book 1, by Max Walker. Narrated by Greg Boudreau. 1. Dusty Gold. You know what's the first thing I usually do after I finish a brutal integrated physics exam I spent all night studying for? I go straight back to my apartment and crash face first into the couch, where I proceed to sleep for the next 2 days, fighting off a mix of sleep paralysis demons and dreams of my sexy rugby player neighbor who constantly wore gym shorts without any underwear underneath, only waking up to feed my four-legged roommate who insisted on purring on my face every morning at 6:45, like catwork. So, when Kira Davenport, my best friend, who was standing there with her annoyingly beautiful shimmering face of perfectly done makeup, asked me to go out tonight, I quickly shut it down with a resounding hell to the N-O. "Oh, come on," she said, adjusting the Coach book bag she had picked up on her last holiday vacation. "I can't. I'm honestly about to pass out in that bush over there." I motioned with my chin toward a particularly comfortable-looking bush next to the bus stop we were sitting in. There were a couple more kids standing around, chatting, holding their backpack straps. Everyone had ditched their winter jackets and swapped them out for shorts for the spring, me included. "You can pass out for a few hours, then I'll pick you up and we can have the best night of our freaking lives." "How are you not jet-lagged?" "Dusty, we've talked about this. I'm immune to jet lag. The same way I'm immune to hangovers and the weird sick feeling you always get when you have even a hint of dairy. So get with the program and come out with me tonight." "You're also immune to taking no for an answer." I shook my head. "And don't use my lactose intolerance against me like that. I thought we were friends." "Brandon Reed is supposed to be there." "Perfect. I'll definitely miss tonight then." "What?" Kira looked shocked that her bait didn't reel me in. "Brandon, suffocate me with your thighs, Reed? Brandon, sit on my face until I pass out, Reed? Brandon, hold me for— Yes, that Brandon." I could feel myself getting warm just thinking about my neighbor. I freak out when I bump into him in the hall for a few seconds. I'm not going to purposely put myself in a situation where I might have to interact with him for longer than that. Kira crossed her arms and rolled her eyes to the sky. "You have got to come out of your shell, Dusty. At some point, you've just got to do it. Why not now? It's going to get so much harder out of college. Trust me. I watch my sister trying to make friends, and it's like watching a salmon trying to breathe air. It just doesn't work." I scoffed at that. The bus pulled up to our stop, braking with a loud hiss. We got onto the packed bus and shouldered our way to an open space toward the back, finding a spot to grab onto the metal pole. "Don't you want to celebrate being done with your test?" Kira wasn't letting this go. The bus rocked us back and forth as it drove down a particularly bumpy road. Someone opened their leftovers from lunch and snuck a few bites, the mouth-watering smell of rice, beans, and carnitas wafting through the crowded bus. "Yes, I do, actually. I plan on celebrating by finally finishing last season of Project Runway and starting on the most current one. I've got the next 3 hours all booked up." "You're killing me here. Can I pay you?" "Absolutely not. No, you can't pay me. Are you nuts?" "How much?" I shook my head, laughing. No, that was a joke." "Yeah, your lips may be saying joke, but your eyes were telling me a totally different story." She momentarily let go of the pole and put her 2 hands up to her chin. "Please, Kira, please be my party fairy godmother moonlighting as my hot and sexy sugar mama. Please, Mother Kira." The bus slowed. She used her shoulder to brace herself against the pole, both of us laughing while the current stop was announced over the speakers. A group of frat guys got up and squeezed past. Out of the windows were rows of stately-looking mansions, many of them with hand-painted posters hanging off their pillars and columns, advertising whatever dance or fundraiser the fraternity was having with their partnered sorority. The sky above the frat houses grew an inky blue and deep purple as the sun started to disappear. "How did I ever even crack through this shell of yours?" She playfully knocked 2 knuckles against my arm. "Because we've known each other since we were both kids and didn't have any kind of social defenses or reservations set up to prematurely block out meaningful friendships?" "Yup, that sounds about right." "Plus, I really wanted to play with your Barbies." "That also sounds about right." She pursed her lips, smiling, her light hazel eyes feeling as familiar as family. "Didn't you break one of them, and then you buried her?" "I did not. That makes me sound like a stage 4 serial killer. I didn't break her. I was just combing her hair and accidentally got the brush stuck." "So you were just giving her a new updo?" "Basically. Except it took a tragic turn. So I tried cutting the brush out, but you can imagine how that went for me at a very uncoordinated age of 11. Kira cracked up as I continued. "Then I realized I really couldn't give her back to you, so I thought I could hide her in the backyard by digging a hole in the ground and throwing her in." "A grave?" "You can call it that, I guess. Yes." Kira dabbed at the corners of her eyes to pick up the tears before they slid and ruined her makeup. "You buried my Barbie, after giving her a crackhead haircut." I caught the case of the giggles. A couple sitting nearby began throwing some glances our way. I immediately felt the eyes on us and quieted down, suppressing the laughter that was thumping in my chest. It was probably all in my head, but still, I stopped laughing. "So then, you owe me, basically." Kira's perfectly threaded eyebrow arched at an angle that would make the London Bridge jealous. "You have to come to the party tonight." I should have known the conversation would quickly swing back to the issue at hand. "I'll buy you a new Barbie, how about that?" "Considering the interest involved and the time that's passed, I don't think so. You owe me way more. It was compounded interest." "Ugh, finance majors. Y'all are a different breed." Red and white lights flashed through the darkening bus as a fire truck raced past us. The sirens were loud and drowned out what Kira had said. "Huh?" I asked. "I said, what's the worst that can happen? You and Brandon might not even end up talking. You can hang out with me and Teresa the entire night. And if one of us just happens to accidentally shout out for Brandon Reed's attention so that you two could properly be introduced, then so be it." "Even if I could form a complete sentence around him, I don't think I'd want to, Kira. He's a sporty, muscular, douchey rugby player who probably thinks he's a god, and we're all just playthings." "And is that such a bad thing?" I shrugged. "I think it is." Another fire truck blared past the bus, and then another. "You also thought, whoa, look at that." People were starting to gather against one side of the bus, kids moving around book bags so they could see out the window. Since we were standing, we got a good view of the night sky, which had a haunting orange glow to it, something I'd never seen before. It flickered and shifted as thick clouds of smoke drifted by. The bus pulled over to the side of the street, no bus stop in sight. Our driver's voice came on over the speakers. "Folks, it seems like there's a building on fire up ahead. We're pulling over here until we can figure out what's happening." The doors to the bus opened and people began to spill out. Kira and I looked nervously at each other. From the angle and tree coverage outside, we couldn't tell which dorm building had caught fire, but we could tell we were very close to ours. Kira followed a couple of girls logging into their Snapchats as they went down the steps and onto the sidewalk. "Whoa, this is crazy," Kira said. The murmur on the bus grew louder and louder. We turned a corner and... holy shit. It was my building. Iron Hall was on fire, the flames licking up at the darkening sky, fire trucks surrounding the building. "Oh my God, Kira!" My stomach dropped down to my feet. I had to will myself not to throw up. "Kira, my cat's in there! Olive! Oh my God!" Kira's face went deathly pale. She put a hand up to her mouth, covering whatever she was saying. I couldn't really hear her past the pounding of blood in my ears and the engine of the bus struggling as we pushed up a hill, the sky reflecting the orange blaze. No, no, no! Just one thought crossed my mind. I needed to save Olive. I wasn't sure exactly how, but I didn't care. I had to get in there. "Kira, I've got to go. I have to find her." The ash in the air made it hard to breathe, and it stung at my eyes with the heat and dirt when a particularly strong wind blew in our direction. I covered my face with an elbow and took off at a run, swerving around a protesting firefighter and running straight toward the blaze, that singular thought taking over my mind. Olive. I need to find Olive. 2. Brandon Reed. 5 hours earlier. Rugby practice had been killer. All the guys in the locker room were drenched in sweat and flushed pink from their toes up. I was no exception, tempted to wring out my shirt on Aiden's head, but deciding not to risk getting on the coach's bad side. I dropped the shirt in a plastic bag and tied it up, tossing it in my duffel bag instead. I was bending over when I felt a sharp slap against my calves. I jerked back up and turned around. Aiden stood there with his wet shirt hanging from his hand like a whip. "Asshole," I said, laughing. "I was just about to give you a pre-shower." "Pre-shower? Sounds like something you'd give your boyfriend, not me. Ex-boyfriend. And no, my pre-showers are reserved for you." I put my fingers together in the shape of a heart and cocked my head with a smile. "Wait, ex? When did you guys break up?" "Like a year ago, Aiden." Aiden's eyebrows shot up. He was a good friend, as good a friend as any I had here. He was the closest to me on our rugby team. Not that the other guys were dicks or anything. We all got along. Everyone knew I was gay, and no one seemed to give a flying fuck. Things were the way they should be. And still, my closest friend didn't know about my breakup. Maybe it was my fault for not talking about it, but talking about things was never really my thing. Shit. Sorry, bro. He started pulling off his shorts. I did the same, my shorts and underwear as soaked as my shirt. I put them into another plastic bag before grabbing a towel from my locker and wrapping it around my waist. "That's fine." We started walking toward the showers together. A group of guys was talking loudly about an orgy they had been invited to, their loud hoots still able to be heard over the sound of the running showers. Aiden and I chose neighboring shower stalls so we could continue the conversation. "You okay, though?" Aiden asked, his voice echoing slightly. "Yeah, I'm good." "How long were you two together?" "Close to a year." I lathered myself up with soap that smelled like cheap cologne and watched it swirl down the drain. Just like my last relationship, funny enough. "Why'd you two break up?" "I caught Luther sucking someone off in our shower." "Oh. Fuck." "Yeah." We finished up showering and moved on to other topics, lighter things that consisted of mainly rugby, and some more rugby, with a little bit of Aiden's sorority conquests thrown in there. After toweling off and getting dressed, Aiden and I walked out of the lockers together, joined by Randy and Eric, two more of our teammates, and guys I considered friends. Eric flashed a toothy grin. He had gotten his lower braces removed about a year ago, and he still showed off his teeth every chance he got. "So," he said, "Brandon, I heard a rumor about the coach from the U.S. League starting to ask about you. Any truth to that?" His smile was disarming, damn it. "I've heard some rumblings." It was a weird position to be in. I wanted to be upfront and honest and say that, yeah, I had gotten an email. One saying that I had landed on their radar and that a scout would be at a random game, so to play at my best level every single time. But playing for the American team is a dream that, let's face it, the majority of people won't get to see come true. And I knew for a fact that Eric was desperately waiting for the same email because his older brother already played for the league. Well, it wouldn't be a surprise. Aiden shrugged. Brandon's one of the best players in our league. Numbers don't lie, and neither do all those clips of Brandon going viral. They didn't go viral. Sorry, bro, Aiden said, shaking his head. But anything above 100 likes for me is going viral, and your videos get like 20,000 every time. He wasn't really wrong. There were short videos that our coach had started to film, first at practice and then during the games. I'd grown used to the attention, which exploded after my coming out speech went viral, and I'd become known as one of the only out and proud rugby players in the entire game. Plus, my Instagram following blew up after I was featured in a special for a popular streaming special about college athletes who were openly gay. I was only in the documentary for about 10 minutes tops, but they showed my Instagram handle, and from one day to the next, my account exploded. It felt weird, not gonna lie. It was a responsibility, a weight I never really thought I'd have on me. I didn't think I'd have kids coming up to me saying they looked up to me, and I didn't think I'd have my DMs flooded with dick pics on a daily basis. It took a little getting used to at first, but I couldn't complain. Not even for a second. Even with the big following count and large group of friends here at school, I still felt pretty fucking alone. Luther was the one I'd been able to open up to the most. I shared some very deeply shelved skeletons that lived in my closet, but he still fucked me over at the end of the day by fucking someone else. So, yeah, I ended up keeping people at arm's length, even if, from the outside, it looked like I might have always been surrounded by friends. We walked through the large, echoing halls of the stadium, out into the bright sunlight. I put on my sunglasses and flipped my cap around so the brim covered my face. It not only helped with the glaring sun, but it also helped prevent a flood of selfie requests between the short walk from the stadium to my dorm room. "Y'all want to hang out tonight? Susie is getting us a 12-pack. Eric wiggled his eyebrows. "Hell yeah." Aiden jumped at the chance. Randy said he had a date, so he couldn't make it. I shrugged. "Sure, why not?" I said, thinking I could use a beer or two. This semester didn't start off on the right foot, and I wondered if maybe some illegal drinking in my friend's smelly dorm could set it back on track. We walked the rest of the way, trying to figure out what drinking games we were going to play. By the time we reached the dorms, we'd settled on Ring of Fire before splitting off in separate directions. I took the stairs up to the third floor. Gary and Fred were in the hallway, both of them carrying a bag of wax each. They were brothers who owned an online candle store and were constantly making candles in their dorm. It was a cool business, and I had talked to them for hours about it one day. But the biggest perk of having candle makers on our floor was the fact that it never smelled like feet and sweaty balls in the hallways. I walked past my neighbor's door, glancing toward it. I let myself wonder what he was doing in there. Was he watching TV and eating pizza? Was he studying for a big test? Was he naked and jerking off into a sock? Was he naked and jerking off into a sock while thinking about me bending him over and fucking him senseless? Or maybe he wasn't jerking off, maybe he was hanging out. Naked, reading a book, sitting on the couch, ready for me to come in and fuck him senseless. So many possibilities. I knew his name was Dusty Gold. I'd talked to him briefly before, but that was about all I knew about the skinny guy with big glasses and a captivating smile. I always tried catching him in the halls whenever I spotted him, but it always felt a little like I was cornering a scared baby animal, so we never really talked as much as I'd like to. But damn, was he really attractive. And fuck, did he make me want to do things to him? All kinds of things. I wanted to get him so hot that his glasses would fog up and melt off his face. I wanted to turn him inside out, make him shout louder than he's ever even spoken before. There was just a thing about him that never failed to rile me up. I wondered how his skinny frame would fit against mine, How he'd feel sitting on me, riding me, shouting my name, his arms and legs wrapped around me while I pounded him. Fuck. And all this from a few random bumps in the hallway. I always had a thing for the quiet, nerdier kind of guys. The ones that needed a little extra coaxing out of their shells. Dusty fit that bill perfectly. Maybe I can invite him tonight? I figured a knock on his door later wouldn't hurt. But for now, I wanted to get inside, strip down naked, and lounge on the lumpy couch until it was time to put clothes on again. So what if I spent the rest of my day playing with my dick and imagining Dusty between my legs? The workout had been hard, I earned it. My dorm wasn't very big, especially for a 6'3" rugby player who couldn't even lie down on the bed without his feet dangling off the end. The kitchen was tiny and required some interesting maneuvers, and the living room was barely big enough to be called a closet, but it did fit a gray couch that had the indent of my ass on it already, so that was fine. I sat down on my mark, only able to kick off my shoes before my body gave out. I didn't even get naked, even though the idea of Dusty crawling toward the couch while licking his lips gave me a semi. I rubbed myself over my gym shorts before I stretched my legs wide and then outward. Oh, it was a good stretch. I pushed my legs open a little wider and followed them down to the floor, taking in a deep breath, stretching my back and shoulders in the process as I dipped down toward the floor. My entire body felt like a lump of clay after being bashed around by a group of art students. Every muscle hurt, every joint cracked. I rolled my head, pops sounding off in my neck. Another deep breath, and I fell back onto the couch. I kicked my feet up onto the coffee table and pulled my phone from my gym shorts, not even bothering with the remote for the television. Music drifted through the paper-thin walls that divided me from my DJ neighbor, who apparently needed to practice his sets every single evening, even though they never got any better. 10,000 hours or something like that. I exited out of the page of endless memes and went to YouTube, where I lined up my playlist of rugby videos and sat back, ready to mindlessly binge on gameplay. It may have seemed a little crazy to some, watching rugby after practicing it for 5 hours, but it got the time ticking by, and that's really all I cared about. Besides, I always felt like I could learn a thing or two just from watching the pros playing. It was around the 7th video that things went to hell in an elephant-sized handbasket. At first I thought someone had burned their dinner. It wouldn't be the first time a college student managed to burn mac and cheese. I didn't stress out about the smell too much. But it wasn't going away. The ashy, burnt smell that stung my nose only got more intense. And then the fire alarms started going off. I knew then that this wasn't a mac and cheese incident. This shit was serious. I jumped from the couch and ran to the door, opening it and getting hit in the face with dark and burning hot smoke. I coughed violently at the surprise blast of shit filling my lungs. People were shouting and running toward the stairwells on either side of the halls. The smoke seemed to be coming from a closed door down the hall. Gary and Fred's dorm. Fuck, were they still in there? I walked toward the fire, instinct kicking in and overriding the intensifying fear. But before I could even make it 3 steps, both Gary and Fred ran out of their dorm, their faces and arms covered in black soot and ash, both of them coughing just as hard as everyone else. I turned, ready to run for the stairs closest to me, when another thought struck me as hard as the surprise ash bomb. Dusty. I didn't know the guy, barely spoke a full sentence to him, but he was my dorm neighbor, and I had to make sure he was out. Plus, he had the cutest fucking cat on the planet, who would come out of his dorm for some hallway head scratches before Dusty would realize and bring her back in. I was scared she might still be inside the dorm. I slammed my fist on the closed door. The hallway was already empty. I could hear the loud fire truck sirens getting even louder, meaning help was already here. "Dusty!" I shouted, looking down the hall and seeing fire licking up the side of the closed door. It grew hotter, and my coughs were pushing all the breath from my lungs. My eyes stung, and rubbing them did nothing but make the pain worse. No one answered another slam of my fist on the door. Good, no one's... My heart stopped. Underneath all the smoky chaos, a tiny sound came through the door, one that made my blood freeze cold. A meow. Olive was still in there. Fuck. Something loud exploded inside the burning dorm room, making me jump. A loud crack told me the ceiling must have given way. There wasn't much time left. I looked once more toward the stairs, hoping I'd see a firefighter running up, but there was no one, and Olive was meowing louder now. She must know someone was on the other side of the door. Fuck. I didn't have time to think, only act. Coughing, I gave myself some space from Dusty's door and then took it at a run, using my shoulder as a battering ram. It worked. The door went back on its hinges, the lock flying off with the impact. It took me seconds to spot Olive, who had run back toward the cat tree to avoid the door. I went straight for her as the dorm quickly filled up with billowing smoke. She didn't run, thank God. If I weren't so panicked, I would have said she even stood up on her hind legs to ask to be carried as I got near her. I grabbed her in my arms and ran, running harder than ever before, the heat slamming into my back as if it were going to grab me and pull me back in. I went down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. My lungs felt like they were on fire themselves. I coughed and sputtered, but I made sure to hold Olive tight against my chest. Thankfully, she wasn't struggling at all, her claws only gently digging into my forearm. Firefighters ran past me, a hose in their hands. I made sure to stay out of their way, running around and past them, through a pair of double doors, and finally out into the fresh air. I took a big gulp of it, my eyes running over with tears from how badly they burned. Through the tears, I saw a figure running toward me. He wasn't wearing the red of a firefighter or the black of a police officer. He looked like a student. He looked like... It was Dusty. "I think this little purr monster is yours?" I asked through the coughs. 3. Dusty Gold. "I think this little purr monster is yours?" Brandon said before he was racked with coughs. I couldn't help but start to cry. Seeing Olive safe and sound and in Brandon Reed's arms was as much of a shock as it was a relief. I had expected the absolute worst, but this was far from that. I might lose everything else in my dorm room, and that was fine. So long as I still had Olive, I didn't care. I could replace everything in there, but I'd never be able to find another Olive. "Oh, baby," I reached out for her. She looked so scared. Her big green eyes were slivers of their normal selves, her pupils blown up to planetary proportions. I held her against my chest and cooed. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Brandon, thank you." More tears, more relief, more adrenaline, more. I couldn't even think straight, I was so scared. "Are you okay?" I asked, looking Brandon up and down. He looked like he'd just come from the gym, except he was coated in a fine layer of ash, some of it streaking down his cheeks in wet trails. Yeah, I'm good. She's okay, right?" It struck me just how much he cared about Olive. "Yeah, I think so." And then I started to tear up again. "Thank you." "Trust me, you don't have to thank me." He gave me an ash-covered wink. Somehow, even after running for his life from a roaring fire, Brandon was able to look as cool as a movie star posing for the cover of some elite fashion magazine. And the way he was looking at me... Jesus. Why was he looking at me like that? Like he wanted to lick me from head to foot. And why did I feel like a fire just started at the base of my spine? "I'm just upset it took all this to make us talk." That made me raise my eyebrows in surprise. I couldn't think much on what he said, though. Someone came over to us with towels and wet wipes, along with a carrier for Olive, who seemed grateful to be inside a small and cozy space. Ash and burning wood filled my nose. I blew into a napkin and tried getting the smell out. I blew my nose so much, but stopped when a speck of blood appeared on the napkin. I balled it up and tossed it into the trash can nearby. My hands were finally steady enough for me to FaceTime my brother. By my feet, Olive sat inside her carrier, bundled up in the corner. Police sirens and ambulance wails ricocheted off the dorms that were still standing, all emptied of their residents, the students gathered around in thick clusters on the football field across the street. I had managed to find a quieter area near the laundry room where I could make my call. Kira left to make sure things in her dorm were fine after making sure everything was good with me. Her building was a street away, so I wasn't too worried. My brother answered on the third ring, his face filling my screen. To some, it probably looked like I was talking to my reflection, but being identical twins didn't mean we were completely identical. For one, my brother always wore contacts, but thinking about touching my eyeball was enough to make me shiver, so I used a trusty and scratched-up pair of thick glasses, the black frame a little lopsided on my face if I didn't remember to adjust it every 15 minutes or so. "What's going on, Dust? Are those police lights behind you?" My brother's face twisted in instant concern. "I'm fine. Everything's fine. Kind of." "What happened?" I flipped the camera on my phone, my screen swapping from my face to showing the still smoking building I used to live in. A couple of firefighters on the ground shooting a steady jet stream of water into open windows. "Holy shit!" I turned the camera back to me. My brother's eyes were as wide as the full moon up in the hazy sky. "Are you somewhere safe?" he asked. "Yeah, just standing outside waiting for the housing director to come and talk to us. An RA told me they're getting emergency housing together." "Jesus, Dust, come stay in my dorm." "Thanks, Benji. I'll see what they say and let you know." I cracked a smile, which felt odd considering the circumstances. "Besides, I'm still traumatized by how much farting your roommates do. I couldn't even see straight the last time I dropped by." Benji laughed before waving it off. "Also, Roger's super allergic to cats, isn't he? I've got Olive with me." "How's she doing? Shaken up?" "I think she's okay. Hasn't purred much, but I'm guessing once I open up a can of fresh salmon, that'll change." "Did the firefighters rescue her?" "No, Actually, the Savior was walking toward me as we spoke, looking like a storybook hero, with some ash dusting his forehead, contrasting with the light that seemed to shine from his eyes. Most of it was cleaned off already, showing his smooth skin. "Dust? You okay? Is it the shock?" "Yeah, you could say that." "I'm fine," I said. "Okay, because you look like you're about to pass out. Maybe you should sit?" "Yeah, maybe you should sit," Brandon said, motioning to a tree behind me. He put a hand out and placed it gently on my lower back. It wasn't much of a touch, but holy crap, did it make me feel good. Like I was being taken care of, looked after by someone. "Who was that?" Benji asked. "Whose voice sounded like sweet honey and rainbow sex?" Brandon cracked up at that, able to hear every word my twin brother was blabbering. His hand moved from my back, leaving me wishing it hadn't. I was about to abruptly hang up with my brother so I could deal with the handsome and intimidating hero who stood only a couple of feet away from me, but before I could hang up, Brandon swooped in, his face fitting next to mine on the screen. I froze like an opossum crossing the street and spotting the oncoming lights of a speeding car. "Whoa," Brandon said. "I didn't know you had a twin." "Depending on how this next exchange goes, I may not have one for much longer." "Hey, I'm Brandon, Dusty's neighbor." He smiled the 5,000-watt smile of his, almost making the camera malfunction. My brother looked dazed, as if I had just gotten a Hemsworth brother to pop up next to me. I wanted to snap my fingers and tell him to focus, but he managed to break out of the spell in time. "Hey, Brandon, nice to meet you. Sorry it's like this, though. Did your place get caught up in the fire, too?" "Yup." Brandon nodded. His smile felt genuine, his shrug almost reassuring, like looking at a parent after falling, gaining comfort from their comfort. Brandon's demeanor said, "Yup, my place caught fire, but I'll be okay. Everything will be just fine. Better than fine. Brandon was the one who saved Olive. I was surprised I could speak past the sudden lump in my throat. Whenever I got shy or nervous, I found getting any kind of coherent sentence out was a Herculean task. I could calculate the geometric mean rate of return in the blink of an eye, but when it came to talking around cute boys or saying anything underneath any kind of spotlight, I'd end up freezing and stumbling. Benji's eyes lit up a shade brighter. I almost felt like telling him to back off. I knew I could get the message across with just a look, and if that failed, I could always fall back on twin-pathic powers. Except I've got no right to do that. If Benji's interested, then fine. They could bond and fall in love over sports and beer-battered chicken wings or whatever. Wow, Benji said. Damn, holy shit. Wow. Benji, again, was proving how even having the same genes didn't make us exactly the same person. When I interacted with an attractive guy, I tended to shut down and claim up so hard that I was sure one day I'd be able to make a pearl or two. Benji, on the other hand, tended to string together a series of random exclamations and curses, filling time until he could come up with some cutesy line that all the boys always fell for when he delivered it with a bat of his lashes and a slight pout of his lips. Neither of which I had mastered. When I winked, it looked like there was something wrong, and when I pouted, it only made me look like I'd gotten a whiff of ripe trash. You can save my puss. I hung up. No need for those shenanigans. Your brother's a riot. Yep, I said. My heart raced, but I couldn't tell if it was leftover adrenaline from the fire or just from being in close proximity to Brandon Reed. Across the grass walked a casually dressed woman, holding her light gray jacket tight against her chest. It was clear she was just getting ready for bed before she got called about the emergency. She offered a sympathetic smile as she drew closer. Are you two residents of the Iron Hall dorms? I nodded, looking behind her at the curling smoke that drifted up into the night sky. I'm Nancy Freeman, the Director of Student Housing. I've managed to put together some emergency residences for everyone affected. I know it's late, and it's been a very long evening for you both, so I won't have you fuss with paperwork for tonight, but tomorrow morning I'll need you both in my office so I can get things in order. Space is a tad limited for the time being, so would you two be okay sharing a room? It should only be for a couple of days. I somehow managed to keep a neutral expression on my face as I offered a nod. Brandon, meanwhile, looked like he had gotten news that he won season tickets in the football lottery. He flashed his pearly white grin, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Wow, he has really beautiful eyes. Roomies with Dusty? Hell yeah. Nancy clapped her hands and smiled a little wider. Good, good. My assistant is gathering all the necessary paperwork and keys and should be right over. I've got word that the fire was contained to a small area on the 3rd floor, so your items should be fine, if not a little smoky. But until they can clear the building, we can't let anyone back in. And both of you are okay, right? Neither of you feel the need to go to the hospital? I looked to Brandon, who had been the one inside the building during the fire. He couldn't have looked more casual, though, in a pair of white gym shorts and a light blue t-shirt that was just one size too big on him. Although his broad shoulders and muscular arms filled out the top very well. I'm totally fine, he said. An EMT checked me out, said everything looked good. He clapped a hand on my shoulder, surprising me. I jerked up a little straighter. You? He turned those arresting hazel-green eyes my way. Yeah. His gaze had me at a loss for words. It didn't even occur to me that he was concerned about me, even though I wasn't around the fire. All I could focus on was that gaze. Okay, good. I'm going to meet with the rest of the students. If you need anything or have any questions, please contact me, okay? You got it, Brandon said. I nodded and sputtered out a thank you. Part of me wanted to slap myself out of this fawning daze I had slipped into. I felt dumb for being so, dumb around Brandon. He fried all of the circuitry in my brain with a simple look and a fleeting touch. Nancy left us, moving to another group of students clustered nearby. Brandon seemed to realize his hand was still on my shoulder. He separated from me, crouching down so that he could look into Olive's carrier. "And how's little Olive doing?" Brandon unzipped the top of the carrier and stuck a finger into the opening. I could see the carrier shift as Olive went in for the head scratches. "Doing great because of you. Thanks again, Brandon. I really don't know how I can ever make it up to you." "Are you kidding? There's nothing to make up. You don't owe me anything." "But you risked your life, and you saved hers." "And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Can you hear her purring?" I crouched down, and sure enough, I could hear the loud purrs coming from the carrier. "I don't think I've ever heard her purr this loud," I said, holding a hand to the side of the carrier. She bumped her body into my hand while still keeping her head in scratching position. Brandon opened the zipper a little wider so he could get 2 fingers in there. "It's because we're already besties." Oh, no. Code red, all hands on deck. Brandon and Olive were bonding. This wasn't a good sign at all. Olive normally took some time to warm up to people like this. The last person she purred herself out for was the handsome pizza delivery guy whose sausage I may or may not have fantasized about having on the side of my thin crust. First my brother, and now my cat. Jesus, can I trust anyone? "How'd you even get her in the dorms?" "She's an emotional support animal," I said, feeling as if I'd need about 20 more Olives to get me through tonight. Nice. Brandon stood back up after zipping the carrier closed. His smile, still casual and half-cocked, almost knocked me off my feet. "So, roomie, want to do a midnight target run?" "Sure, roomie." He clapped a hand on my shoulder, and we started walking toward the parking lot. His hand didn't really move for a good minute and a half. Trust me, I was counting down each second that passed. When he did take his hand back, I felt a weird sensation, like something was missing. In reality, something had been missing from my life for, I don't know, all my life now? All 19 years of it. In all that time, I'd never had a boyfriend. I'd never walked side by side with someone I considered my partner in crime. I wasn't sure exactly what it was about Brandon's touch that made me think about my desiccated dating life, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Not even when we got into Brandon's car, where a Cher song started to blast from the speakers as he turned it on. And now I'm living with him for a week. Can I just fast forward all this? Brandon, being his charismatic-ass self, sang along with Cher as he pulled out of the parking lot, pumping one hand in the air, completely unbothered by the fact that there were people who could clearly see into the car. He grabbed my hand and lifted it in the air. The touch did something to me. Fried my circuits and made my underwear suddenly feel a size too tight. His hand was so big, and there were calluses, and he held mine tight, squeezing it as he sang. And I'm using sing loosely. It was clear Brandon was a rugby player and not a professional singer. It didn't matter, though. About 3 minutes into the drive, and Brandon had gotten me to sing a couple of lines along with him. I could feel my cheeks heat up and turn bright red, my hand still in his as he moved it around in the air, belting so loud I started to wonder if Cher herself could hear this. By then, my underwear didn't feel too tight, since my boner had settled into a comfortable spot against my thigh. This is nuts. Literally nuts. And I'm having so much fun. Even though my life had almost gone up in flames, I still found myself smiling so hard it hurt. If I could turn back time? Well, I don't think I would. Not right now. 4. Brendan Reed. Dusty was one hell of a shy guy. He spoke in short bursts and frequently flushed all kinds of red whenever I looked his way. He tended to stumble on a few words, and he looked down at the floor a lot, as if he were counting the scuff marks on his black and white Converse. Our target run was pretty short-lived, and consisted of mostly me choosing what snacks we should have in the new dorm. We had a short but passionate discussion on whether almond milk or regular milk was better, which we talked about on the drive home, speaking over the sounds of my car's engine on her final death throes. Dusty was Camp Almond Milk due to his lactose intolerance, which I managed to get him to confess to after some poking and prodding. Damn, I already love prodding this guy. Wait till we get to the pegging stage. I kept that thought to myself as we climbed up the stairs to our new dorm, trying not to drool at the sight of Dusty's bubble butt 2 steps ahead of me. The dorms we were set up in were on the outskirts of campus, inside a building that looked like it belonged on Shutter Island instead of Athens, Georgia. It was all cracked gray stone and thin opaque windows, a few of them left open. The noise of a small party drifted out from one of the rooms. The landscaping wasn't any more inspiring, with weeds growing up through the cracks on the sidewalk, bordered by unevenly trimmed hedges. This was clearly the ugly and neglected stepchild of the remodeled campus. There were signs of improvement, notably in the brand-new pair of bus stops gleaming in their fresh coat of orange and blue paint, along with the shiny coat of gray paint that coated the common area walls. The scent of paint and chemicals still lingered in the air as Dusty and I walked through, passing a group of students headed in the opposite direction and dressed to go clubbing. Shit. I didn't even realize how late it is. I looked at my watch, adjusting the bags so I held them all in one hand. Dusty had some bags too, a handful of the heavy ones which I offered to take for him, but he declined. In another hand he held Olive in her carrier. The veins in his skinny arms popped. He set them all down on the floor of the rickety elevator as it took us up to the 3rd floor. Before he could even say anything, I grabbed all the bags in my hand and bolted as soon as the elevator door opened. He shouted a futile, "Hey!" from behind me. I ran down the hall, looking around for the number of our new dorm. He reached me, smiling. He set Olive down again and rummaged for the keys we had been given. With a heavy click, the door unlocked, and we stepped into our new, temporary place. It was small, especially when looking at it from my 6'3" perspective. We stepped into a tiny kitchen, which was set in front of an almost smaller living room, big enough to fit a faded brown couch and a television hung up on the wall across from it. One window looked out onto the parking lot, the light from the street lamps filtering in and casting a weird orange glow on everything. I flicked the lights on. "Welcome home," I said, bringing the bags in and setting them on the tiled kitchen floor. The door to the bedroom was open. The walls were a brick white, with 2 twin-sized mattresses on either side of the room, and a chipped wooden nightstand split between the 2 beds. "I call left bed," I said. "My dick hangs to the left, so I always go left." Dusty's eyes almost popped out of his head. That's a lot of information." I laughed as I brought my stuff into the bedroom. I already loved messing with Dusty. Seeing him go cherry blossom pink made me smile for some reason. It also made me wonder how those pink cheeks would look stuffed with my dick. How it would look when that pink flush crept down his neck, down his chest, down to his— "You're handling this all really well," Dusty noted, kicking me out of my fantasy. We walked into the cramped bedroom. It wasn't a typical one-room dorm, so that was good. Olive, already out of her carrier, followed tentatively behind him, sniffing at the air as if she didn't trust a damn thing about what was going on. I tend to roll with the punches. Tonight was a pretty hard punch. It could have been way harder. I crouched so I could give Olive some chin scratches and get her feeling a little more comfortable. "Very true." Dusty sat down on the bed, the dark blue mattress sinking with a chorus of crying springs underneath his weight. The room smelled like musty socks and old Cheetos, but it was infinitely better than the smell of smoke and ash that still clung to me. "I'm used to change anyway," I said, starting to make my bed. "I learned to adapt pretty well." "Oh?" "Yep." Part of me felt like Dusty wanted to ask about what I meant, and another part of me just wanted to open up to Dusty like a storybook, not even waiting for him to ask. The truth was, my situation seemed to change by the minute. I didn't totally mind it. Like I said, I was used to change, to things altering with the flip of a dime. It made it easy for me to grow, to make any situation a positive instead of a negative. Sometimes that took work. Like the time I was kicked out of my home without even a backpack of my stuff to help me survive. Yeah, that took a lot of work. I guess I'm actually not far from being in that same spot. I pushed that thought away. This wasn't so bad. Sure, my previous place was now burned like a crisp piece of toast left inside the devil's toaster, but I wasn't left out on the street because of it. The school was taking care of us. And, probably the biggest silver sliver of the lining, I got to hang out with the insanely cute guy from down the hall that I'd been eyeing since he moved in last semester. The one with the big glasses and even bigger smile, when he flashed it at least. Most of the time he wore a tight-lipped frown, which still looked good on him, but I preferred the smile way more. Also, don't blame me, but I'd snuck glances down at his crotch, and fuck, did it look like Dusty was packing. I wondered how big he must be if I could practically trace its outline through his clothes. What if he were hard? It was definitely a two-hander, I'd bet on that much. All right, relax, or I'll need to take 3 cold showers before I go to sleep tonight. As we made our beds and set up the dorm for our temporary stay, the mood lightened even more. Jokes were made and teases were being tossed. Not to mention the stolen lusty glances. Every chance I got, I checked Dusty out when it wouldn't be too obvious. Like when he had bent over to rummage through a bag of cat supplies and his shirt rode up, leaving me a view of the pale skin of his lower back, the barest shadow of his ass showing from the top of his pants. I had to turn around before my jaw dropped and I was caught with a hand down my pants. In the kitchen, as we unpacked the kitchen supplies, I lifted the almond milk in the air. I can't believe you were giving me shit about the healthiest option for milk there is. I'm sorry, but nut milk just doesn't do it for me. Like, I don't know, how do they even get that milk? I laughed, shaking my head. All right, well, you're a sociopath if you call this nut milk instead of almond milk, and they get it the way they get all kinds of milk. They find the mama almond, and you're nuts. You will be too once you start drinking this. He was smiling now, and I wanted to get him laughing as we unpacked the paper bags in our new place. I can't believe you busted my dildo with a handbasket about this almond milk. Dusty almost did a spit take, except he wasn't drinking anything. What does that even mean? A dildo? A handbasket? Dusty laughed, the sound settling into my very bone marrow. You've never heard of that saying? I asked before repeating myself. Bust my dildo with a handbasket? He laughed again, louder, his smile wider. Wow, that smile. How did he light up the room like that? Fuck. I really want to fucking kiss this guy. No, he said when he stopped laughing. And I'm 100,000% positive that no one else has either. He was right. I had made it up on the spot, but still, he didn't have to know just yet. You're just busting my dildo with a handbasket. It doesn't even make sense. How so? I asked, leaning around him so I could put the ketchup bottle inside the cabinet. The kitchen was about the size of a small cubicle, big enough for a 2-flame stove and a tiny microwave that sounded like an angry flock of rabid geese when it was turned on. Well, I don't know, I would think the dildo is busting the handbasket. It sounds like that's the more logical saying. You and logic. It's just like you and physics, and you and science, and math. I shook my head, leaning back on the counter, shaking my head. I'd had 2 classes with Dusty over the last few semesters, and he always stuck out as being at the top of the class. The teachers loved him, and the other students didn't really talk to him. I remembered approaching him one day, ready to introduce myself and ask if he wanted to hang, but he had packed up his book bag and bolted out of the classroom in record time, leaving me standing by his desk, wondering how the hell the guy moved so fast. Then he moved into the dorm down the hall and, well, the rest was history. Tonight, Dusty stood only a couple of feet away from me, and he wasn't running anywhere. He also wasn't wearing any cologne. I could pick up on it from here. I loved it. I loved how I could smell his natural scent. He smelled like sea salt and fresh flowers. It was the kind of scent I could bury my nose in and inhale like a drug. "Whatever," Dusty said. "I like school, sue me." "Sue you? I want to do a lot of things to you, but suing is low on the list." He laughed and dropped his head, but not before I noticed a blush turning his cheeks pink. It was the first overtly flirty line I'd thrown at him. He didn't self-combust, so that was a promising sign. Dusty bent down to grab the second bag of almond milk. When he lifted it, the paper made a loud and sudden tearing sound, the carton of almond milk breaking right through and smashing on the floor. Like sitting in the front row of a Waterworld show, we both got soaked. "Oh, shoot!" Dusty turned to grab some paper towels, but the puddle of almond milk at our feet made his shoes slip. He flailed his arms as he started to fall in slow motion. I reached out to try and help steady him, but his flailing didn't stop, and my sneakers, which had lost all of their tread about 4 years ago, were useless in holding us up. We both fell on our asses, almond milk soaking through our pants, our legs tangled together, and our hands somehow ending up holding each other's. Dusty looked at me, and we busted into a laughing fit, made even worse by our terrible attempts at getting back up on our feet. We were slipping and sliding and acting as if we were on some sort of ride. Finally, we were both able to regain our footing, but the laughing didn't really cease. We cleaned up, chuckling and giggling and talking about how slippery almond milk was, which then led into me saying, "Guess nut milk fights back sometimes," and another laughing fit ensued. By the end of it, both of us needed a good long shower and a couple of stitches for our abdomens. We both held our stomachs in that once-in-a-blue-moon laugh kind of way as we walked to the bathroom, both of us looking like we'd rolled around in a puddle of white mud. "You can shower first," I said as we stopped at the bathroom door. "Let me just towel off real quick." I unzipped my pants and dropped the soaking wet bundle to my ankles, stepping out. I didn't realize that my white Calvins would be see-through with how wet they'd gotten. Only a sliver of my thigh was exposed from the front, although my entire backside felt like it was soaked right through. Dusty looked away with an "oop" and a giggle. I figured this could probably fry his circuits. Dusty had always seemed like the quiet, reserved type. From the few times I'd bump into him in the hallway, all I ever got was a mumbled "hello" or "good morning," but that was it, and he'd never look me in the eyes either. He was definitely the quiet type, the kind of guy I liked to push buttons on. Seeing his cheeks turn firefighter red made me think I was pushing more than just a few buttons. "You're blushing," I pointed out, knowing that would just push his buttons harder. "What? No, I'm not." "You totally are." "Whatever," Dusty said, chuckling nervously. He looked so damn cute when he was all flustered. He turned around as I toweled off, taking my wet briefs off before wrapping a towel around my waist. I started to wish the towel wasn't needed, that I could just strip down naked here with Dusty so we could both shower, conserve some water, and work on spilling some more nut milk. Instead, I left the bathroom so Dusty could shower first. He mumbled a thank you and avoided looking in my direction with everything he had. I went and sat on my bed in just a towel, looking around the tiny bedroom, not sure exactly what life would bring next, but excited for it all the same. 5. Dusty Gold. Being a timid little wallflower meant I thrived when I was left to my own devices, and so I did great when I had a studio dorm for myself. When my social batteries needed recharging after a day of group studying or from just being outside, I enjoyed stepping into my little sanctuary, putting on some good music, and losing myself in a fun video game or twisty soap opera. When those two things weren't happening, I'd wind up losing hours falling down endless wiki holes where I'd click on article after article, finding interest in how many things in the world linked together through one simple website. It was my version of endlessly scrolling through social media, and it had kept me entertained and ready for my world record-breaking run on Jeopardy at any moment. Now, though, this shy and quiet wallflower was being watered with social interaction to the point of drowning. That was what happened when you found yourself sharing a tiny dorm with one of the most popular guys in school. Today, as I stood in the hall of the dorm with a heavy backpack slung over one shoulder, I could tell it was just him inside. If he had people over, I would have heard them hooting and hollering through the cardboard-thin door. It had only been 4 days together, but in that time I'd already met 5 of his teammates, and 2 guys I suspiciously eyed as hookups, although he never did anything with any of them. Trust me, I would have known. Sharing one bedroom and all. I opened and stepped inside, spotting Brandon sitting with one of his feet up on the couch and an arm around his knee, his focus honed in on the television screen only a few feet away from him. The sound of magic spells popped and buzzed in the apartment. "Hey, Brandon. Sup, Dusty? Grab a controller," he said, throwing the spare controller onto the other side of the couch. I dropped my backpack on the chair, the cheap wood creaking under the weight of my textbooks. There was only space for a small kitchenette with 2 chairs to sit at. Past the dining corner was the living room, where someone had managed to stuff a big brown couch that looked way too big for the space. If Brandon stretched his leg out, he'd be kicking the television with how little space there was. But Brandon was also a 6'3" behemoth of a man and could probably stretch across any room and touch it end to end. I was about to excuse myself so I could get some peace and quiet in the shower, but a particular sight stopped me dead in my tracks. Oh, what in the dick-slipping gay heaven is going on right now? Brandon's green boxers were bunching down on his thigh. This created the perfect tunnel that gave me a view of pure paradise. Holy shit. I can see down his shorts. And suddenly mine were feeling a size too small. I was hypnotized by the full glimpse of Brandon's dick. And no wonder his dick was falling out of his shorts. The guy was massive, even with him being soft. Hung like a mule. A very well-endowed mule. I wondered how it would feel in my hands, the weight of it, or how it would feel if I kissed it. Taking him in my mouth, feeling him grow hard between my lips, forcing my mouth open wider as he got harder. No, stop. I'll never get a chance. Why would I? Just look at him. Thankfully, somehow and some way, I managed to pry my eyes off the tantalizing slab of man meat. I looked to the television, a little ashamed at how openly I stared and how much water now filled my mouth. I swallowed a gulp. He looked my way, not moving his leg. "You good?" he asked. "Yeah, yep, fine, totes fine, yep." I wondered if he'd just been so used to living on his own he didn't realize when his dick was hanging out of his shorts. Or maybe he'd been around so many different dicks in the locker room, literally and figuratively I was sure, that he didn't really register what the sight would do to me. But he's gay too. He should damn well know that a sight like that could stop a heart in 10 different Mariah Carey high notes. Now I definitely needed a shower. A very cold shower, with icicles, maybe. "I think I'm just gonna jump in the shower and call it an early night," I said, kicking off my shoes and setting them next to his. We had to have been 4 sizes different. His sneakers looked like they could fit mine inside them. "Come out when you're done with your shower. Play a round of Call of Duty with me." "I don't know, I'm kind of tired." "Have a sip of my Red Bull." He pointed at the glass of questionable-looking liquid on the coffee table. I used the moment to glance down his shorts again. My pulse sped up by a factor of 10,000. I can't. If I have Red Bull at this time in the day, I'll be up until tomorrow afternoon. That's the point. He leaned over and grabbed the cup, taking a drink before holding it out to me. Besides, the vodka in here helps counterbalance the caffeine. I laughed, and for once in my life I said to myself, fuck it. The drink definitely tasted like Red Bull and vodka, leaning more toward the vodka side than Red Bull. I wondered exactly what kind of wings I'd be getting with this. I couldn't imagine I'd be flying very far. How'd the exam go today? Brandon asked, his attention splitting between me and the television, where sounds of grenades exploding filled the air. It went well. I only doubted 3 questions, no biggie. Brandon moved so both his feet were planted firmly on the ground, his legs opened wide as he leaned forward, controller in hand, his tongue slightly sticking out. I looked to the television and saw the game was getting down to the wire, with the clock ticking in red and the score neck and neck. I took a seat next to him on the couch, now that his leg and nuts weren't taking up space, unfortunately. And how about that quiz you had? Brandon asked, eyes still on the screen. That was good too. I checked my grade on the way here and it looks like I aced it. Yes! Brandon dropped the controller and shot up from the couch. Victory was written in big blue letters across the video game. That counts for the game and your bomb-ass testing abilities. Beast! He raised his hand, a motion I'd come to learn meant he wanted to clap it with mine. You have some good memory, I said, my palm stinging when Brandon's hand came slapping down on mine. He sat back down, the couch dipping toward him, as if even the furniture was trying to tell me something. No, I just pay attention to the things you say. He smiled, his whirlpool hazel eyes always managing to catch me off guard. I looked down at my hands, bundled neatly in my lap. Well, thanks. Of course, bro. He nudged me with a shoulder. Last question, I swear. How's that internship application coming? Wow, Brandon really did pay attention. I hadn't talked about that in days. Suddenly, the Red Bull and vodka looked even more appealing than before. I don't know. I felt myself filling with doubt. I squeezed one hand with the other. I've got the application mostly filled out. I just feel, I don't know, kind of dumb sending it in. What? Why? Because I know I'm not qualified for it. You've got to be a senior and I'm only a sophomore, plus I don't know. Have this thing about rejection. I tend to avoid it at all costs. Rejection definitely sucks, Dusty, but don't let the fear stop you from opportunities. Sure, you might get 1 rejection, you might get 10, you might get 100, but you'll never get to the yes waiting at 101 if you don't ever even try. You have to barrel through all your fear, Dusty. It's the only way you'll end up happy in the end. I guess. Yeah, you're right. Apply. If you need any help, I doubt I can read all the big words you'll be using, but I'll still give your application a look. I laughed at that, feeling all kinds of mushy and gooey at how sweet and supportive Brandon was being. This was so far from the douchehead I had pictured him to be. When I saw him strutting through the halls, being fawned at by everyone around, I thought he was just another one of those big-headed college sports celebrities. Being one of the first open and proud gay rugby players in the league brought him tons of attention, and his model good looks didn't hurt the situation either. I assumed he was a dick. I never pictured him being this caring. Shit. So maybe I was the dick this entire time? Thanks, Brandon. I managed a smile, feeling a slight dash of hope. I still thought applying wasn't the best decision, but was I doing that only because of the fear that clouded my judgment? Brandon's talk helped me see a ray of sunshine. You got it, bro. He stood up, checking his phone. I'm gonna change real quick. Do you mind if a few friends come over to hang tonight? No, of course not, I said, reaching for the Red Bull and vodka and taking a big chug. Brandon, with a laugh, turned and headed to the bedroom. I noticed Olive, who hadn't even come to say hello to me, got up from her perch on the couch arm and followed him into the bedroom. Traitor, I said on a low breath, taking another sip of the drink. I had a feeling I was going to need it. The hooting and hollering of a gaggle of straight boys wasn't as overwhelming as I thought it would be. Brandon's friends showed up a few hours ago, and while it was definitely awkward at first, after some time and even more drinks, I was beginning to relax and actually started to enjoy the company. There were 4 of them. All of them except for one were teammates on Brandon's rugby team. There was Eric Lyons, a personable guy with freckles galore and jokes that had us all holding our stomachs because of the laughing fits. Randy Hollowell was also cool, except he lacked freckles and his jokes were a little on the more extreme side, but still fun nonetheless. His brother, Tommy, was a year younger and on the quieter side, which immediately made me like him. Nick was the one who gave me the heebie-jeebies. He looked like his favorite hat color was red and white. I didn't like him from the start, and his shitty jokes weren't even vaguely funny, although some of them were vaguely offensive. It was fine for the most part. I was having fun, which surprised me. I rarely felt comfortable around a bunch of straight guys, but Brandon's friends were so welcoming and nice that I found myself letting down a few of my walls. I drank the beer, and I played their games, and I joked around with everyone minus Nick. I wasn't sure exactly what time it was when things took a shitty turn. By then, I could only determine time by beer consumed, so looking around at all the empty cans, it must have been 10 past natty o'clock in the a.m. That's when Nick lobbed a homophobic grenade into a benign conversation about the inclusion of a gay superhero in a popular TV series. I don't know, he said, shaking his head. I don't think kids should see that shit. The background music didn't stop, but I could have still sworn I heard a record scratch. What shit are you talking about? Brandon asked. He cocked his head, his eyes narrowed to slits. You're talking about the beheading of aliens, right? Oh, no, you're talking about those 2 shootout scenes, right? Yeah, kids shouldn't see that shit. Nick's lips tightened like they were being sealed shut from the inside. We all knew exactly what Nick was talking about, and none of it had to do with violence. Seriously, Nick? Nick looked at Brandon with his brows wrinkling. He had a growing flush in his face. The room grew warmer by each passing second. Randy and Eric shifted in their chairs, with Eric throwing a concerned look Randy's way. They both knew this wasn't headed in a good direction, and that made me 100 times more worried than before. Bro, are you stuck in the 60s or some shit? Brandon continued. You realize I'm gay, right? Hell, half this room is waving the rainbow flag, and I'm giving Tommy about 2 months before he figures out where he falls on the spectrum. Tommy lifted his beer toward Brandon in a silent cheer and then chugged what was left of it. Whatever, man. Nick grabbed for his beer can, but it was noticeably empty. I reflexively reached to my side, into the cooler, and grabbed a fresh can, the metal cold and dripping wet in my grip. I leaned forward and handed it to him. He grabbed it, his gaze avoiding mine. You're not even going to say thanks? Brandon asked. He radiated a kind of anger I'd never seen from him. Nick shrugged, popped the can open, and took a chug. It's fine, I said. Totally fine. Conflict of any kind wasn't my thing. I avoided it like the plague. Arguments always ended up with me feeling 5,000 different temperature ranges and getting my thoughts and sentences tangled from here to Antarctica. I didn't like fighting, and this felt like a fight in the making. No, it's not fine. Brandon's chest puffed up. You can't come here, drink my beer, and then spit some homophobic bullshit in front of two out-and-proud gay guys. Fuck back with that. So you want me to say thanks? Fine. Nick looked to me, his mouth twisted in a half-sneer. Thank you, fag. The music did stop then, but only because Brandon had launched up from his chair, the speaker cable wrapping around his ankle, and ripping out of the speaker. 6. Brandon Reed. What the fuck was this guy thinking? I could feel the heat blooming inside my chest. My fingers curled into fists as I shot up to my feet, facing down the homophobic asshole. He stood to meet my eyes. I didn't even realize the music had stopped. All I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. What are you gonna do about it? Nick asked. He had a cocky grin on his dumb face. I'm going to ask you to get the fuck out. I was a single thread away from throwing a punch. Fighting wasn't my go-to reaction for anything. I normally left all my aggression out on the field, but tonight was different. I was beginning to think Nick needed a lesson taught by my fist smashing into his nose. He looked to the door, then to me. Or what? This motherfucker was testing me. I felt a hand on my wrist. I looked down for a moment. Dusty looked up at me, his amber brown eyes swirling with fear. I hated that this was how the night was ending, hated how scared he looked, how he started to cower back as if he wanted to melt directly into the couch cushions, his face turning a shade paler with every loaded second that ticked by. Go, I repeated, my gaze locked on Nick's. No. His shit-eating grin expanded. Fag. My fist cut through the air. A sickening crack filled the room as I landed the punch directly on the fucker's face, his nose crunching under the blow. He stumbled back, almost falling to the floor, a hand covering his now bleeding nose. His jaw dropped open in surprise, and dark red blood painted over the stained yellow of his teeth. Everyone else was standing now. Dusty was holding my shoulder while Eric and Randy stepped forward, Tommy also stepping up. The three of them made a wall of burly and intimidating muscle. Nick took one look at us, still holding his gushing nose, and he started to cry. He cried as he ran past us and out the dorm door. The door shut behind him with a heavy slam, shaking the thin walls of the dorm and breaking me out of the daze. I looked Dusty up and down and asked, You okay? I knew he wasn't physically involved with any of this, but still I found myself caring first about his well-being than mine. I'm good. I'm okay. He looked at my fist, which I hadn't realized was dripping in blood. Shit. I went to the sink and washed it off. Dusty started to take quick, shallow breaths. Roger was trying to reassure him, but I could already see the panic settling in for the long haul. Dust, it's all right. Things are good. I went over to his side and grabbed his hands in mine. His eyes, which had been glued to the floor, lifted up to meet mine. Things are good, all right? You're never going to see that dickhead again. Besides, I think he learned his lesson tonight. I don't think his nose will be the same ever again. His chest rose and fell at a rapid rate. I rubbed my thumb on his hands. I felt like I needed to do more, though. Like the one time my dad found a baby bird on the doorstep. My sister and I had cradled it into a perfect shoebox-turned nest, and we cared for the innocent and terrified soul. I wanted to protect Dusty in the same way, put him in a nest and keep him safe, protected from the outside world. I let go of his hand and opened my arms, wrapping them around him. Dusty fit against me perfectly, his body melting against mine. It was an instant reaction. He didn't tense or push me away, he just melted into me. I hugged him, holding him tight, feeling his breaths slowly but surely return to normal. The rest of the guys realized the night had ended after the punch and offered a quick goodbye to both of us before they left too, the door shutting much more quietly behind them. I didn't let Dusty go. We stood in my living room with his head against my chest and my arms around his back. He sniffled a bit, his head moving against me, but his breaths slowly returning to normal. After a few moments of this, Dusty hesitantly lifted his arms and, in a move that slightly surprised me, started to hug me back. I let go of a breath I had been holding. The comfort that washed over me felt immense. My adrenaline spike dwindled down to a trickle as Dusty's sweet scent filled me up. He felt warm against me. He felt good against me. Dusty felt like home.
Sammy.
Huh? I asked, his voice being muffled against me.
Sorry,
he said again. He lifted his head up, his eyes glossy with leftover tears.
I didn't mean to melt down. So embarrassing.
Are you kidding? Not embarrassing at all. Shit, I was the embarrassing one. I should have just kicked the trash to the curb. Sorry for escalating things. Dusty smiled, although it trembled. I had an urge to kiss him then, to strengthen that smile so that it stayed on his perfect face permanently. Whoa. Where'd all that come from?
He deserved it.
Dusty cocked his head, the glasses on his face a little steamed up from having been pressed against me. We separated, and he took them off, using his shirt to clean them before putting them back on. He didn't seem as frightened as he had only moments ago, so that made me feel much better. Plus, as the adrenaline wore off, all the alcohol we had consumed started to take the spotlight. I hadn't realized how numb my nose and lips felt, and how tingly my fingers were starting to become. I looked at all the empty beer cans and shot glasses on the table, the speaker that lay on the floor like evidence in a murder. I half expected there would be a white outline around its shape as I bent to pick it up. Fuck, I said. This place is a mess. I put the speaker back on the side table, as if that did any difference.
Let's worry about it tomorrow,
Dusty said, rubbing the back of his head and looking around the room.
I'm ready to sleep for about 57 hours or so.
What if you and I didn't bother with sleeping tonight?
Another flirty snipe.
Maybe it wasn't the best of timing, but I couldn't help myself. The alcohol removed my filter, and the horniness burned it to a crisp. Dusty laughed and started to stumble on his words. Joking, I said. Joking. Clearly I wasn't, but it seemed to do the trick. Dusty's cheeks stopped growing a violent shade of red and instead turned into a cute rose pink. I laughed and put an arm around his shoulder, drawing him into my side. It was like I couldn't get enough of holding him against me now that the cherry had been popped. Come on. I walked us to the bedroom where I nudged him onto his own bed. He fell back onto the mattress with a squeak and a laugh, giving a few bounces that I wished could be on my lap instead. Want me to tuck you in, too? I asked.
I think I can manage.
Cool beans. Cool beans. I began to undress. Starting with my jeans, I tugged them off, doing a terrible job of balancing on one foot and falling onto my bed. I lifted my legs and struggled with the pants, which seemed to have a death grip on my thighs.
You know that saying, thick thighs save lives?
I asked from behind my struggling legs.
Yes, that's false. Thick thighs terrorize,
I said as I yanked the pants off, leaving me in my black briefs and a t-shirt, my pants thrown onto the chipped wooden dresser Dusty and I were sharing. Olive, who had been hanging out in the bedroom during most of the party, came out from her cat cave and looked at the two of us before sauntering out into the living room, where her food and water bowls were. Dusty started to crack up, his face turning a bright strawberry pink. He turned around and covered his eyes when he realized I was still standing there in my teeny black underwear and a shirt. I looked down to make sure nothing was slipping out.
Well, go terrorize somewhere else,
he said, sounding a little winded from the laughs. Nah, I said, plopping down on my bed. I like terrorizing you. I could have sworn I heard a squeak come from Dusty, but I couldn't be sure.
I'm gonna go and change. Yup.
He grabbed his sleeping shorts and his sleeping shirt,
the one with the cracked NASA logo on the chest, and left for the bathroom, using the doorway for balance as the alcohol most likely crept up on him. I lay back on the bed, putting my hands under my head. The room spun, but only slightly, and I thought it had more to do with the field of colorful wildflowers blossoming inside my chest than it had to do with the army of empty beer cans out in the living room. I hadn't felt this feeling in... well, fuck, I didn't even feel it with Luther, and we'd been together for so long. In that entire time, I couldn't remember ever feeling this happy hanging out with him. This at ease, this blissed out. Time got away from me. I didn't realize I hadn't changed into a pair of gym shorts, and Dusty was already walking back into the room. I had my legs wide open and hanging off the bed. I looked his way, catching his eyes as they settled on my bulge for a few seconds longer than I thought he realized. Maybe he'll do something this time instead of stare. I thought he was going to say something earlier when I was playing video games with my leg up on the couch. If the breeze didn't let me know that my nuts were hanging out, then Dusty's slack-jaw stare sure did. He may have thought his quick glances were slick, but his eyes kept falling between my legs like he wanted to memorize the view. I started getting hard. I got underneath the covers just in case. Yep, there he was. Dusty came to bed, not having any idea that I was working hard on hiding my raging hard boner from him. "Good night," Dusty said as he got into his bed and turned off the light. The springs of his mattress sounded off as if they were shouting at him. My bed wasn't as vocal. I grabbed my laptop from the floor and rolled on my side, facing the pastel yellow wall, the world slightly off its tilt. Sleep probably wouldn't come for another hour or so, but I didn't want to bother Dusty with the light from my laptop. He seemed exhausted, and I couldn't blame him at all. Even with the messy living situation going on, his world didn't pause. He still had midterms to worry about, and reports to write, labs to complete, and club meetings to attend. Tonight was the first time I really saw him let loose, and it was nice to see. Really fucking nice. Dusty worked harder than almost anyone I knew. I thought I busted my balls, but in reality I only worked hard when rugby season was in swing. When it wasn't, I just maintained things, kept everything on cruise control. I kept up with my drills and gym routine, of course, but I still took it a little easy. School wasn't all that important to me, and I never found any extracurriculars that caught my attention, so all my focus went into rugby. "Hey, Brandon?" I think I turned a little too enthusiastically. "Yeah." "You're a really good guy." "Thank you," I said, smiling into the dark. I could sort of make out Dusty's shape, and I could have sworn he smiled too. Dusty moved on the bed, and the springs must have had enough. A loud snapping sound filled the tiny bedroom, followed by a surprised shout from Dusty. "What in the actual hell?" 7. Dusty Gold. My brain felt like it had been swapped with a bunch of rocks jangling around in my skull every time I moved. I was so slow in everything I did only because I felt like I was about to tip over and fall off the edge of the world at any second. I rarely ever got drunk. I was always too scared of getting caught drinking, so I avoided it for the most part. I'd only gotten this trashed twice before, both times with Kira, who was about as good an influence as a sentient bottle of top-shelf vodka, which just so happened to be what she had me do shots with. It went down smooth, and also smoothly erased any memories I had of the night. I didn't want to forget tonight, though. Not because it was slightly traumatic and nauseating, I wanted to remember it because of Brandon. He had flared up like a protective bear over me, kicking that douchebag out onto the curb like the trash he was. It turned the moment from disastrous to victorious. I felt good, having Brandon and his friends on my side. I felt especially good about Brandon's puffed-up chest and stern, strong brow. He was pissed. I was angry too, but for me, fear was the overriding emotion in most situations. The majority of my anger would come later, when I started thinking back and obsessing over the night. But for now, all I really felt was fear that had moved aside for gratitude and admiration. And a dash of arousal. That was probably the beer. It wasn't at all because I could see the outline of Brandon's long dick through his shorts as he got ready for bed. No, it wasn't that at all. Had to be the adrenaline. I got into bed after having changed into my sleeping clothes, the mattress protesting my every move. The springs sounded like a tortured symphony. It wasn't very comfortable, and every time I made the smallest little move, the bed would feel like it was about to snap in half. At least I've got a bed to sleep on, and not a pile of ashes. "Good night," I said, getting under the covers and hoping my head would stop spinning if I shut my eyes. It didn't. I opened them again, looking up at the dark ceiling, my thoughts swirling as bad as my world was. "Hey, Brandon." The words were coming out of me unfiltered. The beer had done something to annihilate any kind of second-guessing I would normally do in a moment like this. "Yeah," he said, clearly confused by my sudden call. I wondered if I had slurred any of my words. Would this be a good time to stop myself? Maybe I should just roll over and go to sleep. What if he thought what I was about to say was weird? Ah, fuck it. "You're a really good guy." There. I said it. I said it. What could I do about it? I just wanted him to know, that was all. The guy had saved my cat from a burning building and me from a raging homophobe. He deserved more than I could give him. "Thank you," he said, and I could hear him smiling. It made me smile. It made me not worry if I sounded dumb or if he would judge me. I was coming to learn that Brandon wasn't that kind of guy, and I'd jumped way too fast in believing my assumptions about him based on nothing but air. I was so happy. I may have done a little bounce as I rolled over on the bed facing the wall, which was how I normally liked to sleep. The sound scared me before the sight of the broken spring did. It was a loud zip followed by a sudden tear, which was complemented by my, "What in the actual hell?" "My bed broke," I said to Brandon. He turned the lights back on, and sure enough, a spring had broken right through the flimsy blue mattress, tearing through the sheet and thankfully missing any of my delicate parts. "Whoa, man." Brandon leaned over me and looked at the spring. "That's some Final Destination type shit." He went back to his side of the room and sat down on his bed. "Here, come sleep here. I'll keep you safe." He had a wicked kind of grin that did all sorts of things to my insides. Mostly made them mush, making my thoughts and words equally mushy. "Yeah, well, maybe. I think the couch is fine, totally. I don't need you. Really, Dusty, it's fine. We can share one bed for the night. I'll put a pillow between us. Maintenance can come tomorrow and fix it." Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. This was the holy freaking trinity of shits. One bed. There was only one bed between the two of us, and that singular bed happened to be suitable for a dollhouse, maybe, but not for two college guys, one being a bulky rugby player with thighs the size of boulders. One bed. What the hell? How would this even work? I looked around as if there would be an emergency inflatable mattress attached to the wall. Break glass in case of emergency. In case of one tiny, cramped bed. "It'll be a little tight," Brandon said, lying down and pressing himself against the wall. "But we can make it work." He patted the sliver of free space left on the mattress. "No, that's fine. It's okay." I shook my head, put my glasses back on, and looked out to the living room. "I can crash on the couch. Really, it's no big deal." I turned off the lights and started walking, but my leg muscles felt like they'd been swapped with the same material those dancing, air-filled men outside every car dealership are made from. I wobbled a little before deciding to stay still. Maybe if I stayed super still, he wouldn't even see me. His voice came through the dark. "Dusty, that couch smells like it's been dipped in beer, brewed with ball sweat and old musky boat shoes. Just sleep here." He put his hands tight to his sides. "I promise I'll keep everything to myself." "Do you have to?" Nope. That was why this was dangerous. Not only did I risk asphyxiation by beefy rugby player if he decided to roll over on top of me in his sleep, but I also risked knocking down all the carefully constructed defenses I had built around myself to avoid any kind of hurt or pain or rejection. I kept people at arm's length, especially if they had the eyes to melt my heart and the cock to break my back. "I'll spray some Febreze on it." I still couldn't move my legs, so I stayed stuck to the spot, not even sure if we had Febreze. Fine. Brandon rolled off the bed, his bare toes pressing on the white floors. "I'll take the couch, then you can take the bed." He stood, his size filling up half the room. I looked up into those devastating hazel eyes. He wasn't saying it just to be nice. He really did mean it. He would sleep outside on the uncomfortable and oddly scented couch, only so that I wouldn't have to do the same. Forget it. I figured he could hear the brakes screeching in my thought process. I held out a hand, which landed on his chest. On his very muscular, very firm, very much a handful chest. I pushed him back. He didn't really budge, but he must have figured what I was trying to do. He fell backward with a smile, the bed bouncing under him. "Fine," I said, grabbing my pillow and moving it over next to Brandon's. "We can share. I'll tell the RA about it tomorrow, and hopefully she can get a new mattress in here." "From neighbors to roomies to snuggle buddies." Brandon smiled wide as I climbed into bed. "Crazy how life works, huh?" Absolutely wild. I could feel my pulse inside my neck, a constant drumbeat that grew louder, more fervent with every passing second, made even more erratic when my entire right side was pressed against Brandon's. I lay on my back, as stiff as a damn corpse, hoping against all hope that I didn't pop a boner and raise my shorts up to the ceiling. The flag was already at half-mast, so it looked like any kind of hope was useless. "We actually fit pretty well on here, huh? Sure, we can't really move an inch, but I don't mind it that much." I could feel his body vibrate with every word. He was speaking low into the dark room, his voice sounding a little deeper to me. He rolled over, then, so that he was on his side, his head propped on his hand. And then I felt it, the press of his erection hard and long against my leg. I gulped. Nerves were burned away by arousal. Holy shit, he was so big and hard, and he was against me, and it was twitching. Oh, fuck. "Is that more comfortable for you?" he asked, his tone letting me know he knew exactly what he was doing. It's, yeah. I like it." "You do, huh?" "Mm-hmm." What in the hell was going on? I couldn't fully process it. All I really knew was that I wanted it so bad. My dick went rock hard in a second flat. This was crazy. I'd never been with a guy like this, not of Brandon's caliber, and not in this kind of way. The furthest I've ever been with another guy was a 15-second awkward blowjob in the closet of some freshman year party. The cops ended up raiding it as soon as I got his dick in my mouth, so needless to say, it didn't really end in any fireworks. Tonight was different on a galactic scale. I was in the comfort of a dorm, with only me and Brandon together on a small bed in a dark room, our bodies physically crying out for each other. Holy shit. I moved so that I faced Brandon. The shadows of light slipping in from between the blinds made him look almost ethereal, reminding me just how out of this world this entire experience was. It's only for a few nights. Might as well make the best of it. Holy shit. I put my hand down between us and rubbed him, licking my lips, taking soft breaths with my soft strokes. He was so thick and big. Jesus, he was so big. It fried my circuits, made me feel like sparks of light were beginning to replace the cells in my body. I continued to stroke him, my own needy dick pulsing between us. His hand found me and he rubbed too hard and firm, his fingers closing around my dick. We had both put on shorts and underwear for bed, so 2 layers of fabric separated us from each other. But even then, the heat from his pulsing cock radiated through all the clothes and made my core tighten. I stretched my legs, the world no longer spinning, my eyes beginning to roll back. I couldn't believe it. Barely 2 minutes in, and I was about to come. Wait, Brandon, wait. But it was too late. Feeling how hard he was, hearing his heavy breathing, seeing a glow in his eyes, it all was way too much for my little virgin ass to cope with. I blew my load, turning rigid in the bed as my lips formed invisible shouts and my underwear filled with sticky hot cum. And just as I was coming down, my hand still on Brandon's cock, I felt him reach the same peak. He started to twist and moan on the bed, his hard cock jerking in my grip. I moved my hand up, feeling the growing wet spot that grew bigger with every grunt. The bliss was nearly overwhelming. I had to laugh. It felt like the only thing I could do. Sentences definitely weren't going to be formed, and walking was out of the question. So I sat there with my soaking wet underwear and laughed, Brandon joining me, dropping back on the bed with a loud whoosh of an exhale. When the rush of the orgasm faded and the laughing and gentle petting was over, we got up and changed into fresh pairs of boxers before getting back into bed. Into the one bed I shared with Brandon mother-freaking Reed. Yeah, I thought to myself, resting my head on the pillow, both of us fitting surprisingly well on the bed. This is a night I definitely don't want to forget. 8. Brandon Reed. Last night was more than wild. It was crazy on so many levels. From a surprise fist fight to a surprise hand job. Wild. Nuts. Literally. When I woke up in the morning, Dusty twitching in his sleep next to me, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace come over me. He had his body fitted against mine, his butt pressed between my legs, his soft breaths gently lifting the arm I had thrown over him. The world felt like it had pressed pause, like nothing else really mattered. Even though the blue glow of the rising sun grew stronger and stronger in the room, I felt like even the sun itself had stopped in the sky. It was just me and Dusty on this big old floating rock. And I was slightly surprised to find that I was more than happy with that idea. I didn't mind if we were the last 2 people on this planet. Hell, I think I'd prefer it that way. Dusty woke up slowly, his twitches ceasing. He became stone still. I figured he probably woke up and realized what was going on. I stretched out on the bed, my feet sticking out from the comforter and getting hit with a blast of cool air. Dusty followed my lead, stretching on the bed next to me. I yawned and rubbed my eyes. "Morning," I said, smiling wide. "Good morning," Dusty said, sitting up on the bed. He looked so damn cute with his messed-up head of hair and half-glazed eyes. His sleep-drunk smile told me he had gotten a good night's rest. He looked over at his bed, the spring sticking out of the mattress as if it were taunting us. "Sorry about taking up space," he said, turning his mesmerizing eyes to me. He narrowed them and I realized he couldn't see, I leaned over him and grabbed his glasses from the nightstand, slipping them on him. I want you to take up space, Dusty. Relax. Besides, I slept better than I have in months. You're like the little teddy bear I never knew I needed. Okay, good, 'cause I slept like a baby. Well, guess we might have to make this a thing then. Yeah, guess so. With an even bigger smile, Dusty got off the bed and headed to the bathroom. I stayed there, the tiny bed suddenly feeling all kinds of empty. I looked to the corner of the room and spotted my discarded boxers bunched up with Dusty's shorts and shirt. The reminder of the explosive hookup got my cock twitching under the sheets. I adjusted myself so I didn't pitch a tent by the time Dusty got back. I considered getting on top of the sheets and waiting for Dusty with my legs open wide for him, but I also didn't want to make him jump out the window in fear, so I decided to keep my morning wood to myself today. By the time he came back into the room, I'd already gotten dressed and made the bed. He looked at his clothes, and I saw everything from his neck up flush with a delicious pink. I turned and let him handle it. I figured we could talk about things later, or maybe just never even talk about it at all, as sad as that would be. If it's what Dusty wanted, then I'd respect that. So what are you doing today? I asked, checking my phone and seeing a couple of texts from teammates. It was Saturday. Normally, I'd spend my day out on Edmonds Field with the guys, shooting the shit or playing some pickup games. I've got a test next week I have to study for. What's it on? It's my applied physics class. I think I'm pretty prepared, but I like to be extra prepared. Come get extra prepared with me. Dusty cocked his head. Olive purred her way into the room and bumped into Dusty's legs before coming to mine. What do you have to prepare for? I, have a test, too. It was bullshit, but I was sure I could find some random thing to study. Let's go to the library lawn. It's such a nice day out, we can have a little study picnic. His expression brightened at that. You sure? I can just go study by myself. Positive. Let me finish getting ready real quick. I grabbed my phone and started toward the bathroom, but something made me pause. A whooshing, lightheaded sensation came over me before I reread the screen. It isn't her. Of course it's not her. I thought I had read a certain name on my phone screen, one that made my heartbeat rocket up to unhealthy levels. I glanced again at the phone as I stepped into the bathroom. I was relieved to see it was just an email from Marta's flower company, asking if there was an anniversary or birthday coming up. I set the phone down on the damp bathroom counter and brushed my teeth, looking at myself in the mirror. Maybe it's a sign? My mom's name was Marta. It had been years since we talked, since the blow-up that destroyed our family. I wasn't normally one to believe in signs and symbols, but something about this morning felt different. Of course, that could have been because I'd woken up next to a handsome guy with a smile to melt over and a dick to drool on, but still, regardless of any signs, maybe I should try calling her again? Maybe I shouldn't let my fear control so much of me? The phone sat on the counter as I finished up. It taunted me. A set of phantom rings seemed to bounce around the tiny bathroom, even though no calls or texts were coming through. I'll call later. Tonight, I'll do it. I glanced at myself in the mirror one last time, making that promise to myself. A promise I'd broken plenty of times before. Dusty waited for me in the living room, his backpack sitting next to his feet, a notebook open on his lap. He looked up and smiled, his hair slightly messy and his cheeks slightly pink. I had a sudden urge to go over to him, knock the notebook off his lap, and kiss him until we both melted into the couch cushions. Instead, I went to the closet we were both sharing and grabbed my book bag, which was comically lighter and smaller than Dusty's. I didn't know what I was going to study, so I decided to grab a philosophy textbook, which was still in its plastic wrapping, and slipped it into my bag, as if I planned on actually doing something with the crazy expensive paperweight. Ready? I asked, walking back into the living room. Dusty nodded and packed up his notes. Yep. You don't have to come and study with me, Brandon. Not if you don't want to. What makes you think I don't want to? He shrugged. I could see the pulse in his neck. I wanted to trace the rise and fall with my tongue. I just feel bad, like I'm dragging you away from playing sports or going to the gym or whatever it is you do to pass the time. I chuckled and shook my head. I'd rather spend my time with you today. I shot him a wink. Besides, I got all my cardio in last night. He turned bright red and started to stumble on some words, but I was already out the door before I watched him self-destruct. Dusty and I walked through campus, the morning shaping up to be a perfect spring day. Birds were singing their melodies and flying from tree to tree as we walked down the wide trail that led away from the dorms and toward Franklin Library, a place I'd spent a total of 10 minutes during freshman orientation and never saw again. Nothing against the library itself, which was a stunning building that had a flush of ivy crawling up its brick facade, wrapping around a tower that held one of the most coveted study rooms in the school, with windows that looked out from one edge of the campus to the other. I remembered it from our freshman tour, and always thought that if I were going to study, doing it up there and feeling like a king in a book-filled castle would probably be the best way to do it. As we walked, Dusty and I talked about little things, like how he didn't like breakfast food and couldn't understand how he'd seen me inhale an entire stack of protein pancakes. We talked about the weather and about my inability to feel cold even when the temperature dropped to below zero. The conversation was easy and relaxed and... fuck it, I wanted to talk about last night. I had to bring it up, even in passing. Did I get really hot last night when I was sleeping? Dusty's cheeks instantly turned cherry pink. Yeah, kind of. Well, not really kind of. It was like sleeping next to a furnace. Sorry, I said, laughing. No, it's fine. I liked it. Oh, you did? Yeah. Dusty's eyes dropped, his smile turning bashful. Is that the only thing you liked about last night? If Dusty's head could spin and steam could rise out from his ears and nose like he were in some classic cartoon, then I was 100% sure it would have. He looked around as if any of the passing students were paying attention to our conversation. I had thrown on a wide-tongued cap and sunglasses before heading out of the dorm, so I didn't really worry about getting recognized too much. Yeah, well, you know, Dusty said, fumbling for words. There was, that one thing I liked. That thing. You mean my cock? I took a few steps forward before realizing Dusty had frozen in place. He had both hands on the straps of his book bag and he was looking at me with his jaw cracked halfway open. I chuckled under my breath. God, I loved fucking with Dusty. Almost as much as I'd love fucking him. Come on, before we can't find a spot on the lawn. I turned and started walking again, the grin growing wide on my face. The campus was slowly getting busier as we got closer to the library. With finals creeping up and the weather being so nice, more and more students were settling down around the expansive green lawn that surrounded the library. My bachelor's in political science wasn't as strenuous as a major like Dusty's. He had pages and pages of worksheets to practice on and formulas to memorize and classes with names I could barely even pronounce. My major allowed me to still graduate with a useful degree and not have to sacrifice time when rugby season kicked back up again. Even though I planned on playing rugby until I physically couldn't anymore, at least I could fall back on my degree and pivot to becoming a lawyer if I needed to. Just like my mom. The thought had come careening out of nowhere and almost knocked me off my feet. Want to sit over there? Dusty asked, pointing at a shady spot next to a cluster of flowering red bushes. Let's do it. We stepped off the path and walked across the green, making sure not to step on any blankets, fingers, or toes as we wound through the studying kids. Before we made it to our chosen spot, one of the studious students glanced up from their work and made direct eye contact with me. Her amber-brown eyes looked about ready to explode from her skull. She immediately jabbed her friend with an elbow, hard enough to bruise a rib. The friend looked to his stunned study partner with a face that said, "What the actual fuck?" He followed her gaze, and then his eyes did the same googly thing. I looked away. They must have recognized me past the thin veil of face shadows and eye shades. The girl stood up first and blocked our way as if she were a goalie, arms spread and eyes trained in on me.
"You're Brandon Reed, right? Can I get a selfie? I promise I'll tag you on Insta. Oh my God, my friends are literally going to flip."
She already had her phone out and in prime selfie position, the camera flipped to capture a smiling stranger and a tight-lipped smile from me. Normally, I didn't mind getting approached for pictures or autographs. It happened pretty often, and of course I'd be outright lying if I said there wasn't a part of me that loved it. But today was different. Dusty was next to me, and I could feel how uncomfortable he had become. He had his arms crossed against his chest and looked down at a rock he kicked around through the thick grass. I might not have known Dusty for a long time, but I knew for a fact that he wasn't a fan of attention, especially when it came from strangers. I crouched into the frame and managed a little bit of a bigger smile for the photo.
"Thank you so much."
"No problem," I said, ready to go grab our sliver of lawn before it was taken up.
"Wait."
Now her friend jumped to his feet.
"Wait, crap, sorry, but can I get one too? You're one of the main reasons I came out this year."
That hit me harder than someone saying they wanted a photo just for the likes. "Yeah, of course."
"Oh, thank you so much. My name's Alfonso, by the way."
"Nice to meet you, Alfonso." My smile was genuine this time as I posed with him for a photo which his friend had taken for us. She then asked to get one of all three of us. She asked Dusty to take it, treating him a little like an employee at a theme park, as if he was just a prop on the stage. When the photo shoot was finished, the girls sat down on their blanket and immediately started editing one of the photos.
"Thanks again, Brandon. I don't want to get all sappy or anything, but I owe you a lot. I lived a lie for way too long. When you came out, it changed so much, especially since you're not just a face on a screen or a character in a show. Going to the same school, being in some of the same classes, seeing you thrive and living your best self, it made me think I could live mine. Anyways, sorry for taking up your time. I'll let you two go and be all cute together and stuff."
Now it was my turn to feel a blush in my cheeks. Was it that obvious that Dusty and I had something going on? I guess we walked really close to each other and we were laughing a lot. "It was nice meeting you guys," I said, setting the thought aside. "And keep on living your best life, Alfonso. Don't let anyone mess that up for you."
"Girl, I won't."
Dusty chuckled as I joined up with him again. I felt relieved he was laughing and wasn't just completely weirded out by that. "You good?" I asked as we made it to our little strip of shady grass. "Yeah, why?" "It's just weird being approached by total strangers. I didn't want you to freak out or anything." "Do I look like someone who'd freak out?" Dusty looked at me and his left eye twitched about 5 times before he cracked up. "No, Brandon, I'm not gonna freak. I'll admit it was scary and I thought we were being attacked for a split second, but no, I'm fine. And that moment with Alfonso, it was really heartwarming to see." I reached into my book bag and pulled out a rolled-up red blanket. "Does it happen a lot?" Dusty asked, helping me with laying out the thick blanket. "And do you get tired of it?" "It doesn't happen enough for me to get tired of," I said, being honest. "Did you imagine things ever getting this big when you came out?" "Not at all. I thought I'd get some attention, but I never thought it would be this much. I've gotten emails from Norway, from kids saying they saw my coming out speech on YouTube. I get other emails saying they didn't even know what rugby was before they read an article about me, and now they don't miss a game. There's such a big ripple effect to me coming out, Even attendance to the rugby games here has gone up. It's totally wild.
I'm glad it's wild in a good way, and not a bad way.
I nodded, sucking air between my teeth. It isn't always good, obviously. There were some road bumps getting to where I'm at today. And by road bumps, I mean head-on collisions involving an entire freeway of cars. But I made it.
Were you planning on coming out the way you did?
Dusty asked as we sat down on the soft blanket. I thought back to my coming out moment. The bright white stadium lights were shining down on us, my entire team jumping up and down, cheering for our first win of the season. The stands were about a quarter full, with the entire audience for the night able to sit in one section of the massive stadium. It didn't matter, though. I was running on a pure rush of adrenaline that colored my vision and altered my thoughts. On the large screen, our coach was giving a quick interview with a student reporter, her smile shining as bright as the floodlights. And then she walked over to me.
Congratulations on that win, Brandon. You played an excellent game.
Thank you, thank you.
Are you looking forward to anything in particular now that you and your team have the first big win under your belt?
Well, I said, looking directly into the camera, my voice echoing around the mostly empty stands. I'm looking forward to a lot, actually. I can't wait to keep winning with my team, and I can't wait to keep making a name for ourselves in this amazing sport. But most of all, I really can't wait to find a boy to kiss tonight. Then, as if it was the most casual thing in the world, I winked and said, Rugbabe 94 on Grindr. It was meant to be cheeky. At the time, I'd been so frustrated with how fucking shitty I felt living in the closet that I just wanted to come out as if I were ripping off a Band-Aid, in a way that would be funny but still truthful. And I had already privately talked to my team about it earlier in the week, so I knew for sure they'd have my back. Plus, my entire fucking family fell apart only days before that, so I remembered thinking, what else do I have to lose? The reporter, poor thing, had no idea what to do. She was probably a freshman who was out on her first field job, and here she was, having unknowingly stumbled onto one of the biggest scoops of the year. I honestly didn't expect it to be a big scoop either. I figured being the first openly gay rugby player at the college would get me some local attention. But I didn't account for the fact that we were all one viral cell phone video away from worldwide attention. Soon the coming out moment was uploaded to YouTube, and the rest of it was Ellen Show history. Except that wasn't the full story. No one had ever heard the full story. Even through the subsequent interviews and TV appearances, I never talked about the events that led up to that don't give any fucks moment.
What happened?
My sister was shouting. It sounded like a different person had swapped with her, the voice coming out of her mouth almost unrecognizable. This was Juno, my little sister. We spent every Christmas Eve camping out in a homemade tent in the living room. We laughed over dumb videos and fought over the last pizza slice. The way she was crying made it feel like rusty nails were being hammered into my bones. I hated it, fucking hated it. Adding to the chorus of pain was my mom, who cried into her hand. I'm sorry, I shouted back, trying to be heard above the chaos, as if I were drowning and just needed to get my head above water. I'm sorry. The living room looked like a hurricane had been through it. Furniture toppled, vases broken, a bookshelf spewing out all its books. No, you're not. My father had eyes like burning coal. His stare was a brand against my heart. Get the fuck out! My mom still sat on the floor, her mascara running down her cheeks, legs curled under her. Glass covered the floor, crunching every time I took a step. My heart broke in half. It was torn apart inch by bloody inch. Over and over again. Every time my mom cried, my heart smashed anew. It was a pain I knew I'd never get over. I took a step backward, toward the open door, toward the deceivingly warm sunlight. I knew nothing would feel warm after this. Nothing would ever be the same. Sorry, I repeated myself, crying now.
I never meant for this to happen, never. I never wanted to tear apart my family to see this kind of reaction. It was my worst nightmare. Something I'd wake up from in a cold sweat, only so I could cry myself back to sleep.
How could you, Brandon?
My mom pushed the words out, past the sobs that racked her. My sister kneeled on the floor and hugged her. My mom cried harder, holding her wrist. My dad grew angrier. And I left. I took in a heavy breath. Silence was interrupted by the chatter of two squirrels that raced each other up a nearby tree.
You okay?
Dusty asked.
You zoned out there.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. His smile and bright eyes brought me back to the moment. Things were okay. They were good now. I had shit to fix, but for right now, things were better than ever. Then, as if the universe was actively trying to fuck with me, my phone started to ring. I pulled it out of my pocket and looked at the screen, a number I didn't recognize appearing at the top. No fucking way. It can't be. My heart skipped a beat. I thought back to this morning, about the call I had felt the powerful urge to make. Could this be it? Had I waited too long, been too scared? Was she calling me? Not today. I wasn't going to let fear control me. I answered the call, making sure there was no uncertainty in my voice. Hi, this is Brandon.
Brandon, it's Luther.
I almost hung the call up before he could finish saying his name. Why are you calling me?
Because I want to talk, that's all. I just want to talk.
Luther? You lost all talking privileges with me when you stuck your dick inside of Alex Torres. If you want to talk to someone, go find him. And if you can't find him, make sure you look in the fucking trash. I slammed a finger on the end call button and dropped the phone, letting it disappear somewhere in the grass. Dusty looked from me to the phone, then back again, his eyes resembling a frightened doe. Sorry, I said. Telemarketers. We both started laughing, the tension of the moment snapping and cracking like thin ice. Nine. Dusty Gold. That call was interesting, to say the least. I started to unpack my book bag as we chuckled through the tense moment, but I couldn't stop myself from asking, "Is everything all right?" That sounded like one annoying telemarketer. That was Luther, my shitbag ex-boyfriend. Oh, yeah, gotcha. I opened my textbook, but still couldn't keep my mouth shut for some reason. My hypothesis is that things ended badly. My hypothesis? What in the wild Bill Nye fuck did I just say? I looked down at my formula-filled textbook, ready to bury my head between the pages. Your hypothesis is 100% accurate and verifiable based on my scientific observations. I looked up at Brandon, who had a cheesy smile on that handsomely perfect face of his. Doctor, he teasingly added. I rolled my eyes but couldn't hold back the laugh. I scientifically observed him crossing beakers with another guy. Another involuntary laugh bubbled up. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Are you kidding, Dusty? You shouldn't ever stop laughing. Shit, your laugh is one of the best sounds I've ever heard. His smile looked genuine. I was no longer laughing. My cheeks started to burn red hot. My gaze dropped back down at the book. I was unable to keep looking at Brandon for too long. It was like looking at the sun. Brandon was almost too bright, too attractive to look at directly for longer than a few seconds. Anyways, that was a while ago, he continued, his deep voice drawing my eyes back up to his like a snake charmer dancing with a cobra. He still calls me at least once a week, trying to get me back. Brandon shook his head. I could see a flicker of pain light up at whatever memory he was beginning to dredge up. Sounds like it was a hummingbird heartbreak. Brandon, of course, gave me a look of, what the hell's that? My parents. We own an animal sanctuary, and so we've grown up around a lot of different animals. I remember being a teenager and having my first crush at the time. It was on a boy. His name was Jimmy Pastinelli, and he was one heck of a heartbreaker, even back in 7th grade. He had somehow gotten wind of my crush, and he ended up leading me on for the whole day, which, at that age, it might as well be an entire year. By the time the final bell rang, I was dead sure he was going to ask me to the winter dance. Looking back, I'm sure I was slightly delusional, but at that point, I didn't see it coming. His exact words were, and I'll never forget it, "Dusty, can you come to the dance with me? I need someone to hold my seat while me and Lisa grind on the dance floor." Brandon's brows furrowed. What a little shit. Yep. So obviously I come home bawling my eyes out. My mom, she grabs me in a tight hug and tells me that it's okay. It's just a hummingbird heartbreak. She was rehabbing 3 baby ruby-throated hummingbirds at the time. She brought me over to them and put one in my palm. I could feel its little heart racing away even at that tiny size. A hummingbird's heart beats on average somewhere above 1,200 beats per minute, which is absolutely insane. That's exponentially more than ours. Our hearts only beat on average between 60 to 100 beats per minute. My mom told me that's why a hummingbird heartbreak feels so catastrophic. It feels like the end of the world. All those beats, each one bringing a new stab of pain. But she also made sure to remind me that, just like a hummingbird's heart, mine was resilient and powerful and strong. I'd make it through. And she promised that a hummingbird in love felt just as intensely, their hearts beating just as brightly. So, now I'm just waiting for that hummingbird hero. I looked up from the blade of grass I'd begun twirling at some point during my story. Brandon's hazel eyes almost knocked me over. Something about the way they locked onto me, how he seemed to be studying me the way I studied a diagram for an important test. Trying to commit every little detail to memory, making sure nothing slipped out of grasp. My breath hitched. I looked away again. This was crazy. How was this happening? How was I sitting on a blanket underneath a really romantic freaking tree on a really freaking romantic spring day across from Brandon freaking Reed, the star rugby player who filled a room with his booming laugh and stopped a train dead in its tracks with his Clark Kent smile? How? Anyways, I said, my palms growing clammy. I swallowed loudly and readjusted my glasses before they slid off my nose. That's a hummingbird heartbreak. Brandon's head cocked and his lips curved into a crooked smile. Suddenly a flash of last night crossed my vision, like a damn meteor flashing across the sky, so bright it competed against the sun. The way his lips formed an O in the dark of our room, how his body twisted in the sheets, his moan, one that pushed me over the edge that still echoed inside me, a warm stickiness on my hand and a glow in my chest. I wanted to run away. In that moment, I wanted to get up and bolt. This wasn't meant for me. Brandon was a fantasy. He had to stay that way. I couldn't let myself start spending hours daydreaming about the way he felt in my hands, the way his arms felt when they wrapped around me, their weight and warmth making me feel comfortable in a way I couldn't even put to words, cradling me into a deep and peaceful sleep. And that was exactly why last night would be the last night. I couldn't let myself fall for him. I didn't want to feel that again, the pain of a hummingbird heartbreak. I'd have to sleep on the couch tonight, or see if the RA could get me a new mattress. I like that, he said after a few seconds that had seemed to stretch into years. A hummingbird heartbreak. His hazel green eyes glinted bright.
A hummingbird hero.
He shook his head then, breaking eye contact, his gaze looking somewhere past me, maybe somewhere into his past.
It wasn't a Hummingbird Heartbreak, though. I never felt like Luther was the one. We dated for a year, which is the longest I've been in a relationship, but the big L word never came up.
Have you ever been in L word with someone? Brandon's lips quirked into a sad smile.
No, I can't say I have. I've felt really passionately about guys before, but never enough for me to think I was in love. You?
I huffed a laugh. Nope. Well, I've never even had a boyfriend. That's probably a crucial part of the whole being in love formula.
Not really. I think loving yourself is also super fucking important. And in that case, then you don't need a man.
Another laugh, but this one sounded much less exasperated than the last. That's very true, I said. Brandon recrossed his legs. His tree-trunk thighs were one wrong flex from tearing through his khaki shorts. I looked up at the cloud-dotted sky before I started to involuntarily drool.
It's fine.
Brandon shrugged, his eyes still glittering.
I'm sure love is out there for us. Maybe even closer than we think.
I had to look back down at my textbook. Something about the way Brandon spoke settled down into the base of my spine, making me shiver and hope that he didn't see it. We'll see, I said. The conversation naturally drifted into silence after that. We both turned our noses down at our work and let time tick by as we studied. For the first few pages or so, I had a terrible time trying to focus on the numbers that were floating all over the page. I was hyper-aware of Brandon sitting only a few inches away from me, and hyper-aware of what he said, about both of us finding love, about it being closer than we thought. Did he mean anything by that? I wrote some chicken scratch into my notebook, not absorbing any of the information I was transcribing. No, of course not. He's just a nice guy. Way nicer than I ever thought he would be. More formulas seemed to appear out of nowhere in my notebook. I started to get frustrated. Nothing was sticking, and my exam was only a few days away. It was a big one, too, counting for 40% of my grade. If I failed the test, then I'd be massively screwed. It would be one of those things I wouldn't be able to fix. Mathematically, it would just be impossible. I took a deep breath and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Brandon looked up from his book, his notebook sitting unopened next to him.
Everything okay?
Yeah, just stressed, nervous, anxious. Brandon closed his book.
Want me to quiz you? Do you have any flashcards?
No, that's fine. I don't want you doing bad on your test.
Test? Who said I had a test?
I cocked my head. Isn't that why you're studying?
I just figured I should open this $4,000 book at least once before the semester's up. Our tests are online and we can take them at home, so no, I'm not really studying. I've just kind of been staring at the same picture for the past 20 minutes.
That got me laughing, which eased some of the nerves bubbling up in my stomach. I don't have any flashcards, but can you help me with these formulas? I just need to know when to use them. Brandon grabbed my notebook and helped me study for the rest of the afternoon. The sun slowly inched its way across the sky as we went through my notes, every minute bringing more confidence. Brandon, as distracting as his jawline could be, was an amazing study partner. He took his time and didn't seem bothered or upset by the way he was spending his day. There were a few times we'd get interrupted by either friends of his or strangers who wanted to pick, but he'd always politely send them away and refocus on the studying. By the time we reached the last pages in my notebook, I was feeling way more confident about the exam. Thank you, I said, packing up my stuff. The lawn around us was still packed with students, but they were all different faces than the ones that were here earlier.
Don't even worry about it, Dusty. It was actually interesting.
I didn't know a majority of the things I was saying, but I did feel a little like Stephen King during all that quantum physics mumbo-jumbo. I arched a brow and cocked my head. You mean Stephen Hawking? Oh, fuck. Yeah, whoops. We laughed as we finished packing up our stuff. As I was putting away my notebook, a piece of paper slipped out. It landed upright between me and Brandon. It was an application. Half of the fields still left empty. What's that? Brandon asked before I put the paper away. It's a dumb application. I was filling it out, but I don't know. It's stupid. I started to fold up the paper, ready to throw it away. I'd been staring at the same blank lines for weeks now, and it wasn't that I didn't know how to fill out the rest of the page. It was just that I was too scared. Is it for that internship program we've talked about? Let me see. Before I could put it away, Brandon grabbed the paper and read the top line out loud. NASA's Rocket to the Moon program. Dusty, you're going to be an astronaut? Why isn't it filled out yet? I chuckled. Heat radiated on my cheeks as a blush took over. No, I'd never be able to be an astronaut. I get so motion sick it would be a very bad situation. Vomit and zero gravity really don't go together very much. And even if I didn't get motion sickness, I don't think I'd be able to do something that crazy. Ever. No, I want to stay here on Earth, but I still want to work for NASA. Holy fucking shit, you're going to be a rocket scientist, Dusty. More laughter and more blushing. I don't know. We'll see. I have to get through the next 3 years of college first. And what's this program about? It's basically a mentorship at NASA. It lasts a semester, and it's basically like I'm studying at NASA Academy. They only accept around 40 kids, though. Last year, over 5,000 kids applied. And when are you finally putting in your application? I don't think I will. It's just not going to happen. You're right. It definitely won't happen if you don't apply. What's stopping you from applying? I don't know. I chewed on my bottom lip and anxiously adjusted my glasses. We'd talked about this already, so it made me a little ashamed that I still wasn't able to get over my fear. I guess I'm scared. They usually accept juniors and seniors. I'm still missing a prerequisite class, too. I shook my head and dropped my eyes. Rejection is pretty much one of my biggest fears. I'd rather deal with a juiced-up Klingon than deal with rejection. I hadn't even realized I dropped a Star Trek reference until I stopped speaking. Well, no turning back now. I rarely let my geek flag fly. I'd gotten too much fun poked at it during high school that I kept that part of me pretty tamped down. As pressed down as a lanky, glasses-wearing, comic book shirt-wearing kind of guy can keep it. Brandon surprised me by snorting a laugh. He then surprised me even more by putting his hand up and separating his 4 fingers into a perfect V formation. Live long and prosper, he said, smiling. You like Star Trek? I devoured those shows, and I've watched all the movies. Books I can't say I've read, but I love me some Spock and Picard action. That surprised me. I really wouldn't have guessed. You're a Trekkie pride, baby. Brandon slapped his chest and held his chin up. The warm sunlight made his smile shine all the brighter. We should binge the movies this weekend, Brandon said. He inched a little closer to me on the blanket. That'd be fun. Perfect. We'll start the marathon after you finish up and submit the application. I crossed my arms, but couldn't erase my smile. Fine, it sounds like a plan. Plan it is. Brandon licked his lips. It might have been a subconscious thing, but holy crap, did it do something to me. I swallowed a lump, something shifting inside me. When I looked into Brandon's eyes, I didn't see the same guy I'd seen just a few days ago. Where I had once observed an overabundance of cockiness and bravado, I now witnessed something completely different. The confidence I had been so scared of was now softened, his gaze filled with a friendly and welcoming warmth. It made me feel comfortable enough to be myself around Brandon, something I never thought would be possible for me. I didn't think I'd be able to show my goofy side, or my clumsy side, or my slightly obsessed with Star Trek side. But there I was, spreading it all out on the blanket. And then Brandon did something that shocked me. If my skeleton could have leaped out of my skin, it would have. He put a hand on my leg, on my inner thigh. He squeezed, his eyes lighting up with the same blaze I felt explode in my gut. I didn't move, didn't blink. Who could see us? Why was he doing this? Should I push his hand off? Should I lean toward him? Why was he leaning toward me? Why were his lips so close? Why was his breath on mine? Why, whoa! I said, shooting up onto my feet. Shit, sorry. Brandon stood up too, blocking out some of the sun from my eyes. I looked up, the flickers of heat still inside those hazel eyes, still inside me. I just, need to go to the bathroom. It was clearly an excuse. I nervously adjusted my glasses. The real reason I shot up was because I was seconds from throwing up all over our study blanket. This is unreal. What if someone saw? What if? Does it matter? Part of me said yes, a huge part of me, a part driven by insecurities and fear. I was scared what people would say. Brandon was so clearly out of my league, people would think it was some kind of prank, or they'd look at me like some charity project.
What, to use the bathroom in our dorm?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. The glint in Brandon's eyes told me what he really meant with his question. I tried not to think too much as we grabbed our blanket and started crossing the lawn, heading toward the stone bridge that crossed over a quiet river. I don't know at what point it started or who even ignited it, but both of us started off into a run, racing each other to our dorm, our backpacks bouncing on our shoulders, our laughs trailing behind us. Brandon, of course, made it to our dorm first. Seconds after I entered, the door was thrown shut and I was picked up and pressed against it, Brandon's lips finding mine. His kiss stole my breath, but it was his words that stole my heart. God, Dusty, you're so fucking hot. All right, so he wasn't Shakespeare or Whitman, but wow, did it do something to me hearing this mountain of a man call me hot. My brain melted, and all I could do was kiss him back.
10. Brandon Reed. I had to fucking kiss him. The second we got into our dorm, I had to have his lips on mine. I could hardly fucking wait. I would have made out with him right there on the lawn, not giving any fucks about people seeing us. They could have filmed it for all I cared. As long as Dusty's body was pressed against mine, then I didn't give a fuck. I pushed him up against the door, my lips crashing against his.
Oh, Brandon,
he whispered my name through kisses, his voice sounding strained. I held his head in my hands and looked down into his eyes, feeling as if I were diving straight into the deep end. His lips glistened from the sunlight that streamed in through the lone window in the living room. You're so fucking special. I kissed him again as if I needed to sign my statement with my tongue. When we broke again, I could see his cheeks were fire truck red, and his glasses sat slightly crooked on his giddy face. I ran a thumb across his bottom lip, tracing his smile before leaning in and sucking his lip between my teeth. Between us, I could feel we were both rock hard. Dusty's boner pressed against my thigh, mine throbbed against his belly. The kiss had ignited us. I sucked on his neck as I worked his shirt off, making sure I didn't knock his glasses off in my haste. Last night, neither of us had gotten completely naked and the room had been dark,
So I missed out on just how fucking hot Dusty was. I took a step back, admiring him. He bashfully crossed his arms against his chest, but I pulled them down to his side. You've got nothing to hide. I'm not exactly a rugby player. Dusty dropped his eyes again. His shyness ate me up inside. I wanted him to hold his head high and his chest proud because everything about him was perfect. Dusty, you're hotter than any rugby player I've ever seen. I moved toward him, put my hands on his chest, ran them over his pebbled nipples, feeling the soft and dark hair. He took a deep breath as I slowly glided my hands over his sides, moved to touch his stomach, feeling his deep breaths. I played with the tuft of dark hair that trailed down his flat belly, down past the band of his shorts. I kept moving my hand down, rubbing his tented crotch. He closed his eyes and let his head fall back against the door as I slowly rubbed his length. Even through the layers of fabric between him and my palm, I could still feel his overwhelming heat. Fuck, I said, sucking on the sensitive dip of his neck. You're so hard. Dusty only chuckled and swallowed, his chest now as flushed as his cheeks. Can I? I grabbed onto his zipper, which looked as if it were about to pop and fly across the room. Dusty didn't seem to be able to form words. He nodded instead, his eyes half-lidded and his lips parted with the ghost of his words. I pulled the zipper down and dropped his shorts. Dusty's gray and blue boxers were already darkened, a wet stain growing larger as he throbbed. God damn, Dusty. You can host your own Airbnb with that deluxe-sized tent you're pitching. What is it, 3 bedrooms and 2 full baths? His eyes popped open before he started to laugh, his dick bouncing. You're nuts, he said, shaking his head. Speaking of, I licked my lips and dropped to my knees. Dusty's laughter tapered off as I pulled on the waistband of his boxers and gently tugged them over his erection. He sprang free, throbbing stiff in the air. His tip glistened, making my mouth water. Everything about his dick made my mouth water. I couldn't wait a damn second longer. I had to put him in my mouth, needed to taste him. Dusty gasped as my lips wrapped around him. I could feel his body tremble as I took more of him in, his breaths growing ragged as I swallowed him completely. I pulled back, a rope of saliva trailing off my lips and onto his cock. I used it as lube, jerking him off and looking up into his sex-drunk eyes. His mouth was stuck in the hottest fucking O, and his knees were beginning to shake. I put him back between my lips, working my tongue around him, tasting him like a whiskey, savoring every single drop, every flavor. He tasted like sex and skin and boys and woods and every fucking thing that's good in the world. I kept sucking him off, knowing that I was pushing him closer and closer to the edge. His body tensed, and I knew it wouldn't be much longer. I swallowed him down deeper, burying my nose in the patch of dark, curly hair that crowned his cock. I held him there, my hands going around and squeezing his ass, pushing him deeper down my throat. Oh, God, Brandon, I'm gonna... He tried to pull out, but I held onto his ass, his cock still buried in my throat. He came, unloading in my mouth, his cum coating the back of my throat. I swallowed every shot he gave me greedily, guzzling it down like I'd been starved for it my entire existence. By the time he was done, you'd think I sucked the life out of him. He stood on wobbling legs. I held his hips, smiling around his still stiff cock, twitching on my tongue. He rolled his head, his eyelids fluttering and a shiver racking his body. I popped him out of my mouth and licked my lips so that I got every last drop of him. Back on my own feet, I kissed him. That was... Holy shit. Wow. Dusty shook his head almost in disbelief. He kissed me back, his hunger for me apparently unsatiated even though his salty sweet cum still lingered on my tongue. We kissed our way into the bedroom. I had managed to kick off my shoes and roll off my socks on the way, working on my shorts by the time my legs hit the mattress. I broke from the kiss and stripped down to my white briefs, tight against me. I throbbed, standing with my legs wide. It was Dusty's turn to admire. His brows rose as he slowly drank me in with his golden honey-brown eyes. "You're impossible," he said, almost to himself. "How?" I rubbed myself over my briefs, feeling the same way about him. "How are you real?" He put a hand out and touched me as if he were expecting me to vanish in a puff of smoke. "I'm real, and I'm all yours to explore, to play with. That's exactly what makes it so unreal." His fingers traced my chest, the dip between my pecs down to the valleys that separated my abs. I had shaved my body, so I was extra smooth for his touch, his hands gliding down with a slight tremble, his breath tickling my chest. I took off my briefs. Dusty's eyes almost fell out of his skull and rolled underneath me, maybe for a better look. "Wow, you're unreal. The computer does not compute." Dusty shook his head and let out a nervous butterfly kind of laugh. I reached for his hand, grabbing his wrist and guiding him to my rock-hard shaft. "It's so heavy. Thick, jeez." I bit my bottom lip, grinning as Dusty held me in his hand. He didn't take much coaxing to get his lips on it. The sensation was intense, having his warm mouth taking me in. He looked up at me, his eyes wide, his lips curving into a smile around my cock. He swirled his tongue around me, licking at my slit, making my knees shake. He started to bob up and down. His mouth was so fucking wet and so fucking good. Holy shit. It took some restraint to not throat fuck him with my entire length. I wanted to feel my balls resting against Dusty's chin. I looked down, Dusty using his hand to work the parts of me he couldn't quite fit down his throat. Yet. Fuck, Dusty. You're getting me close, man. He looked up at me, a thread of saliva dripping down from his lip. He used it to make my balls wet as he massaged me, his tongue still working around my shaft. "Dusty, fuck. I pulled out, jerking my slick cock and my body exploding with the orgasm. I shouted, a primal sound as I shot my seed all over Dusty's face, coating him in my cum. Shot after shot of it landed with thick splats on his forehead, his nose, his lips, his glasses. When it was all over, I looked down and said, "Holy shit," with an exhausted laugh. Dusty looked up at me like he'd just been slimed, his smile still bright on his face. He licked some of the dripping cum off his upper lip. "I think I might need a towel," he said, laughing. I went for the towel, my dick swinging and dripping as I walked, my body feeling 1,000 times lighter. I chuckled and apologized as I came back and helped clean up the mess I made all over Dusty's face. I kissed him while there was still some of me on his lips, and I couldn't help but feel something unlock inside me. It was a massive shift and one I wouldn't really understand until later, but there was zero denying that something had changed between us. Something grew stronger. We went to sleep that night, giggling and cuddling, and feeling like we had climbed up to the absolute top of the world together. I woke up on our tiny shared bed with a smile on my face. I brushed my teeth with a smile on my face. I showered with a smile on my face. I kissed Dusty goodbye with a huge smile on my face. A month had passed of me kissing Dusty every morning and every night, and every single time, without fail, I was left with a big, wide grin on my face. He stayed in the dorm, reading over notes for a final he was going to have, Olive purring at his feet. All of my classes wrapped up a couple days ago, and none of them were as difficult as anything Dusty was taking, so my study habits were nowhere near as intense as his. But I had found myself really enjoying helping him study, and I'm pretty sure I absorbed some of it through osmosis alone. Things were good. So good, in fact, that it didn't bother me when we were told new dorms would take longer to find than expected. We figured there wasn't much time left in the semester anyway, and both of us were having way too much fun. Why stress over it? It also meant Dusty hadn't slept in his bed in weeks, even though the mattress was swapped out in a day. It helped when we pushed the beds together, giving us a little more room to stretch, although we still cuddled up close every night. It was good, keeping myself preoccupied with Dusty. Shit turned south when I was left to my own devices for too long. It was when I didn't have things to focus on that my mind tended to spin in place, like the burning rubber of a careening car as it avoided driving off a steep cliff. Rugby season was over, and even though I kept my training up and played games on the weekend, it still gave me plenty of free time to stress out about shit. I had shit to worry about, there was no denying that. It kept me up some nights when I'd stare up at the ceiling, hoping sleep would take me before the sun started to crack through the blinds. Feeling Dusty twitch in his sleep next to me, wondering where his colorful dreams were taking him, hoping they were better than any of the nightmares that tiptoed around my subconscious. I didn't want to worry about any of it today. I decided to keep myself busy by working on a surprise for Dusty. I loved surprises, and I loved surprising him even more. The way his face lit up and seemed like he was going to cry 1 second and laugh the next, I fucking loved that. And I loved being the cause of it. I walked through the cramped halls of our temporary-turned-permanent dorm halls. A pair of windows at the end of the hall were cracked open, letting in a fresh breeze that pushed away the usual musky smell. Guys waved at me and said hi as I walked past, although the initial rush of having a college celebrity staying in their dorms seemed to have dimmed. I didn't mind it. The only thing I disliked was how uncomfortable the attention made Dusty whenever we went out for walks together. I could feel him tense up next to me every time someone came up to ask for a selfie. And I couldn't blame him either. Today, my surprise would be contained to the 4 walls of our tiny dorm room. I wanted to buy a bunch of decorations, beer, and a cake, congratulating Dusty for acing his exams and turning in the NASA intern application. It took a little bit of convincing, but he had done it, and I wanted to celebrate that. First, though, I needed to stop at an ATM inside the main student center. I walked through the lounge, waving at a few friends who were gathered around a laptop, the group of them taking up a corner of the big red couches that were scattered around the room. On the wall across from the main entrance was a huge painted mural of our mascot, a falcon, flying high above bright green and red trees. At the ATM, I put my card in and typed in my PIN, not really thinking much of it. I was so focused on what kind of cake I'd get Dusty. Did he like chocolate? Was he a strawberries on cake kind of guy? I barely registered the number that flashed on the screen until my withdrawal was declined. What the fuck? My balance was bordering on negative. How did it drop so far? Last I checked, I had enough to last me a few weeks at the very least. On top of that, my car was literally on its last leg. It took about 10 minutes and 3 slaps to the steering wheel to start, so I didn't expect it to last much longer. My stomach dropped. I exited out of the screen, grabbed my card, and walked away as if the machine had caught fire. I didn't want anyone seeing the balance that popped up on the screen. I didn't even want to see it myself. What happened? It's got to be a mistake. I walked out of the student union and stepped under a shady tree. I checked my account again, this time on the much smaller screen of my phone. There, I went through the most recent transactions and... Fuck. It wasn't a mistake. I must have miscalculated how much I originally had. That's why I didn't care about buying the groceries for the week or coffees in the morning for Dusty. I had wanted to do all those things just because they made me feel good, not even because I thought Dusty needed me to buy him those things. Turned out I was the one who was in need. Fucking shit. I didn't want to think about what would happen when school finished for the semester in the coming weeks. It was enough time for me to find a couch to crash on, but I'd need to find a job, too. College athletes didn't get paid, and although I had a scholarship, it clearly didn't stretch far enough. I had my Instagram, but sponsored deals didn't really pay much, not for my following at least. Maybe in a few years I'd be able to make a decent living off my social media, but I still wasn't there yet. I sighed, locking my phone and walking under the ivy-covered trellis toward the dorm rooms. I couldn't let myself get panicked. Sure, shit didn't seem all that great, but it was all fixable. I could find a job by the week's end, even if it was something I hated, so long as it made me money, then it'd be fine. Right? I could fix it. I just couldn't spiral. I'd done it before, and I paid heavy consequences because of it. Fuck, I was still paying those consequences. Gray clouds crossed in front of the sun, pitching the already shaded walk into more darkness. The wind rustled the nearby bushes and carried a handful of leaves through the air. By the time I reached the dorms, rain had started to sprinkle the ground and darken the cement. Go ahead, rain down on me. Like Gaga would say, I'd rather be dry, but fuck, at least I'm alive. As if choreographed to my thoughts, the second I stepped into the dorms, the sky opened up and the rain fell in buckets, clattering against the heavy door and narrow windows. I reached our dorm just as the door was opening.
Thanks so much. Oh, hey, Brandon.
It was Andrea, our resident advisor. She held a binder to her chest and smiled, her ponytail bouncing with her steps.
Just gave the good news to Dusty. Sorry it took so long to get you guys set up again. We had issues with capacity and placement.
Set up again? Before I could ask her anything, she was pulled away by someone who was complaining about a weird smell coming from their sink. What was that about? I asked Dusty, who was sitting on the couch, cross-legged and reading over a piece of paper.
They found us new dorms.
Oh. Well, fuck, I guess it really is raining on me.
Yeah, it says here, though, we can deny the reassignments. I figured, I don't know, we don't have much time left before we go home for the summer. I think I'm good with staying here.
You? Yeah, absolutely. It might have been a little too enthusiastic, but I didn't really give a fuck. It was exactly what I wanted to hear. I'd become so used to having Dusty around, I didn't want to give that up. Not for as long as humanly possible. Even though a month isn't very long at all. My stomach dropped again. I let out a frustrated sigh, which did nothing to relieve the pressure beginning to build inside my chest, making my throat feel tight.
Okay, cool,
Dusty said. He put the paper on the coffee table, moving aside a couple of empty Red Bull cans, and signed it. He handed me the pen. I signed the thing without even reading it. I'd sign anything if it meant a few more nights with Dusty falling asleep in my arms.
What are you planning for the summer?
Dusty asked.
I can't believe break is only 5 days away.
Good question. I shrugged. I actually don't really know. His head swiveled in my direction. He got those cute little wrinkles between his brows that popped up whenever he was confused. I noticed them a lot when he went over his notes for class or took quizzes on his laptop. He probably never realized how often I looked his way, but it was often enough to memorize the exact placement of the 3 little squiggles on his forehead.
What do you usually do on your summers?
I cracked a few knuckles. I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't sure if I could talk about this. I wasn't big on talking about myself. I figured no one really cared all that much. People just liked hearing my rugby stories, and they liked tagging me in their photos, and they liked when I stuck to the surface level. Any deeper and the water grew dark and treacherous. But this was Dusty sitting next to me. He wasn't like any of those other people. We had stayed up on countless nights talking about our childhoods, our fears, our aspirations, our dreams, and our wants, delving deeper than I'd ever gone with anyone else. I felt ready to reach a new level of depth with him. But was he ready? I filled my lungs with a breath, steadying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. Well, these past few summers, I'd been spending them at my uncle's lake house up around Blue Ridge Lake. It's an incredible spot. I'll have to take you sometime. There's trees for as far as you can see, and the air is a different kind of fresh over there. Having coffee on the porch and listening to all the birds, it's almost like I wake up to a dream every day. Plus, there's a hot tub, which is really great when you've got some cold beers and a long day behind you.
It sounds like paradise. Can I visit?
Unfortunately, no. Dusty's brows jumped up. Oh, not because of anything, just, well, it's not ours anymore. My uncle, he passed. 8 months ago, and 4 days, actually. Lung cancer. Came at him quick, and, yeah. I swallowed, the motion feeling like it was being forced from me, as if an invisible hand held its invisible fingers wrapped around my very visible neck and applied an invisible pressure.
Brandon.
Dusty put a hand out and rested it on mine. He moved closer to me on the couch. The feeling of having Dusty close was more than reassuring. He felt like a balm to a burning wound. It was really sudden, and, well, Fuck, I didn't want to get this emotional. I hadn't felt this in such a long time. The sense of powerlessness at the oncoming tsunami of tears. I didn't even get to say goodbye. He went into the hospital and I said to him, "I'll see you in a few hours, Dennis." And then he didn't make it through surgery. And I didn't say goodbye. I didn't get to thank him for taking me in after my parents kicked me out, for helping me put my life back on track. I didn't say thank you. My upper lip quivered as tears slid down, the taste of salt and sadness settling on my tongue.
He knows that, Brandon. He knows all of that. I really, truly believe that. And that's coming from me, the ultimate supporter of logic and hard facts. I believe that Dennis knows how grateful you were and forever will be for him. I don't doubt that for a second.
You think so?
Positive.
Fuck, Dust, I really hope so. His hand squeezed mine.
Why don't you spend the summer at my place?
The question caught me completely off guard, like being tackled out of nowhere and dropping the ball on the field.
We've got a big property. I'm sure my moms won't mind having you around. You can meet all the animals.
Really? I mean, I'll help out with whatever they need.
Don't worry, they aren't running a medieval innkeep. You don't have to earn your stay.
His eyes seemed to glitter behind the dark frames of his glasses.
You'll have your own room, too. We won't have to share a bed.
Dusty. I wanted to say yes so fucking bad, only so that I could stay close to Dusty for a little longer. I had no idea where this was going between us, but I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that I didn't want it to end. And it just might. How can I ever tell him what really happened between me and my family? It burned me, as if I'd been cracked open and flooded with scalding hot oil. I hated not being able to tell Dusty the full truth, but how could I? I was terrified that he'd judge me, that he would turn away from me when all I ever wanted Dusty to do was turn toward me, to climb on top of me, to meld into me. That's all I wanted him to do, and so I would do anything to avoid pushing him away. Even if that meant skirting around the truth for now. Eventually, I'd tell him. I'd reveal the parts of myself that I kept under impenetrable lock and key. Fuck, I really hope I'm doing the right thing. I'd love to stay with you for the summer. Sunlight seemed to explode from his smile. Dusty had gotten so carried away by my answer he came up and kissed me. His eyes opened wide when he realized what he was doing. I put my hands on his head and kept the kiss going, lying him down on the couch. We spent the rest of the day naked and intertwined, joking and teasing and playing and coming, rain drumming on the window, and our hearts beating to the rhythm of the same song. 11. Dusty Gold. Move-out day had come. The final day to this roller coaster ride of a semester, and what a crazy way to end it. With Brandon Reed putting his suitcase into the trunk of my brother's car, giving my twin a big hug, and thanking him for offering to drive us back home. Brandon's car had given out 3 days ago, which meant it lasted an entire month longer than I had expected it to. I looked around as we packed into my brother's car. This was the complete opposite of how I pictured ending the school year. And you know what? I wasn't mad at it. "Everyone comfortable?" Benji asked as he took the driver's seat. My brother and I were identical twins, so telling us apart was sometimes difficult. It used to be way harder when we were kids, but somewhere along our teenage years the two of us split, going in slightly different directions. Benji grew a love for sports and working out, while I spent the day reading and playing video games. He started growing muscles and coordination where I still had awkward limbs I barely knew how to control. The golden trophies and medals he'd bring home gave him a confidence that was slow to come for me, and frankly still on its way. People cheered him on, and they cheered me on too, but in a different way. Everyone knew I was great at school and I could do big things when it came to academics, but that was a little less flashy than winning big basketball games with entire stands shouting your name. "Olive and me are great back here," Brandon said, his hand inside the soft carrier that held a loudly purring Olive. "Let's get this show on the road then." Benji pulled out of the parking lot and followed a trail of cars equally as packed as ours, all heading in their own different directions for the summer. "Any music, Rex?" Benji asked. "I'm good with whatever," Brandon answered from behind me. "I know this one has an intense allergic reaction to any slow kind of songs, so we can skip those." He playfully tapped the top of my head. I tisked between my teeth, even though he was right. "Dusty's always been scared of feeling any kind of feelings," my brother answered. "Oh, because you're such a big feelings guy?" I quipped back. "No, I'm not, but we're twins, remember? So that shouldn't be a surprise." Brandon laughed, the sound filling the small space. "You guys are the most opposite identical twins I've ever met. At least you'll never have to worry about us parent-trapping you." I snorted at that. As if. In the rearview mirror, Brandon's face seemed to lock eyes with me before he looked out the window and shook his head. "I'd be able to choose Dusty out of a blind lineup." "You guys got that close, huh?" My brother's tone was exploratory, like he was dipping a toe in the water to test the temperature. I knew where this was headed, and I needed to shut it down real quick. I hadn't told him anything about what had been going on between Brandon and me. Something about it made me want to keep quiet, a secret just between us, at least for now. Only because it felt like I wanted to keep it safe, intimate, protected. Brandon's excited to meet all the animals. Benji cocked a brow. "Just let it go. Don't dig, Benji, for once in your life. Don't dig." We drove on to the busy highway. The drive back home was always way more scenic than the drive to school during the fall when the trees were starting to brown and die. The drive home was full of blooming fields and bright, bushy green trees lining both sides of the highway. "You're going to love them," Benji said, letting it slide. It was times like these that I was glad for twin-pathic connections. "Mom just took in 2 cheetah cubs, actually. Did you see them?" "What? No, she didn't tell me." "Oh, crap. Maybe she wanted to keep them a surprise." Benji pursed his lips. "Anyways, forget I said anything. Where are you from, Brandon?" I said, crossing my arms, excited at meeting the cubs, even though the surprise was ruined. "Oh, I'm originally from Florida. Miami, born and raised.
My dad's Cuban and my mom's Irish. They met on a fishing trip off of South Beach, fell in love, had me and my sister. We moved to Georgia about 6 years back. Only about 4 hours from here, actually. Plus, my uncle lived here, too. You guys were born in Georgia, right? Benji and I both nodded and said, "Yup," at the same time. I let Benji take the reins after that. We were born in Waycross, Georgia, a town with about 12,000 people. The biggest source of entertainment was the Walmart Supercenter. Yeah, but it's not like we were there long, I chimed in. No, and thanks sweet baby Jesus for that. Our moms adopted us when we were 6, so I barely remember anything about Waycross except for that damn Walmart. I picked up the story from there. Our biological mom had a drug problem. She did her best. I don't blame her for anything, but she just couldn't beat it. She died of an overdose and was found in the motel room next to ours. I swallowed a lump of hot coal. Talking about this was never easy. My brother continued the story. The evening news got a hold of it. It filled up a time slot and got them an orphaned twins headline, even though all they cared about was the ratings. Can you believe no one from the station offered us any help? But the truth is, I think we really owe our lives to Action 5 News at 9 with Vivica Vavance. That got a laugh out of everyone in the car. One of those bittersweet laughs that only came after some hard truths were told. Mia and Ashley saw the news piece on us, Benji continued. By the next morning, they drove down to pick us up and start the adoption process. That's incredible, Brandon said. And in the rear view, I thought I could see him wipe something from his cheek before he looked out the window. It is. We haven't looked back since, Benji said. You're going to love them. Mia's the animal whisperer of the family, and Mama Ash is the take-no-names big city attorney who's probably going to intimidate you at first, but only out of sheer love. I can't wait. Brandon's eyes locked with mine in the mirror. He really did seem excited. Holy shiitake shitballs, I've got Brandon Reed in my brother's back seat on the way to spend the summer with me and my family. Who the heck was the drunk witch doctor I crossed paths with? The music was turned up and the windows were lowered as we started to sit back and enjoy the ride. A stream of fresh air flowed in and rustled my hair. I tried to hold down rogue strands from whipping in the wind, but gave up when I realized it was a futile mission. Benji bobbed his head along with the dancey pop song that blared from the speakers he'd had installed only a week ago. The bass shook my core and made my nose itch, but I didn't mind it. Everyone seemed to be having a great time. At one point, Brandon even started to do some dances I'd only seen on my phone screen, moving his arms in circles and dips and funny-looking waves. Brandon was such a big guy that even these small dance moves seemed to fill up the entire space as I watched him from the rearview mirror. Signs began appearing between the thick wall of trees. They advertised a tourist attraction up ahead. The first sign was of a large crystal ball with cartoon hands on either side of the ball. Graffiti had been painted on the sign so that the hands looked like they had finger tattoos, making it arguably one of the most hardcore fortune tellers I'd ever seen. The next sign was of a large and smiling T-Rex pointing its tiny arms down the highway, a billboard underneath it reading, Madame Lunaluz's Gas Station of Mystery and Fun. And underneath, in big red marker, it read, Next stop, pull over. Except the over had been covered by black spray paint and out was written over it. Dusty, you saw that shit, right? My brother asked, already slowing the car as he crossed lanes toward the exit. Yep. Wait, what did I miss? I was dancing up a storm with Olive back here. I pointed out the window as we drove off the exit where, through the trees, we could see the large T-Rex sculpture that must have been one of Madame Lunaluz's most prized possessions. Brandon whoaed as we pulled onto a gravelly road that led up to a tiny two-car gas station with a small convenience store attached to the red and white overhang that covered the gas pumps. Did we just travel back in time? Brandon asked. I laughed, actually unsure of what the answer was. Next to the gas station was the 20-foot-tall T-Rex, whose once dark green and yellow colors were now washed out by constant sun and rain exposure, giving it a mottled brown look as it smiled down with an almost ironic grin for any photos that were snapped by its feet, which were covered in red dust and scraggly vines. We got out of the car and looked around, spotting a large purple tent that was posted up behind an oversized wooden crystal ball. A doorway cut through the bottom of the cloudy painted orb. Benji stayed with Olive and the car while Brandon and I walked over to the store. Inside, the air smelled heavily of lavender incense and day-old Cinnabons. The space was barely big enough for 2 people, which meant Brandon by himself would have been cramped inside. The lady at the cashier looked us over with saucer-wide brown eyes, magnified under a pair of turquoise-colored glasses, the frames pointing upward like a cat's eye. Her lipstick was bold and blue, matching the cloudy blue sapphires that hung inside her shiny golden earrings. I smiled. "Hey, can I get 30 on 2? "Actually, on 1, I said, pointing over my shoulder at the only car in the small gas station.
"Ah, yes. Yes, I was going to say that next."
"Right." I handed over the $50 bill and asked Brandon if he wanted any gum or candy.
"Snickers, eh?"
The lady behind the counter said, grinning like she'd cracked the Da Vinci Code. "I'm allergic to peanuts," Brandon answered.
"Oh."
She went back to tapping the keyboard, her gold bracelets clinking together. Brandon gave me the slightest nudge with his elbow, which brought up a chuckle I quickly silenced.
"Are you both visiting? Wait.
She closed her eyes and paused for an uncomfortable length of time.
Visiting from somewhere overseas."
Her eyes remained closed. "I've never been overseas," I said. "No, we're actually just
heading home."
Her eyes snapped open. "Yes, we're heading home."
"Uh-huh. Yes. I saw that."
She went back to typing something. Was she writing up a damn blog post before giving us our gas? "Wait a second," Brandon said, as if she didn't already prove she could wait much longer than that. "Are you Madame Lunaluz?" She didn't look up from her computer screen.
"I can be whoever you want me to be, Alex."
"Brandon."
"Yes, Brandon."
"That didn't really answer my question." "Right, that's what I was going to say." She shook her head.
"No, I have a question for you."
She turned her gaze toward me, her eyes suddenly taking on the intensity of a hungry wolf's. The switch in her demeanor made me shrink back, scared of what I had done wrong.
"Would you like your change in singles or 5s?"
I blinked and stammered before answering, 3 5s and 5 singles, please, but she had already counted it out and set it down before I finished speaking. "Thank you," I said, grabbing my change. Brandon and I walked out of the store thoroughly confused, and both holding down giggles at the lunacy of it. A golden ray of sunlight beamed down on Brandon like a spotlight as we crossed the gravel parking lot, rocks crunching under our sneakers, the warm Georgia summer covering us like a blanket. Like the blanket we'd slept under for the past few months together. But no more, he's just staying over as a friend, and he'll be sleeping in a different bedroom. That meant I'd have my own bed again. I could sprawl out and not have to worry about hitting Brandon or taking up too much of the covers. And I wouldn't have his comforting heat to help me slip into the most restful sleeps of my life, and I'd be missing out on his feet resting on mine, his leg thrown over mine. I'd miss out on feeling him against me, his entire body fitting against mine, holding mine, as if the two of us were biologically engineered for the perfect cuddling sessions with each other. Maybe we can share a bed for one night. But that's it, just one night. Brandon smiled and pointed to the side. "Let's go check that out."
He nudged me over in the direction of the crystal ball tent by grabbing my hand for a second and leading us onto the brick path. The touch was short and the smile electric, and the combination of both caused a series of explosive fireworks to go off inside my chest like I'd just swallowed Disney's entire fireworks stash. Maybe not. Maybe not even a night.
12. Brandon Reed. Spending time with Dusty and his brother was exactly how I wanted to start off this summer. It was the first summer I wouldn't have my uncle with me, and I'd already felt a heavy and dark cloud crawling over the horizon since the semester had started, when I didn't have Rugby or Dusty to occupy my thoughts. That all started to change when Dusty barreled into the picture. The clouds weren't as threatening anymore. I knew they were only temporary, and that gave me back my happiness. Behind them, the sun was beginning to break through. Maybe there wouldn't even be a storm at all. Today, that happiness swirled inside my gut, churning with excitement and apprehension. I was nervous about meeting Dusty's family, but if meeting Benji was any indication, then things were off to a great start. The dude was beyond cool, and I had no doubt that we'd get along. I led Dusty up to the huge crystal ball sitting in front of the flapping purple tent. "This is the craziest gas station I'd ever been to," I said. The purple flaps marking the entrance of the tent shifted in the wind. I couldn't see what was on the other side, but I knew I wanted to find out. "Do we get our fortunes read here?" Dusty asked as we stood in front of the crystal ball. He sounded unsure if we should walk into the unknown. "Let's find out." I reached out and grabbed Dusty's hand. I had barely even thought about what I was doing. Something in the action felt so natural, expected almost. Like I was on an adventure with my boyfriend and we were going to tackle everything hand in hand. Except Dusty wasn't prepared for it. He also wasn't my boyfriend. The second my fingers dipped through his, Dusty tensed like an opossum playing dead. I let go of his hand, not wanting to do anything to frighten him. I'd gotten carried away. I had to ground myself, remind myself that we were just friends. That was it. We'd never talked about being anything more, even though my dreams would have said differently. Fuck, man. Just friends? Really? "Sorry," Dusty said after clearing his throat. It's fine. I shouldn't have. No, Brandon, you should have. It's me. I'm just this scared, nerdy, awkward kid. I don't know what to do around you. In that moment, if I wasn't so sure I'd give Dusty a heart attack, I wanted to lift him up into my arms and say that all he had to do around me was to be himself. That was all I ever wanted from him. Fuck, all I seemed to want these days was Dusty. Just Dusty. "Are you two ready for your reading?" The voice came from behind the flaps of the tent, startling us both. She spoke softly and sounded dreamy, and she seemed to be echoing somehow. "I'm closing in 30 minutes. We looked to each other. Dusty was holding down a laugh, which made me want to laugh. I had to look away. "Let's get our fortunes read," I said. We walked into the tent, the air shifting from warm and humid to smoky and humid. There were incense sticks burning all around the perimeter of the tent, sending wispy tendrils of smoke up toward the small opening at the top, where a sliver of sunshine fell through and shone down on the one table and seating area in the entire space. Behind the table, her eyes shining under the sunlight, was the same lady from the gas station. "Hey, you're sit. Please, both of you, sit." Her voice seemed to be slightly enhanced, like she was speaking with surround sound enabled. I guessed she must have speakers hidden around the tent. She had a pink and blue shawl that covered her gas station uniform, and she had wrapped a similar shawl around her head. Her glasses were even swapped, these looking more eccentric than her last, with glitter set into the opaque white frames. But it was definitely the same lady. Dusty and I took our seats on the red velvet cushioned chairs. There were string lights crisscrossing above us. On the table were a few decks of cards, a bowl holding a variety of colorful crystals, and, of course, a cloudy crystal ball sitting on a golden base.
Thank you for stopping by Madame Luna Loses today. What kind of reading can I offer?
She flourished her hands over the table, nearly knocking over the crystal ball. I glanced at Dusty, who shrugged. Let's go with the crystal ball, I said.
Ah, I knew you would like that one.
She picked up the glass sphere by the base and set it gently onto the center of the table. Something happened when she set it down. A light in the center of the ball appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It slowly shifted in color, turning pale blue into pale green to a washed-out red. I was hypnotized, my reflection looking back at me with the light seeming to pulse from between my eyes.
Now,
Madame Lunaluz said with a loud clap, knocking me out of my trance.
Link together, please.
She held her hands out over the table. I held her hand and reached for Dusty's. He surprised me by twining his fingers through mine, something I definitely wasn't doing with Miss Madame Lunaluz. I shot a glance in his direction. He seemed to be mesmerized by the crystal ball, a thin fog beginning to swirl around the glass.
Good. Now all three of us must focus in on our past while pulling forth the present, meeting them at the points of our palms. Feel the connecting fibers. Yes, close your eyes. Perfect. Think back to your childhood. Think back to adolescence, all while pulling yourself, your current being, through the past. That's it. Join the energies. It allows me to see through the veil that hides the future. Yes, that's it. Perfect.
The air seemed to get cold. Wind pressed over the top of the tent, causing the string lights to dance wildly overhead. I cracked an eye open, like something was going on, but doubting it had anything to do with me. All I could think about was the salami and mozzarella sandwich I had waiting for me in the car.
All right, boys, open your eyes and let's go.
The fog inside the crystal ball had grown denser and the light brighter, shifting in color much slower than it had initially. Shapes seemed to take subtle form between the dancing tendrils of the colored fog. Madame Lunaluz pressed something underneath the table, which turned off the string lights and blocked out the sunlight from above. The only source of light in the tent now was the crystal ball, which made it so that I could only see faces underneath the lavender-pink light. She moved her hands around the ball, smoke seeming to move with her. It was impossible and most likely some crazy good special effects, but it had me hooked.
I see. Yes, yes. You too. Your lives are very entwined. Almost one, a union in the crystal. Yes. Although your paths recently crossed, I can see that it was meant to be.
She leaned in, seeming to be perplexed by something. Her head moved from left to right, her eyes locked on the orb.
A fire.
That snapped us both upright in our chairs.
A firefly is a sign of bright things to come. I see that for both of you. It's like I'm looking at a field of them. A field of bright green and yellow fireflies. There's something else. Two of you there. The fireflies and someone else. Small. Yes, 3? No, wait, 4. There are 4 shapes taking hold. Bright blue happiness. Yes. Oh, hold on.
My eyebrows scrunched together. What? What happened? I wasn't sure how invested I was in the things Madame Lunaluz was saying, but hearing a fortune-teller suddenly slam the brakes and say something like, "Hold on," would freak even a skeptic out. She looked up from the crystal ball, the shadows playing oddly on her face, bright blue shifting to orange, highlighting her high cheekbones.
"A secret?"
Her eyes settled on something behind us, but I still felt as if she were staring straight at me. I swallowed, the back of my neck suddenly feeling warm.
"Something scattered the light. I didn't see it at first because it's from the past, a skeleton rattling its bones in a distant closet. I couldn't hear it over the hum of those fireflies."
Okay, this was going off the rails. Was there a safe word? Who did I have to talk to get the lights back on? She can't know. Can she? Her gaze dropped back to the crystal ball. She held one hand hovering over the top and the other pressed against the side. The smoke seemed to collect around her fingers. Madame Lunaluz shook her head somberly before whispering,
"One of you will break."
"All right, this has been tons of fun." I moved to get up. Dusty looked like he wasn't going anywhere. His hands were holding on tight to the curved armrests, and his expression looked like he'd been hypnotized. I was surprised. Usually Dusty brushed off things like horoscopes and fortune-tellers, but there he was, wrapped up like a kid in the library at Drag Queen Story Hour. I sat back down.
"One of you will break,"
she said as if I never interrupted her.
"But always it does not fail. I see the same fireflies, mending the tear, healing. I see the same light, one as bright as the sun. Yes, I've never seen something this bright, actually. Only ever... No, not even once."
She started speaking softer, as if thinking to herself.
"Only said to happen with soulmates."
The words were whispered, but might as well have been shouted. Dusty jerked in the chair, and I almost choked on air. She clapped her hands, and like magic the lights flicked back on, and the shade that had covered the opening in the tent fell back down, letting the dimming sunlight back in. The crystal ball no longer had any smoke inside of it, and the light had also blinked out. Madame Lunaluz started unwrapping the shawl from her head.
"Sorry, someone's here to buy gas. You can leave a 20 on the table for today's reading."
Her voice, still with the same echoing quality it had earlier from the hidden speakers, was no longer as deep or fortune-teller like it had been seconds before. She reached into her shirt and pulled out the mic.
"Thanks for stopping by, Brandon and Dusty."
She got up and followed us out of the tent. Sure enough, someone had pulled up to the only open spot at the gas station. Before we left, I asked Dusty to take a photo with me by the feet of the T-Rex. We went over and got our pic, asking someone nearby to take it for us. I checked it out, happy with what we got. My arm was thrown around Dusty's shoulders, a smile wide on both our faces, with the aged T-Rex statue holding a thumbs up behind us. We could have been best friends, or we could have been lovers for the past 20 years with the way Dusty leaned into me. There was something in our smiles, too. It read as something more than just friendship, but still slightly vague. I posted the picture to my social media. I figured if the rumor mill was going to start, it might as well be because of something I posted, and not a secret photo someone snapped of Dusty and me together. Benji was sitting in the driver's seat, the window cracked open, scrolling through his phone and not noticing us until we opened the doors and got back into the car. "Hey, where'd you two—" "Actually, don't even worry about it." Benji put the car into drive and gave his twin a theatrical wink. I could see Dusty turn cherry red from the rearview mirror. "We were getting our fortunes read," Dusty said, clearing the record. "Oh shit, how was that? Did you get any lotto numbers?" We both laughed, dispelling some of the tension that had settled into my shoulders. "No lotto numbers," I answered, sounding disappointed. She was a great performer, I'll give her that. The special effects were great. I felt like it was a legit crystal ball reading. "Do you believe anything she said to us?" Dusty asked. Hell to the fuck no, but still it was fun. I cocked my head. Do you believe any of it? He shrugged and gave the cherry air freshener dangling from the mirror a spin.
You know me, I like facts and figures.
What did she say? Benji asked.
Nothing,
Dusty answered. Something about fireflies and light. And soulmates. And secrets.
All right, well, I hope you kids had fun on our spontaneous tourist trap stop. We're like 40 minutes away from home.
That's when a thought struck me hard out of nowhere. Why was there a dinosaur? Dusty put a finger in the air.
Wait, Brandon, bigger question. How did she know our names?
Huh? Dusty turned around in the seat. The sun was setting, so it painted a soft orange glow on everything, softening Dusty's face and turning his brown eyes into pure liquid gold.
When we left, she said our names.
Oh, I said, taken aback by how much I wanted to lean in and kiss Dusty right then. I didn't even notice. Dusty sat back in his seat with a shrug.
Maybe we said our names without even noticing.
I definitely said my name. Did you? I asked.
Yeah, probably.
I settled in for the rest of the ride, no longer dancing or singing as much as when we started the drive, even though Benji's music selection was still on point. My mind was spinning in 20 different directions. Fuck, I needed a crystal ball just to sort through it all. Not only was I anxious about meeting Dusty's family, which was growing with every mile marker we passed, but now I had to worry about what was true and what was the wild ravings of someone who'd inhaled way too much petroleum fumes.
13.
Dusty Gold.
The rest of the ride was uneventful. There were no more fortune tellers or large washed-out dinosaur sculptures. There was barely even conversation. Benji tried getting us to chat, but I was wrapped up in my thoughts, and Brandon seemed to be the same. I tried texting with Kira, who had gone home a few days earlier, but she quickly turned the conversation into a drooling session of Brandon's recent thirst trap post of him on Instagram. A picture of him, shirtless and sweaty, in the gym bathroom, a golden chain hanging on his neck, his gray shorts hanging off his hips like they were a shimmy away from falling down to his ankles. And the best part of it all? The caption read, "Gold is all I see." It was a clever little touch and made me feel pretty special, and also really horny. I stopped texting with Kira, who was flooding my phone with shaking eggplant emojis. We drove in silence with only the thumping dance music playing through the speakers. She talked about a secret. Could that mean... I wasn't a secretive kind of guy. It wasn't like a ton of shit happened in my life that I needed to keep secret anyway, but there was one thing that came to mind when Madame Lunaluz looked into her crystal ball. Does she know how much I'm falling for Brandon? I swallowed down a rocky lump. I didn't even want to admit to myself how hard I was falling for the goofy and devastatingly handsome rugby player sitting in the back seat, his head slightly bobbing to the music, completely unaware that I was beginning to think about him, fantasize about him. I knew how Brandon felt, how he smelled, how he tasted, and when I'd fall asleep in his arms, I'd find myself dreaming about him, as if I couldn't get enough of him even in my sleep. As we got closer to home, my thoughts started to drift away from the fortune teller and toward the very near future. I had told my moms that a friend would be staying over with us for the summer, and they didn't dig any further than that. But could I rely on my brothers and sister to be as unbothered? Part of me wanted to continue keeping things between Brandon and me a secret, just like my growing feelings. No one had to know. And then the other part of me reminded the first half of me that nothing was going on between Brandon and me, so it didn't matter what my siblings asked. We were simply good friends who'd come together under some extreme circumstances, and we'd been making the best of it ever since. I couldn't fool myself into thinking the man of my dreams would be that easy to snag. Brandon was out of my league, point blank, period. He could have anyone in the school, hell, anyone in the freaking world, with a simple wink and that 1,000-watt smile of his. He had it all. The looks, the personality, the career, the dick. He could have anyone, so why would he want me? I rested my head on the window as we pulled off the highway, driving onto a wide tree-lined street. We were only about 10 minutes away. I started feeling nervous. Was this a mistake? Even though it felt like I'd known Brandon for years, we'd really only started getting to know each other about 3 months ago, and now he was set to live with me for the next 3. In the rear view, I could see Brandon looking through the window, a growing sense of excitement seeming to bubble in those hazel eyes. A small smile played on his face, as if he were looking forward to something. No, this isn't a mistake. Brandon could never be a mistake. A wave of sadness hit me as I remembered the underlying reason why Brandon was staying with me. Because he has nowhere to go. Because his family kicked him out for being gay. It shattered my heart into 1,000 tiny little shards, even if he never fully confirmed the story. In fact, we hadn't even really talked about it at all, but I had picked up off social media that his parents kicked him out right around the time he'd come out publicly. I knew he'd talk to me about it when the time was right, and I'd be here, waiting to listen. Damn, why ruin a relationship with your own flesh and blood for what? Loving someone with the same parts? My heart felt heavy. I knew what it was like to have a broken family, but I was blessed in also knowing what it was like to have a perfect family. A golden family. They should be holding Brandon up on a pedestal, shouting his achievements and accomplishments so that everyone could hear about them. They needed to amplify his message, not smother it. Brandon had turned into a lightning rod of positivity and hope with his coming out moment. It took an immeasurable amount of courage to be able to come out the way he had, especially knowing that his future in rugby could be compromised because of it. But he still did it. He still spoke his truth. It was nothing but admirable. Benji took a turn down a brick-paved path where a large iron fence, which normally would have been thrown wide open for us, was locked shut, a sign reading Gold Heart Animal Sanctuary hanging from one of the gates. My brother pulled up to the call box and called in, and my sister buzzed us through. I noticed a few more cameras set up too, pointing in multiple directions, not just the gates. Wonder what that's about. We drove up the short path, curving around a bend, no more gates barring the path. Our house seemed to materialize out of thin air. Seeing it filled my heart with a warmth I couldn't describe. Coming home always felt good, but this time there was a special magic to it. I was excited to show Brandon this piece of me. I'd grown up here, had my first big moments here, felt my first Hummingbird Heartbreak here. Mostly everything happened here, in the white stone-fronted home with the rose bushes that seemed to smell like sweet candy all year long. Well, here we are, Benji said, slowing the car down to a crawl. The main house was set on the center of a sprawling green field, lavender and poppies and bluebells lighting up the landscape in bursts of purples and reds and blues. It was a 2-story home with a basement we had converted into a play area for kids and baby animals alike, and a loft area we had converted into a small movie room. Growing up, we were never cramped. Each of us had our own rooms, our own secret hiding places, and our own favorite little spots. There was also the guest house that was next to the tree house, which was sandwiched between 2 large pens for the bigger rescues. As if my family had sensed us pulling up the driveway, the big blue doors opened up and my sister burst through, 2 border collies hot on her tail. Behind the dogs was Tammy, whom Brandon looked down at and shrieked louder than I'd ever heard him shriek before, which was loud considering I'd never heard him shriek before. "Holy shit," he said, crouching down. "Can I pet her?" "Of course," I said, hugging my sister as Brandon gave Tammy, our resident river otter, some neck scratches. Juniper and Lucky, the border collies, were jostling in for an equal amount of neck and head scratches. "This is surreal. It's like a furry paradise," Brandon said, standing back up but looking down with wide eyes at his new otter friend. And here I was thinking I was his favorite otter. "Brandon, this is Caitlin, our sister." Brandon turned to Katie and offered her a big hug. She almost disappeared when he wrapped his big arms around her. "It's great to meet you," he said when they separated. My sister's cheeks were slightly pink and her eyes looked a little glossy. I wanted to snap my fingers between them. "Great to meet you too. Come, everyone's in the back." "Everyone?" I asked. "Yeah, Mav's visiting for the week with his boyfriend. Mom decided she wanted to have a big dinner, so she invited Uncle Peanut and Aunt Gabby over too." Okay, I wasn't planning for all this. I looked to Brandon and felt a flash of worry. Would this be too overwhelming for him? Was he going to regret ever saying yes to my summer sleepover proposal? Brandon didn't seem to have a shred of the same worries. He cheerily clapped his hands and said he was excited about dinner before getting back down so he could give Tammy some more scratches. We unpacked the car and started to roll our bags up toward the house. My mom, Mia, came out wearing rolled-up jeans and a white t-shirt tied up around her midriff, her dark red hair put up in a messy bun. She smiled wide as she hugged me and Benji both before warmly welcoming Brandon inside. We left our suitcases by the door. I noticed Brandon's was slightly open, a dark sock sticking out of the corner. Before I could bend down and close it, my mom was already moving us through the house, explaining how happy she was to see us. "I'm so glad Dusty asked you to spend your summer here," Mia said, leading us through the recently renovated foyer. With a vaulted ceiling, freshly painted white wooden slats, matte black trim around the windows, and sleek red and white chairs, it looked like the place belonged inside of a magazine. It was different from the cozier foyer I was used to growing up in, with its low ceiling and brown hues. But this new design had us all saying, "God damn." Mama Ash was in the kitchen working on her famous meatballs for her equally famous homemade pasta, the fresh strands of it hanging off the pasta rack behind her. It smelled delicious, even though dinner was nowhere near being done. "Hey there, boys!" She gave me a big kiss on the cheek, replicating it for Benji, and almost replicating it for Brandon before she pumped the brakes. "Wait, you're not my son." "No, I'm not," Brandon said, the room breaking into laughter. "This is Brandon Reed. He plays rugby for our college. He's the one who saved Olive's life." "Well, in that case." Ashley leaned back in and kissed Brandon on the cheek, having to tiptoe a little. "You deserve one, then." "Thanks," Brandon said, seeming a little bashful. The complete opposite of the loud and boisterous Brandon I would see in the hallways. Back then, those were the only moments I saw Brandon, really looked at him. It gave me a one-dimensional picture of who he was, and I had been comfortable in believing that was the full picture until I was pushed into Brandon's orbit. You really can't judge any book by their cover. "Has Dusty given you the tour yet?" Ashley asked, going back to the cutting board where her onions and garlic sat, displayed like she was giving a YouTube tutorial. Mom was always one for the details. "Not yet, no. I'm excited. I heard there's cheetah cubs." Mia jumped up, clutching her hands to her chest. "Oh, I'm not even mad that Benji ruined the surprise." She shot my brother a look before rubbing his head. "Yes, we got Honeycomb in Montana last night. There was a raid on some scumbags working in the illegal pet trade. We've got them for a few more weeks before they go to a dedicated cheetah reserve." "I can't believe it. Otters? Cheetahs?" Brandon looked around, his eyes wide. "Is this Disney?" No. Ashley shook her head. "The cats help keep the rats out." With a laugh, I led Brandon out of the kitchen and through the dining hall, which was bathed in an orange glow from the setting sun. "Everyone seems so cool," Brandon said, his smile so wide that I spotted a dimple. "They have their moments," I said, smirking. "So this is the living room," I said as we walked into the sunken space, this room also having been recently remodeled. The change wasn't as drastic as the foyer, with only the paint having changed from pale yellow to a cool eggshell. The big leather couches were still here, where Penelope the golden doodle sat with her white paws dangling off the cushion and her head quirking to the side, looking like a living, breathing teddy bear. Brandon instantly went to go give her some cuddles, which she accepted as easily as Tammy had.
Disney,
Brandon repeated as he stood back up.
This is fucking Disneyland. You should charge admission.
My moms would never, I said. Turning a profit off these fur babies wouldn't fly.
True.
We continued the tour. I led him up the stairs, holding onto the black iron railings. Hanging on the wall were pictures of us through the years, which Brandon used to point out how well I had grown into my ears. I shot him a look over my shoulder before laughing. Yeah, I really did look like a nearsighted Dumbo, but whatever. It helped me hear all the shit people were talking. Brandon snorted at that.
You could rock whatever size ears. I'm just saying it's cool seeing how much you've changed, but you're also still the same kid in that picture.
He pointed at a photo of me with cake smeared across my face, smiling as Maverick went to add a dollop of vanilla frosting onto my nose. Benji had somehow dodged his cake smashing and was smiling at the camera without a crumb on his face. And then there I was. I looked so happy and carefree. Even with cake covering my entire face, it was obvious I was having the time of my life. That was my first birthday here, actually, with Mia and Ashley. I'll never forget that day. It was the first time anyone ever sang happy birthday to us. Brandon didn't say anything, but what he did surprised the hell out of me. He put a hand on my shoulder. I tensed for a second before letting it go. We were in the relative privacy of the stairwell, and it wasn't like we were tongue wrestling with our hands down our pants. I didn't move away from his touch. It was great, I continued. They hired a magician and a clown, which was actually a little scary. The magician, not the clown. I honestly think his wife divorced him that morning or something because the dude was not having it. He did the whole saw me in half trick, but fully made it sound like there would be no recovering from this, from having your body torn apart, from having your heart ripped out, cut in half, magically put back together. I remember it because Benji loves playing the old videotape of it. At one point, I think the guy starts crying. Brandon's eyebrows were almost up to his hairline. He started to laugh, the sound coming deep from his chest. His hand was still on my shoulder, which made me feel a certain kind of tingly, one I wasn't really used to feeling in my childhood home. All right, so this way, I said, leading us up onto a landing where a row of skylights bathed the hall in the blue sunlight of the setting sun. Is where all the magic goes to die. I pushed open the door to my old bedroom. It was the one closest to the stairs, and still looked the same way it had when I left it to go live in the dorms. The Adventure Time poster was still hanging up behind the tall desk that held a dusty computer and a stack of even dustier DVDs, with a row of fantasy novels sitting on the top, their colorful spines turned outward. In the middle of the room, only a few steps away from the closed bathroom door, was my twin-sized bed, the blue and white plaid sheets neatly made and tucked into the mattress. There was a poster of Jennifer Lopez, soaking wet on the sand in an almost see-through shirt, hung up behind my bed. Brandon pointed at it.
Interesting choice.
Why, did you peg me as more a Ricky Martin kind of guy?
I haven't pegged you yet, unfortunately.
He shot me a playful wink that might as well have worked like a flamethrower against an oil spill.
And yes, actually I did.
I laughed and sat down on the edge of the bed, the springs squeaking. I bought that poster when I was deep in denial. I think I was like 12, 11 maybe. By 15, I already had most her songs and choreography memorized and wasn't fooling anyone, so I just left it. Why not have the spirit of a badass boss woman watching over me every night?
The mother saint from the block?
That's her. Brandon laughed before he sat down on the side of my bed and looked around my room. The mattress sunk down with our combined weight, pushing us closer together. Our knees glanced against each other's. I looked at the open door before letting my knee fall back on Brandon's.
Thanks for all this, Dusty. Welcoming into your home, your family, it means more than I can say.
He wasn't looking at me. His gaze was turned out the window. I don't know what the hell got into me, maybe the spirit of Mother Saint from the block, but I reached over and, with a slightly shaky hand, I gently grabbed his chin and turned his face toward me. You don't have to say anything. Dusty. And just like that, my balls dropped. It may have taken about 19 years and some change, but better late than never. I leaned in and initiated a kiss that devastated me and completed me all in the flash of a second. Brandon's lips on mine felt more like home than the house we'd just walked into. He was everything, and it was dangerous, and it was all I really wanted. I admitted it to myself, as scared as the thought made me. It was true. I wanted Brandon, with every tiny gay fiber in my body. His tongue parted my lips and my body ignited, my legs pressing together to relieve some of the building pressure between them. And then the door to my bathroom opened. I let out a high-pitched shout and fell to the floor. My brother, Maverick, fell out of the bathroom, half naked and entangled with his boyfriend, both of them morphing from passionate kissing to traumatic yelling. Brandon shot up to his feet and had his hands up like he'd been caught looking through someone's purse. Penelope stuck her big golden head in through the half-opened door, took one look at the hot mess express that just arrived at the station, and left without a second glance. 14. Brandon Reed. What the hell? Dusty pulled himself up from the floor. I offered a hand to help him up. The two surprised guests also stood, the fully clothed one turning a bright crimson while the half-dressed one looked unfazed. Hey, Dust. Mav, what the hell were you doing in my bathroom? I was giving him a tour and we got a little carried away. It's not my fault your bathroom has that awesome walk-in shower. One joke turned to, well, yeah. Maverick put a hand behind his head and smiled with a face that told me he was used to getting out of trouble. This is Fitz, by the way, my boyfriend. Fitz, this is Dusty, my little brother, and this is his boyfriend. He motioned toward me. My eyebrows might as well have leaped off my forehead and skydived out the window. Dusty and I stumbled simultaneously. We're not boyfriends, no. Right, Maverick said, his head cocking to the side. He put a finger up and clicked his tongue. There's my shirt. He leaned down and picked up his discarded t-shirt, rolling it back on over his head, his gelled hair barely moving an inch. His boyfriend looked only slightly mortified by the whole situation. Dusty looked like he was about to pass out. Nice to meet you, man. I stuck an awkward hand across the bed. Maverick shook and offered me that same magnetic grin. I'm Brandon. I'm staying with you guys for the summer. Oh, nice. I actually live up in New York now. I'm just here for the weekend. I'm sure you'll love it here. Crap, Mav, you're sleeping here? Dusty looked like he was getting paler by the second. He nervously adjusted his glasses on his nose, somehow making them more crooked than before. Yeah, don't worry. Mom already told me you wanted to let Brandon have my room. Totally cool with me. But for just these next few days, can you crash on an air mattress? We'll set it up in here. It'll be like a sleepover for you guys. I'm sure you both will have fun. His speckled blue eyes lit up mischievously. In a completely non-boyfriend kind of way, I'm sure. All right, Maverick, this part of the tour is over for you guys. Dusty ushered his brother and the blushing boyfriend out the door. I'll see you guys for dinner, Maverick said. Great meeting you, Brandon. He put a hand on my shoulder and leaned in, lowering his voice, but still speaking loud enough to be heard by everyone. Be gentle with him. He's like a baby bird. Out! Maverick bounced on his heels and left chuckling hand in hand with Fitz. Sorry about that, Dusty said once we were alone again, although I had an urge to check the closet just to make sure there weren't any more surprises. Totally fine. Mav seems like a cool dude. Honestly, I've always been jealous of people with older brothers. I always wondered what that'd be like. It's torturous. Dusty's face cracked into a smile. And pretty awesome, but torturous. With a deep breath, he turned and went back into the hall. I followed him, trying not to drop my eyes, trying not to check him.
Yep, too late. I ate him up with my gaze while he had his back turned to me. His butt looked like a damn buffet in his light khaki shorts, which hugged his ass like a fucking glove. It took everything in my power to not reach out and give him a playful slap.
Do you mind sleeping on the airbed?
Dusty asked, his question drawing my attention back up to his face. We walked down the stairs, the mouth-watering scent of dinner wafting up from the kitchen, competing with the sight of Dusty's mouth-watering bubble butt. I was surprised I hadn't gone full Pavlov's dog in that moment. Not at all, I answered.
Sorry, I didn't know he'd be taking up the room.
It's totally fine, I reassured him. It just sucks we'll be so close and won't be cuddling each other to sleep. I made sure to keep my voice low in case anyone was around the corner as we walked into the living room. It sucked that this had to feel like a secret, but then again, I really didn't even know what this was.
I guess it's a good thing. I've been getting too used to sleeping next to you,
Dusty said, his cheeks going the cherry red color I was coming to love. Is that such a bad thing?
No, it's just I don't want to get bummed out when things change, which they will.
I don't know about all that. What if they change for the better?
Then I'll be pleasantly surprised.
He cocked his head, his eyes narrowed. Was he being sassy with me, pushing me into taking action? Because fuck, I really wanted to kiss him right then and there. I wanted him to be so fucking pleasantly surprised that his socks rocketed off him and flew straight to the moon.
Come on,
Dusty said, breaking the moment.
I want to show you the rest of the sanctuary before dinner, which, judging by the smell, it's almost done.
Dusty led me through the living room. The two sliding glass doors were wide open, giving the effect that the homey living room extended outdoors onto the marbled patio, with its exposed wooden beams the same that crossed the ceiling of the living room. There was a hammock across from a rocking chair, occupied by none other than Olive herself, who had quickly made herself back at home and was grooming herself, her leg pointed straight up to the heavens. Underneath the gnarled willow tree was a long table draped in a white tablecloth that lifted at the corners with the gentle wind. Mia and Ashley were setting the table with Benji. I asked if they needed any help, but they pushed me off on my tour with Dusty. He took me down a hilly path that brought us to a large brick house.
This is where the tinier rehabs come to stay. Dogs, cats. We had a few ring-tailed lemurs here once. There's different rooms for different purposes.
He led me inside, into a large playroom where Tammy the otter was running back and forth with a big red and white ball.
She loves coming in here for that thing. There's a doggy door there and there, so this room gets used quite a bit. And then this way is the nursery, which is where the... Oh, my lordy, look at them!
Dusty walked us into a dim room with a few different-sized pens set up throughout the space. They all had solid and unclimbable walls, and each pen had more than enough room to run and roll around in. There were toys and food and a place to hide in each of the pens. Dusty and I looked into the one closest to the door, where the two cheetah cubs were nestled up together, sleeping like two little furry angels.
They're so fucking cute,
I whispered, seeing one of them twitch their tiny leg over the other. I put a hand on the small of Dusty's back as we leaned over to look at the baby cheetahs. I didn't even realize what I was doing until I did it. I left my hand on his back as he gave me a whispered history on cheetahs and why these two cubs were so special, how they'd be moved into a program dedicated to conserving their species and making sure Dusty's grandkids could still see cheetah cubs in the wild. At one point, I climbed my hand a little higher, rubbing his upper back. He seemed to be enjoying it. By the time we moved on, my hand rested on his neck. We walked around the room, Dusty showing me the different pens and mentioning animals he'd seen raised in them. All of them were empty except for the cheetah's pen, and most of what he said honestly wasn't sticking very well. All I could think about was my hand on Dusty's neck, giving him a gentle massage. At one point he stopped speaking and rolled his head, giving out a pleasurable little moan. I had to let go quickly after or risk having my boner grow big enough to climb on.
Back there is where the older rescues go, and there's a huge gated area behind here too, but I want to show you the lake next.
Dusty led us out of the rescue house and down a flower-lined path. I love seeing how close you and your family are, I said. It's amazing, really.
I do feel like I got lucky. We all love each other more than words can really say. Of course, we fight, and we argue over dumb things, but we always come together at the end of the day. I don't think anything can pull us apart.
A flash of a memory burned bright.
You're pulling this family apart,
my sister yelled as I tried getting back into the house, only so I could get my things. I kept saying no, that I was sorry, that it never should have gotten this bad. No, you need to get help. You can't come in here anymore. It was my father. He made an impenetrable wall of muscle and anger in the door frame. His arms were crossed and his eyes blazed with a rage that scared me into silence. My pleadings and my apologies died on the doorstep. Go to Riverbend Mills. Go there and get the help you need. I'll mail you all your shit. He slammed the door shut and locked the door.
You okay?
I snapped out of it before the memories had a chance to pull me under. Yeah, fine. We turned a corner and landed on the tranquil shore of a huge lake, tree-lined and placid, its water reflecting the blue of the darkening sky. There were places all around the lake where someone could sit with a book and some coffee and enjoy a peaceful morning away from the chaos of the rest of the world. From the chaos inside my mind. There was a wooden dock that had 3 kayaks tied to the posts closest to shore. Next to the dock was a log cabin, small and covered in green ivy, adding another perfect place to run to when shit got real.
You sure everything's okay?
Dusty asked again.
You got really quiet.
His eyes seemed magnified by the slightly fogging lenses of his glasses. Fuck. Should I tell him what really happened? Shame washed over me, washing away any words I could have imagined speaking. How could I be honest with him about what really tore my family apart? He'd never look at me the same if he knew. Dusty lived a great life, with a supportive family and a bright future ahead of him. I had the opposite. I'd fucked everything up. I'd fucked it up so bad that I couldn't even call my parents to say a simple hello anymore. I couldn't even do that. How could I come clean to Dusty? Everything's okay, I reassured him, looking out at the lake. Dusty's hand slipped into mine, and my heart expanded 10 sizes larger. I'll tell him. All of it. When the time's right.
This is Sweetwater Lake,
Dusty said, leaving his previous line of questioning to my immense relief.
My brother and I would come here every weekend after we were adopted, and we'd have twin swims. Basically, it'd just be us, and we'd float around for hours, talking about anything and everything that came into our heads. It was a really great way to get some therapy session to our lives, especially considering we were still in middle school when we started our tradition. Tammy started joining us in high school. She's great. She can just write in her notepad since she floats on her back the entire time.
That had me laughing, imagining Dusty and his twin floating around with Tammy. All this talk about family and the past brought up a question that I hesitated to ask. It felt personal. Could it be too personal? As much as I felt like Dusty and I were already a pair, the truth of it was we weren't. I had no business digging into his past and figuring out what made him click. Except, fuck. I really wanted to know. I wanted to know it all. I wanted to turn every rock inside of Dusty's mind. I wanted to learn him inside and out. How selfish of me, to ask him more about himself when I kept a huge part of my past secret. How was your adoption? I asked, treading into the waters I wasn't sure I could even swim in. Was it always easy? Sorry, of course it wasn't easy, but it just sounds like, you and Benji fit in so well. Did you? Dusty opened and closed his mouth as if the words weren't properly forming. He took a deep breath. He stayed silent for a moment, and fear filled me. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have crossed that line. What gave me the right? I was acting like Dusty's boyfriend, except we hadn't even been on a proper date together. How could I ask him these kinds of things? Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck.
15. Dusty Gold.
Brandon's question was a heavy one. Fuck. How can I answer this without crying? And why did it even matter? I felt a comfort level with Brandon I rarely felt around anyone else. I knew I could cry around him. Of course I could. Maybe months ago I would have been scared to cry in front of Brandon. I would have thought he'd have something smart to say or just outright ignore me. I didn't think he'd be a shoulder to cry on. I thought he'd just shoulder me out of the way. But of freaking course Brandon would never do that. I was so damn wrong in my early and baseless assumptions about him. It made me want to start crying about just how wrong I was, compounding on the emotions that were already boiling over the pot. It wasn't always easy, obviously. I decided to start with baby steps, start with the obvious and work my way into the darker, more treacherous waters. I don't remember a ton about the night we were picked up on the news. The night our mom died. I remember the red and blue lights from the police cars. It's like a filter over everything from that night. I remember a lot of crying. My brother and I were so confused. And then the next day we were meeting Mia and Ashley. I remember that day a little better. I choked on a rogue cry. Brandon put a reassuring hand on my back. His hand was so big, it felt like a giant was wrapping me up in his palm. I loved it. He gave me the strength I needed to continue without cracking into 1,000 tiny pieces. I looked out at the calm waters of the lake. I remember meeting them at the foster home we'd been temporarily placed in. The house smelled like burnt crayons and old mac and cheese. But I remember Mia and Ashley smelling like fresh laundry. I'd never smelled detergent like that before. Isn't that crazy? It's so vivid, too.
It's unfair, Brandon said. You should have had the world handed to you on a platter.
No, that's fine. I don't think there's ever anyone that should be handed anything. I'm proud I had to work hard to get to where I'm at. The struggles I've been through might be cracked concrete, but it's one hell of a foundation. He moved his hand up to my neck and squeezed gently. It helped to relax me even further, Brandon already knowing that the back of my neck was my spot. Benji and I both took to the adoption differently. It was like we'd become polar opposites all of a sudden. Benji got super loud and rebellious, wanting to constantly be the center of attention. Maverick, he's 5 years older than us, he was adopted when he was a baby, so he was there when we joined the family. He got into a couple fights with Benji, but they worked out all their frustrations and became best friends. I turned inward. I only spoke a few words a day, answering questions with silent nods or shakes. I didn't laugh anymore, and I had a hard time eating. It was really bad. So bad I needed to be hospitalized for a few days after I passed out during PE class.
Oh, Dusty.
His hand was still on my neck, his thumb tracing soft circles against my skin. I rested my head on his shoulder and looked out at the reflective waters, broken only by small ripples created by the tiny fish swimming underneath. I got better, though. My moms weren't going to let anything happen to me. They got me help. I went to some really great doctors and therapists, and I was able to dig myself out of the early grave I was starting to build. Because that's what it was. To me, at the time, it just felt kind of like game over. Time to turn it all off. But that was never the case. I just needed to work through it, and I needed to find my own happy spaces. That's when I started to really dive into my studies, and that's when I developed my sick and masochistic love for applied physics.
Well, not that early. I wasn't an 8-year-old figuring out the net amount of force done by a moving object, but it was the start of it. Brandon laughed at that. I wouldn't put it past you to be a little Einstein. Nah, just a little dweeb. I was always jealous of the smart kids. Brandon's hand fell from my neck, settling on my lower back. I moved closer to him. I had a hard time in school, and I tried. I studied a lot. But for some reason, things take longer to click with me. Academic things. But when it came to sports, things felt different. The formulas and the equations clicked for me then. The different strategies and the constant practice and tangible improvement made me... well, I was addicted to it. Addicted to seeing my body change in the mirror, to getting golden trophies and medals, and still, even with all that success, I'd still feel hurt when a test would be handed back with a big red F circled on the front. Meanwhile, the kids around me all have A's. I wasn't sure exactly when it happened, but I found my arm around Brandon's waist, my body fully melting into his. The sun was almost gone from the sky, the eerie blue glow of dusk being cast on the lake and surrounding trees. It made me feel like shit over and over again. Brandon kissed the top of my head then. I wish I had you around to tutor me. My heart sped up at the exact same moment a warm heat spread through me. I'm a terrible tutor, I said, waving a hand in the air. You'd probably walk out of a session feeling more confused than when you started. It's like I'm a knowledge vampire. I just suck it out of you. Oh, really? Sucking it out of me, huh? Well, all right, yeah, that sounded bad. It sounded pretty good to me. The heat flared inside me like a dry wind blowing up an already blazing hillside. I looked up into a pair of hazel green eyes that never failed to steal my breath. Brandon leaned down, a smile on his lips as he kissed mine. A gentle but firm finger under my chin directed the kiss, steering us in whatever direction Brandon pleased. I let his tongue dance over mine, his teeth grazing my lips as he sucked on them. Breathless and flushed, we both separated. I swallowed. From the corner of my eye, I could see that Brandon's excitement matched mine, the front of his shorts holding back a growing bulge. Thank you for opening up to me, Brandon said. I was scared when I asked the question. I didn't know. But thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to open up. I don't think I've talked out loud about the things that happened like that in years. It feels good, getting it all off my chest again, revisiting it. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with air after Brandon knocked it all out of me. We should head back to the house, I said, realizing how late it had gotten. They're probably waiting for us to start dinner. Oh, crap. Yeah, let's go. I don't want them waiting. But before Brandon and I separated, he grabbed my hand and pulled me in for another kiss. It was exhilarating, and it was exciting, and it was electrifying, and it was confusing. All of it. Brandon and I were acting like star-crossed lovers reunited after decades lost at sea. It made no sense. And at the same time, we made complete sense. But what were we? Friends? Best friends? Lovers? Boyfriends? I led us back to the outdoor table set up for dinner, my mind wrapping around the question that had been gnawing at my heart for weeks now. I chewed on my nails as we arrived at the table. There they are, Maverick called out, his eyes glittering mischievously underneath the bright lights of the porch. The table was already set up for dinner, with large bowls down the center holding the delicious-smelling pasta and meatballs, along with bowls of grated cheese and still steaming garlic bread. My moms were still bringing over the wine bottles and lemonade pitchers, so I figured we were just on time. Benji shot me a curious glance as I took my seat, directly across from Uncle Peanut and Aunt Gabby, our neighbors and always entertaining guests. Uncle Peanut, whose real name was Jack Whitaker, stood up and offered his hand across the table, his yellow and white shirt almost falling into the meatballs, but he rescued it at the last second with an extravagant flair. I introduced them to Brandon. They weren't actually together, and they weren't actually family either. Peanut was an out-and-proud gay man, and Gabby was an out-and-proud lesbian, best friends since they were kids, and both of them sharing the massive plot of land next door where they took care of horses, had fun sleeping around, and got together over ice cream to talk about their conquests. Uncle Peanut, a famous celebrity photographer, had stories upon stories that he could tell, and Aunt Gabby, a very well-known interior designer, didn't fall behind with her collection of crazy stories, having worked for places like Buckingham Palace and the White House. Both of them were in their late 50s and on the quieter ends of their career, but they both still loved to work and hadn't turned down a gig yet. They immediately seemed to take a liking to Brandon, which, who wouldn't? The guy had buckets and buckets of charm, and tonight was no different. Next to me was Caitlin, who was already heaping a mountain of pasta onto her plate. She and Aunt Gabby were matching in black and white leopard patterned t-shirts. It was such a coincidence I had to bring it up. Uncle Peanut chimed in before Gabby could say a word. "It's because your Aunt Gabby is trying to fit in with the cool kids. She saw you wearing that, Caitlin, and she probably ran home, ordered herself a drone delivery of that same shirt on— oh, stop it. That same shirt on Amazon. The little drone came buzzing over here, crying oil or gas or whatever because of how overworked and underpaid it is, and then drops off the shirt for Gabby to change into. You are one creative son of a bitch. You know that, Peanut?" Gabby shot him a glare that was coated in sugar. "I'm just saying, I remember you wearing a pink blouse when we got here. I was not. I was wearing this the entire time." I gave a playful elbow nudge into Brandon's side and gave him a look. Brandon chuckled and bumped his knee against mine. It almost knocked me off my chair, but I managed to stay upright. "All right, everyone," Ashley said, pouring some red wine into the glasses of whoever was drinking. "I hope you all enjoyed tonight's meal. It's made extra special today since I'm celebrating my babies being back home for the summer. Just look at those two faces. Look at them." My cheeks flushed with warmth. Benji soaked in the looks and smiles. "Oh, Brandon, I've got to show you the baby pictures of them. There's one where Ma," I said, clearing my throat. "Let's get to eating before one of your babies disappears for the summer out of sheer embarrassment." We settled in for the meal, everyone taking their seats and serving themselves, helping pass over anything that was needed. The weather was perfect for the night, with only a gentle breeze stirring the mouth-watering scent of melting cheese and spiced meatballs. The table went quiet for a little bit as we started eating, a sign that my mom's spaghetti and meatballs were out of this world. At one point, Maverick started teasing Brandon and me about reenacting the scene from Lady and the Tramp. I almost choked on a bite of garlic bread, but thankfully Brandon played it off smoothly. "I don't think I'd be able to share my spaghetti like that." He turned his big charming gaze to Ashley. "This is incredible." "Thank you, Brandon." My mom smiled as she heaved another portion onto Brandon's already nearly empty plate. He didn't complain, digging into the fresh mountain of pasta that appeared in front of him. "So, how long have you two known each other?" Uncle Peanut asked. I noticed his wine glass was empty for the third time since dinner started. I wondered if Mav wasn't the only one I had to watch out for tonight. "Dusty and I?" Brandon shrugged. "It's been like 3 months, right?" "Just about, yeah." "Wow." Uncle Peanut went to take a sip but realized his glass was empty. "Why?" Gabby asked. Both my moms were chatting with Caitlin and Benji, but I could tell they had their antennas tuned in our direction. "Just because they remind me of that one time I shot Brad and Angelina in the Turks and Caicos, right before the big split. They had a way of looking at each other. It was like they were lubing each other up with just their eyes." "Jack!" Gabby slapped her best friend's chest, using his real name whenever she thought he was out of pocket. Maverick and his boyfriend both snorted at the same time. "What? It's true. You think Dusty would be able to take that giant slab of man dry? They need the lube, eye lube or otherwise. Get the juices flowing." Horror blanched my face. My moms were no longer feigning interest, they were fully tuned in.
Brandon was laughing nervously, and Benji looked like he was about to pull a bucket of popcorn out from under the table. "And what makes you think Dusty's the bottom?" Gabby shot back. If I could have burst into flames that very second, I would have. Oh, but Uncle Peanut couldn't finish his mortifying thought. He was distracted by my sister saying, "What the hell is that?" She pointed toward the house, where a colorful bundle of blues, pinks, and yellows was running straight for us. Behind the comet of color, in hot pursuit, were Lucky and Penelope, bounding in leaps and letting out excited barks. I cocked my head and scrunched my brows. It looks like... Holy shit, is that... Ah, jeez. Tammy, the forever playful family otter, leaped onto the table as realization dawned on me. Mia was shouting and shooing Tammy as she ran across the table, sending cups and silverware flying, knocking over bowls and stepping all over the pasta. Behind her were the dogs, sending whatever else was on the table up into the air. We all jumped to our feet, stunned and laughing, and watching as Tammy led the dogs down toward the lake with whatever she had bundled up in her mouth. Oh, fuck. It was Brandon. He was looking into the nearly empty bowl of pasta. I followed his gaze. "Oh, shit," I echoed. 2 bright pink jock straps were now resting in the bowl, one of them hanging off the edge, the word Daddy printed in all caps around the waistband, the bold white letters drawing everyone's attention. Brandon put a hand behind his head. "Tammy has my jock straps." Uncle Peanut guffawed and said something that sounded like, "I'll be taking these," but was drowned out by Mia shouting, "She's taking them to the lake!" Brandon started to run, taking chase after the jockstrap-stealing otter and her gang of dogs. I followed after him. He outran me because, it was Brandon, and his legs were triple the size of mine, but he still couldn't catch Tammy before she dove into the lake, a mouthful of his jockstraps cutting through the water. I reached him by the edge of the lake and had to hold my knees as I caught my breath next to him. He rubbed my back, and we looked out to the lake, where Tammy was diving and twirling with her prizes. Only Lucky had gone into the lake to finish his futile chase. Penelope sat by our feet, watching in the same way we were, her head cocked and her mouth open. Brandon and I started laughing, and we couldn't stop, not for the rest of that night, not even after we were able to coax Tammy back onto land, where she gave us the soaking wet jock straps in exchange for a fish my mom had brought over. 16. Brandon Reed. Dinner had me full, all the laughter had me giddy, and the running after a thieving otter had me exhausted as fuck. I was happy to finally strip down to my boxers and a t-shirt and get onto the air mattress set up in Dusty's room. The room itself wasn't all that big, so the air mattress reached from the wall to the side of Dusty's bed. I climbed onto it, the mattress surprisingly firm, even for someone as heavy as I was. I stayed above the covers and scrolled through my phone while Dusty showered. There were some points where I was sure I could hear him sing, which made me smile like a goofball. My gut jerked in excitement at the idea of opening the door and joining him. I wondered how he would react if he saw me through the stream coming into the tub with him. He'd most likely scream and have a heart attack, but maybe after the shock subsided he'd be more happy than scared. Judging by the sudden tent in my gray boxers, I already knew I'd be happy. I gave myself a few tugs, slipping my hand under the waistband, closing my eyes, and imagining Dusty's fingers wrapping around my cock. I stroked myself, my body lighting up, knowing Dusty was only a few feet away from me, separated by a closed door. "Fuck," I let out, my head dropping back on the pillow. I took my hand out of my boxers. What the hell was I doing? Dusty made it clear that he saw us in the friend zone, although I wasn't a big fan of his reasoning. He was scared that I would leave him, but didn't he ever consider the opposite side of that coin? How I was scared he would leave me? This guy was going to be a fucking rocket scientist, for Christ's sake. He had a future as bright as the sun he would one day send a rocket to.
Meanwhile, I didn't even have a job for the foreseeable future, and my stability all hinged on whether or not I could throw and catch a ball better than some other guys. Fuck. I went back to scrolling on my phone, hoping to push away that feeling of dread that was beginning to cloud over me. Maybe it was better that we slept on different beds then. I was really getting used to running away from reality with Dusty. Every night, it was like we'd cocoon ourselves in a warm tangle of limbs and affection, all the normal bullshit just fading away. But I couldn't keep running from reality. It didn't work like that, and my declining bank account was only proof of it. I switched out of my Twitter feed and went over to work on my LinkedIn profile. I got around to figuring out how to update my contact information, which was the first block of the entire page by the time I heard Dusty turn the water off and walk out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped low around his waist. I tried not to stare, I really did, but a half-naked and dripping wet Dusty was basically what my wet dreams were made of. He went to his wardrobe and grabbed a shirt and a pair of shorts, walking back into the bathroom, and leaving me with another throbbing boner. I ignored this one, hoping it went down by the time Dusty came back out. "Is it comfortable?" Dusty asked as he came back fully dressed, my hard-on still twitching. "Very," I said, getting under the covers before Dusty spotted the outline of my hard cock. Normally I wasn't very shy about my erections, but things had shifted between Dusty and me. It wasn't like the early days, where I'd be playing video games with my balls hanging out, hoping to get him to play with my joystick. Back then, the stakes didn't feel all that high. Dusty and I were having fun, and things were pretty surface level. But that changed the second emotions started to come into play. Dusty got into his bed, turning off the lamp on his nightstand and plunging the room into a milky darkness, the moonlight filtering in between the blinds and casting odd shadows on the walls. "Did you like dinner?" Dusty asked through the dark. "I fucking loved it, Dust. Your family are legit the coolest people I've ever met." The darkness gave me a kind of shield that let me peel back another layer. "It means a lot, being here. I'm going to make it up to you. I don't have a ton of money right now, but I'm going to get a job, I swear, and I'll cover my rent here." "Are you joking? Brandon, my moms would never charge you a cent for rent. Trust me, everyone loves you. You don't have to worry about paying anything back. Besides, remember, I owe you. You're the one who rushed into a burning room to save Olive, and I'd do it all over again." "Where is she, anyway?" "Whenever we're home, her favorite spot to sleep is next to Tammy. They're probably on the couch in the living room." Dusty rolled over on the bed so he faced me. "God, Brandon, it's so hard not getting into bed with you right now." "I know. I'm so hard, too." "Huh? What?" Dusty and I cracked up. Dusty's hand appeared in the moonlight, dangling off the side of his bed. I reached for it, held it, rubbed him with my thumb, and I let the silence of the night fill in all the words I wished I could say. "Come down here," I said, a whisper up into the dark, a plea. "I can't, Brandon. Just for a little bit." More silence as he mulled it over. I got excited when his bed shifted as he moved, but his hand slipped away from mine, and his voice sounded further when he spoke. "I can't. I'm sorry, Brandon." "Night." "Night, Dust." I couldn't hold it against him. As badly as I wanted him to roll over and into my open arms, I knew it wasn't what was in the cards for us. It just wasn't. The thought frustrated the fuck out of me, but I had to accept it. I tried to find a comfortable position to sleep in. On my side, on my back, on my stomach. No matter how I moved, I couldn't fall asleep. I started counting a field of rabbits, one by one, hoping that did the trick. By the 69th one, how fitting, a low voice broke through the room. "Brandon, you awake?" "Yep," I said, staring up at the ceiling. Seconds later, Dusty was moving on to my air mattress, pushing me over. I made room for him instantly, glad that the dark of the bedroom would hide just how wide I was grinning. But it wouldn't hide how hard I had gotten. There was no hiding that. My boner pushed into Dusty's lower back. For a second, I tried to remain extremely still. I tried to will my dick to go down, to just calm the hell down. Of course, that didn't work. It just throbbed harder against Dusty. The more I tried to think about something else, to think about anything that would make me get soft again, my mind would swing back to how good it felt to have my hard cock resting in the crook of Dusty's lower back, pressing against him. Suddenly he shifted with a sharp breath. Was he going to move away? Was he going to get back on his bed? I knew this was too... He started to rub himself on me. It was a small, subtle motion at first, his hips moving side to side, his ass pushing back against me. My cock getting harder, if that were even possible. I could feel myself getting sticky and wet from all the pre-cum shaking into my boxers. Was this against the rules? We were no longer in the relative safety of our dorm walls. We were in Dusty's childhood home now, and we were doing the exact thing that had frightened Dusty to begin with. That's why he wanted us on separate beds, so we wouldn't keep doing this. But I didn't want to stop. At all. And with the way Dusty was now moaning into the pillow, I didn't think he wanted it to stop either. Dusty, baby. I leaned in, kissing the back of his head, keeping my voice to a whisper. I want you so fucking bad. He moaned, grinding back even harder. Can I have you, Dusty? Can I have you tonight? He stopped his grinding. He rolled over so his eyes were locked with mine. Between us, heat rose like the doors of a furnace had been thrown open. I felt his stiff dick twitch against mine. I had to take his lips, needed to kiss him. Barely able to even see straight with the passion that was overriding me, I pushed in, kissing him, sucking his tongue, biting his lip, moving so that I was now on top of him, making sure I didn't lean my entire weight down on him. His hands went up and down my back, sliding under my shirt, his legs wrapped around my waist. He humped me, rubbing both our cocks together, our kiss exploding. I wanted to cry out, and maybe I did, but thankfully the noise was swallowed by Dusty. We were only a few rooms away from his mom's, and a shout from me would be heard from Uncle Peanut and Aunt Gabby's place. God, you're so fucking sexy, I said, hushed against his lips. He shivered underneath me. I could tell part of him was nervous as he shot a glance at the door. I leaned over and clicked the lock shut. There, I said, coming back to him. Nothing to worry about. Dusty licked his lips and smiled. Absolutely nothing. We kissed again, but this time I wasn't just satisfied with his lips. I kissed his cheeks, down his chin, kissed the pulsing spot on his neck. I took his shirt off and kissed my way down his chest. His nipples were hard against my tongue as I sucked them between my teeth. He arched his back and rolled his eyes in pleasure, driving me wild. I reached his tinted boxers and kissed the dark spot where his pre-cum soaked through. His taste made me drunk. I mouthed him over his boxers, relishing the heat that radiated off him. I lifted him up, and with a sense of urgency I pulled his boxers down off his hard cock, his long length making an audible slap as it fell onto his belly. Fuck, I hissed, tossing his underwear to the side. I rubbed him, admiring him with my hands, feeling his weight and firmness in my palm, my mouth already beginning to water. I bent down and started to kiss him again, starting around his belly button. This made him ticklish and had him squirming, which had me smiling and pushing down on him with one hand, holding him firm. I trailed my tongue down his treasure trail. He moaned and bucked upward, the head of his cock pressing against my throat. I gripped him at the base and guided the leaking head of his cock to my lips. I fucking love kissing you. I kissed his shaft, the crown of his cock, the tuft of dark hair that smelled like vanilla and honey soap. I want to keep kissing you. Everywhere. I kissed his balls, his inner thigh. Can I kiss you everywhere? I looked up between his legs, past his throbbing cock. Dusty's eyes seemed to glow in the moonlight. All he did was nod, and I knew I had my green light. I grabbed his legs and lifted him up, giving me access. I kissed my way down, trailing my tongue across his thigh, tasting his skin. I kissed his left cheek and then the right. Then I slipped my tongue between, earning a muffled moan from up above. I grinned as I tongued him, lapping between his cheeks, making sure he felt every inch of him being eaten up, devoured. I buried my nose between his balls and licked him. His fingers dug into my scalp, pushing my head deeper, his legs opening wider. I tongue-fucked him, going in and out, feeling his tight ring grip my tongue, his body crying out for more without him making a sound. It was intoxicating. I could feel him squirming, aching to shout. I looked up between his legs and saw him biting down on his knuckle. I decided to up the game. I pulled back and spit, making his tight hole nice and wet. I pressed the pads of my fingers against him, his body jerking like he'd been electrified. I pressed harder. He squirmed. I grabbed him with one arm and pulled him lower onto the bed, my fingers sliding into him. He gasped before swallowing the rest of the sound, covering his mouth with a hand. I grinned as I kissed his twitching shaft before sinking my finger deeper in. Dusty's tight ring of muscle seemed to be pulling me in, like his body cried out for more. And I gave him more. I sunk my finger in until the first knuckle. Dusty's eyes opened wide. I curled my finger inside him and started to rub, sliding in and out. With my free hand, I grabbed his cock, admiring just how fucking hard he was. That's it, baby. It was a whisper, but Dusty's eye contact told me he heard my words. Ride my finger. I kissed his leg as he started to grind down on my finger. A thread of crystal-clear pre-cum rolled down from the tip of his glistening cock. I used a thumb to spread it, rubbing the head of his dick while I finger-fucked him at the same time. Dusty's entire body tensed. His eyes snapped shut and his teeth were clamped down so hard on his fist I was scared he would draw blood. And then his cock exploded, shooting ropes of cum into the air, a thick wad of it hitting the wall behind Dusty's head, another shot landing directly on his closed eye. His body convulsed, his hole spasming around my finger every time his balls unloaded, his legs stretching out and his toes curling. He took a breath before melting into the mattress. Holy shit. Wow. Oh, thank God, I said, coming down and licking up some of the cum on his chest. I thought I killed you there for a second. He laughed, still holding the cum-drenched eye shut. I reached over to the nightstand and grabbed a couple of tissues, which I used to gently clean Dusty's face. I wadded up the sticky paper and tossed it in the trash. It meant I had to lean over Dusty, which he took as the opportune moment to grab my throbbing cock. Your turn, he said, his voice low and cracking. His face was still flushed pink, and his cock was still hard and dripping wet. His eyes said it all, though. He wanted me bad. I stood up from the air mattress and dropped my shorts, not even bothering with my shirt. I grabbed myself and stroked, Dusty seemingly mesmerized by the sight of my moonlit cock. I wagged my hips, my cock swinging from side to side. It snapped him out of it. He laughed and moved in, grabbing me in both hands before licking my glistening tip. He looked up as he did it, sending me straight to the moon. He worked me between his lips, the moisture of his mouth coating me. I shut my eyes, sinking myself into the pleasure, letting Dusty work me with his mouth, his hands massaging and tugging on my tightening balls. Yeah, that's it, Dusty, I growled low. Use 2 hands, stroke my big cock. Just like that, baby. That's it. My words pushed the buttons I wanted to push. Dusty jerked me off with both hands, twisting his tight grip up and down my shaft. He got up a little higher on his knees, balancing himself on the mattress, and he spit, spreading it up and down my shaft. The sound of wet skin sliding over wet skin drowned out the sound of the whirring fan above us. I almost groaned loud enough to be heard behind the closed door. Biting my lip helped stop the sound as Dusty continued to suck me down his throat. I loved how much he loved giving me head. He seemed like he was blissfully sucking on the best-tasting lollipop he could ever find. It didn't hurt that he drooled all over my cock, making me slicker than if I had a bottle of lube by my side. Some of it dripped off my sack, falling down to the floor in an audible splat. I started to fuck into his mouth, thrusting my hips. I was girthy, so he had to stretch his mouth extra wide to accommodate me, but fuck, he was swallowing me whole, slurping and sucking, using his hands to stroke whatever his lips weren't. I lifted my shirt over my head and started to rub my hard nipples, rolling them between my fingers, the sensations colliding in my body like a comet striking Earth. My eyes rolled back. A grunt I couldn't contain escaped from my lips. My body tensed and my fingers gripped Dusty's head. I warned him I was about to come. He knew in the way my body tensed. And he swallowed me in deeper, keeping his eyes up on me as I blew my load, cum shooting down the back of Dusty's throat. He swallowed every single drop I gave him, and when I was done and gasping for breath, he milked me for more, squeezing me and making me spasm until I had to step back, tugging myself free, my cock falling out from between Dusty's glistening lips. "Fuck," I said, a little louder than I should have. "Fuck," I repeated, this time in a whisper. My body shook as I lay back down on the mattress. I left my shirt and boxers thrown on the floor. Dusty stayed naked too, softly kissing my neck and trailing his fingers up and down my chest. I felt spent, love-drunk and completely and totally taken by the man lying next to me. I didn't see myself doing this with anyone else. I didn't want to. All I wanted was Dusty. I wanted to call him mine, and I wanted him to do the same for me. I held him as a ray of moonlight cut through the window and illuminated our chests. We caught our breaths, the silence between us never feeling uncomfortable. Maybe it was the silence, maybe it was the endorphins, maybe it was just meant to be said in that moment. Whatever it was, I found myself speaking a sentence I'd never be able to turn back from. "Dusty, I know you want us to stay in the friend zone, but I'm really... well, fuck, man. I'm really catching feelings for you. Big ones." There it was. The solid and undeniable truth. I had to say it, had to speak it out loud. Now the ball was in Dusty's court. "I don't," he said. "Huh?" "I don't want us to stay in the friend zone, Brandon. I never have. It's just... that's the zone I'm comfortable in. I've never really been in any other kind of zone with anyone else, much less the man of my dreams. It's scary for me to think that. It's so... I don't know, risky? It's like... I've lived my life happy and relatively safe for the most part, so why shake it up?" "Because by shaking things up, you can end up being happier than you ever thought possible? And because some of the best things in life happen when you step out of your comfort zone?" Before he could answer, I cut in. "But let's circle back to that first bit. Man of your dreams, huh?" "Oh, shut up." Dusty gave me a weak slap on the chest, followed by a much more powerful kiss. "You're right, I get that. It's why I applied to that NASA internship. After you pushed me, I realized I've got to start taking some risks." "Well, Dusty, I can promise you, being my boyfriend is probably the absolute lowest risk you can take in life." I held his hand up in the dark and played with his fingers. "I know the rumors about me were that I was always a player and that I just swung my dick around like a porn star, but none of that was ever true. Yeah, I've had one-night stands and short relationships, I can't deny that, but never once, not once,
did I ever take my relationship for granted or treat the other person as if they didn't deserve the entire world. I'm a romantic, Dust. You know that about me. I want that forever kind of love. And I really think I found that in you. I know I'd never do anything to hurt you, and I'll hurt anyone who does. I could see Dusty smiling through the darkness. I do like it when you swing your dick, though, just for the record. I laughed at that, kissing him, letting him know I was serious about everything I said. Then let me swing my dick for my boyfriend. I kissed him again. Not for my good friend. Dusty chuckled and kissed me back. That's probably the weirdest way I've ever heard of someone asking someone else out. And I love it. He kissed me again, and even though my eyes were closed, I knew that he was smiling. Fine, he said, his head resting only a few inches away from mine on the pillow. Let's be boyfriends. If I could, I would have gotten up and cheered as if the New Year's ball had just dropped. Instead, I settled for an excited fist pump and a passionate kiss. Dusty giggled into my lips, his thumb tracing the lines of my jaw, our kiss slowing and turning as soft as silk. Damn, you don't know how happy you made me, I said against his lips. And you don't know how happy you've been making me. I feel crazy lucky. Every day, like it's all a dream, but it's obviously not. It's definitely not. We kissed until we both started to feel the tug of sleep pulling us away from the bliss that being in each other's arms brought us. I held him that night, held my boyfriend as we drifted into sleep together. My dreams colored as bright as a rainbow. 17. Dusty Gold. Is Brandon good with the filet for dinner tonight? Mia asked as she dried off a plate and set it on a rack. Yep, I answered my mom. A couple of weeks had passed since we'd come home from the summer. My mom should have known Brandon was good with anything edible for dinner. We were cleaning up after a pretty big lunch. Mama Ash had set up an Italian sub-making station inside the kitchen with all the ingredients needed to make a delicious sandwich. Brandon had made 2 foot-long subs stacked with all kinds of meat and olives and lettuce dripping in oil and vinegar with herbs and pepper tossed over it. He left only a bite of a foot-long behind on his plate and was running the rest of it off with my brother Benji out in the yard. Through the kitchen window, I watched them toss the football between each other. Benji had always tried getting me to play with him, but I could never figure out how to catch the ball. Not without it smashing into my face and breaking my glasses or my nose. And all that running, just watching them made me tired. I turned my attention back to the dishes. You two are close, huh? My mom wasn't looking in my direction, but it still felt like her eyes were staring directly through me. He's a good friend, yeah. My boyfriend. Holy shit. I started to freak out. We hadn't told anyone that we were official, and I wanted it that way. Things were happening too fast for me. Granted, I worked on a glacial scale, and anything would likely feel too fast for me. We could be 93 years old, and Brandon decided to hold my hand in public for the first time, and I'm sure I would still freak out just the same as if he did it now, at 19. And so, no, we didn't tell anyone that we were boyfriends. Only him and I knew. I liked it that way. It kept me in my comfort zone while simultaneously pushing me out of it. I wasn't sure how much longer we could stay in that protective bubble, but I was sure now wasn't the right time to pop it. Just friends, I reiterated nonchalantly, as if I were ordering a pizza. Was that too much? She knows, doesn't she? No, she can't. Just friends. Boy friends. My heart skipped a couple of beats like it tripped over a crack. Okay. Then I guess it's fine that Benji's giving him a back massage. What? I almost dropped the plate, fumbling it around in the air before managing to clutch it awkwardly with my long fingers. I looked out the window. Benji running after the ball Brandon had just thrown, a perfect spiral as it cut through the air. No back massage in sight.
Oh, sorry, I need my glasses.
My mom looked around the kitchen, turning her back to me. I could have sworn I heard her giggle.
Here they are, there we go.
She looked out the window.
Guess not.
And she got back to putting away the dishes. Anyways, I said, hoping I could wade my way out of this mess. Mom said she wanted to have a big family meeting later tonight. What's that about? She set the plate down on the counter and kept her gaze out the window. My mom could have been a model, with her wavy hair that fell down in shining waves, framing a face made up of gentle points and striking angles. Her eyes, a honey brown that shone golden under the sunlight, always remained kind and warm, no matter her mood or circumstance. Today she wore a simple blue t-shirt and torn jeans with her hair up in a ponytail. Her arms were scratched up from working with the cheetahs and other clawed critters that came through the sanctuary, but she wore every scar with pride, never covering anything with makeup or tattoos. She was a strong woman, powerful and full of love. I rarely ever saw fear in her and never anger. Today, I saw a flash of both reflected in the glass of the window, her eyes burning and her brows furrowed, angry lines appearing around her tight lips.
Dusty, your mom and we've found someone who needs our help. A little boy. He's only 9, and he's the sweetest thing. A ball of sunshine. It's incredible. He's being fostered by one of our volunteers. She can't care for him much longer. She's been promoted and is moving overseas for her job. We've spent weeks with him. His name is River, and we've fallen in complete love with him. We want to adopt him. I know, it's a big deal, and your mom and I aren't as young as we used to be, but Mom, you don't have to explain it. I think that's incredible. I'd love a little brother. My mom looked at me, those big warm eyes filling up with tears. She sniffed and wiped them away before taking me into a tight hug. I wrapped my arms around her and returned the embrace, feeling a sense of comfort wash over me. Thank you, baby.
She held my shoulders, her eyes bright and welling over with tears.
It's not going to be easy, though.
How so?
We've hit a few road bumps.
Like what? My mom turned and started to put away cups.
Just something me and your mom have to handle.
Why is she acting so weird? I decided to press. What do you guys have to handle? I crossed my arms and blocked her from putting away a cracked blue mug. She gave me a look, one of those looks that would have normally gotten me to stop, but not today. What's going on, Mom? My mom put the mug down on the counter and leaned on it, taking a deep breath. A swell of fear rose inside me. What the hell happened that had my mom looking like this? Like it hurt her to speak about it?
There's been threats, Dusty.
Threats?
Against the sanctuary. It started about 2 months ago, around the same time we started the adoption process for River. At first, we would just find broken glass around the perimeter of the property. We thought it was weird, but we cleaned it up and didn't dwell on it too much. We thought maybe it's just kids coming out to get drunk. Then the real threat came.
What happened? My mouth went dry. I fidgeted with my glasses.
We found a note. It was attached to Lucky's collar. He was fine. There wasn't a hair out of place. But that note, it still gives me nightmares.
She looked up at the ceiling as if the note would be written up there.
The threat said, "Stop the rescues before you're the ones who need rescuing." It was a simple sentence, and it shook our world.
Jesus.
It gets worse. The note was signed with "The Dove," and attached to the note there was a single white feather. The tip was crusty with dried blood.
What the hell? My hand started to tremble.
Ashley says it's an intimidation tactic, someone symbolizing a vision of peace and tainting it with violence.
Who would want to do something like that? Mia shook her head and held her hands out helplessly.
I have no idea. We've thrown around so many different possibilities, but nothing feels right, and we're nervous about bringing River into this situation. On top of that, if the judge handling our case gets wind of the threats, then we wouldn't even have a choice. We'd have to let him go. Oh, Mom. Now it was my turn to hug her. She put her head on my shoulder, and I could feel the delicate trembles of cries being stifled. It hurt my heart more than it scared me. Who the hell would ever threaten my moms? The sanctuary? Why? What the hell did they get from it, except to cause us pain and suffering? I held my mom for a little longer, until I felt like my own tears were about to spill over. I sniffed as we separated. My mom wiped at the corners of her eyes. We'll be okay, Dust. We upped the security, and we're looking into getting a private investigator to look into the threats. Ash and I were going to tell you guys. We were just going to do it all together. She's going to flip when I tell her I told you. Mama Ash flew every other week to Miami, where she worked with some big clients. She was set to come back by tomorrow afternoon, just in time for the planned family meeting. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I figured it was another text from Kira, who was in town after a 2-week-long trip to Nice, France. She had been asking me to go out with her and to bring Brandon, but I was a little hesitant about all that, so I never answered her texts. Just don't hide things from us anymore. We're not kids. Oh, really? My mom said, arching her brow, a smile playing on her lips. All right, well, in that case, let me forward you this month's water and electricity, and then can you also run this tax form for me? Hey, where are you going? I was speed walking out of the kitchen. I take back what I said. Uh-huh. I stopped at the doorway and looked back at my mom, my rock. Love you, Mom. I love you too, Dust. And although I was still scared, her smile helped soothe some of those fears. Like back when she'd sing for Benji and me when we'd wake up in the middle of the night, sweaty from the nightmares, shouting out for comfort. I headed out to the yard where Benji and Brandon were still throwing the football. What my mom had said had shaken me, and I already felt myself beginning to obsess over the thought. How big of a threat could this really be? Were my parents in danger? My siblings? What was this person's end game, and why were they so against my mom's? The questions swirled, but a breath of fresh summer air helped tamp them down. Brandon waved at me with a big smile, effortlessly catching the ball that was hurtling through the air toward him, even when his eyes were on me. I walked over to the swinging bench and sat down, deciding that I should probably text Kira back before she sent me a string of angry gifs. Either that or one of those invisible iMessages with a picture of a random guy with his legs open and a huge dong hanging down. She knew that one always got my attention. I lay back into the tan cushion and pulled out my phone. On the screen wasn't Kira's name, instead an email appeared. The subject line read, "Update on application for NASA internship program." My heart plummeted to my feet. I didn't even want to keep reading with how nervous I'd become. I was expecting a letter in the mail, but an email with an acceptance would be just as good. I continued to read. Dear Dusty Gold, thank you for your application. We unfortunately can't move on with... Unfortunately. The word echoed in my brain, like someone had just started shouting it using a loudspeaker. The rest of the email soaked in somehow, but I wasn't really reading it. I already knew. This wasn't an acceptance email, it was a denial. I'd wasted my time and got my hopes up for nothing. I knew this was going to happen, and it just made me even sadder. It made me feel like a fool, as if I had fallen for someone's trick. Unfortunately. I wanted to cry. This was the cherry on the shit pie I'd been served today. The sun beamed down into my eyes, and all I wanted to do was cry. I got up from the seat and walked past the boys, past Brandon's calls of confusion. I started to run. That was when the tears started to fall. 18. Brandon Reed. Throwing a football back and forth felt meditative for me. It put me in a clear headspace and let me shake off some of the stressors that, if allowed, could grow into destructive habits. And trust me, I had a good chunk of shit to stress about, too.
I still felt guilty about bumming it at the Gold's place, even though Dusty was constantly reassuring me that no one cared. I still wanted to pay it back somehow, and I thought getting a job would be the way to do that, but I wasn't having any luck with the applications I sent out. Except for one, an email I'd sent a few nights ago after I found the ad. Part-timer needed at the Gold Animal Sanctuary. Mia emailed me back 2 minutes later and asked why I didn't just come downstairs to talk with her about it, and so I did, and about a half an hour later I was hired to help take care of things around the sanctuary. It wasn't much work, but it was good money, which I really needed. Mia and I agreed to not tell Dusty I was getting paid, though. I just didn't want him to worry or stress about me the same way I stressed over things. I was glad when Benji asked if I wanted to throw the ball. I'd gotten close to him over the week, having had long chats with him about all kinds of dumb stuff. Dusty would laugh and observe as Benji and I would talk circles around some crazy conspiracy theory, or if chocolate and cheese really didn't have any improper pairings. Benji actually felt like the first close friend I'd made in a long time. Even though I had a ton of social media followers and I was a generally outgoing and friendly guy, I don't think really considered many people to be in my inner sphere. I don't know if it was a self-defense mechanism or some kind of self-sabotage, but I had a hard time casually hanging out with someone and also getting into deep and meaningful conversations with them. Benji was different. We'd be playing ball 1 minute and talking about some of our biggest fears the next. I didn't know how he did it, but he barreled past my arm's length policy and quickly became a really good friend. I really couldn't complain. The entire family had welcomed me with open arms, and I found myself tearing up on a couple different occasions, just at the feeling of warmth that had felt so foreign to me for so long. It only happened in the shower, and on the times I decided to be extra emo and turn the lights off with some sad music playing in the background. But damn did those cries feel good. I cried for a lot of different reasons, both happy and sad ones. The past few years just had me and my uncle in them, and his light was gone from this world, but not his warmth. No, that I felt every day, and it grew stronger and stronger, and the longer I stayed with the Gold family, the brighter it all got. The football arced through the cloudless blue sky and landed between my two hands. I ran and tossed it, flicking my wrist, the ball tracing its path back to Benji. He caught the ball with a twirl and threw it back in one fluid motion. From the corner of my eye, I saw Dusty walking out into the yard. Penelope lazily followed behind him, her white-streaked tail wagging. I managed to throw the ball back without launching it into the trees, which surprised me. Every time Dusty was around, I felt electrified. The good kind of goose pimples would crawl up my arms, down my neck. I just wanted to run over and kiss him and then run back in time to catch the ball. It sucked, being quiet about our new relationship. All I wanted to do was shout it from the rooftops. I wanted to let everyone know that me and Dusty were a pair, a 2-for-1 deal. I understood where his anxiety was coming from, and so I made sure to keep things discreet. But fuck, was it difficult. As I ran long for a throw, I found myself having to suddenly stop, or I would have crashed right into Dusty. He was walking past me, his head down, his shoulders slumped. "Dusty? What's wrong?" I asked him. The ball bounced in the grass. Dusty kept walking, his pace increasing until he was at a flat-out run. "What the hell?" I looked to Benji, whose expression told me he was just as confused. I ran after Dusty. This time I wouldn't stay put. I ran. I followed him, catching up pretty quickly. I asked him what happened, but he stayed silent, slowing down as we arrived at a large yurt I had helped set up over the week. Mia and Ashley wanted to have a cool spot where they or the kids could feel like they were camping out with some glamping flair. The yurt was big enough to fit a full-sized mattress set on the floor and surrounded by plush alpaca fur pillows and thick rugs with intricate patterns. There were vases of fresh lavender and string lights inside and outside of the yurt. The ceiling part of the yurt was made from crystal clear plastic, giving it a full view of the sky for whoever was lounging inside. Dusty didn't lead us inside the yurt. Instead, he walked to the pen just next to it, where Electra peacefully grazed on the bright green pasture. The beautiful thoroughbred saw she had guests and strolled over to the fence, her jet-black mane falling down the side of her neck like a shining curtain. Dusty put a hand on her white snout, rubbing up and down. I watched, sensing a shift in the air. It was amazing to me how animals seemed to have a raw connection with emotion. Electra was a friendly horse, but she definitely had her moments, and she rarely came up to the fence so quickly and stayed so calmly, especially when there weren't any carrots or apples involved. I had taken a special liking to Electra, and I found myself spending a lot of time brushing her during the mornings. I let Dusty soak in all her calming attention. She whinnied as Dusty rested his head against hers for a moment. His eyes were shut, but I could tell tears had run down them, his long lashes wet underneath his glasses.
They said no. NASA rejected my application.
Oh, Dusty. I put a reassuring hand on his back. He looked up at the sky, and I wondered what he saw. I hated to think all he saw was the rejection staring back at him. You can try again next year, I said, trying to keep his hopes up.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe? Why maybe? He took a deep breath as if he were exhausted.
I don't know. I told you I hate rejection, and I knew this one was coming, but I still got my hopes up. What would happen if I apply when I actually have an honest-to-God shot, and then I get another denial? That'll destroy me.
No, I wasn't about to let Dusty think this way. I grabbed his shoulders and turned him, making sure those glistening brown eyes were locked on me. Dusty, you're so much stronger than a no. Don't ever let yourself think, not for a second, that 1 or 2 or 10 no's have enough power to destroy you. Trust me, life is going to throw them at you, left and fucking right. I've been told no so many times on so much different shit. But you know what? Every no I get only makes the inevitable yes feel that much sweeter. You need those no's, in the same way a river needs a bank to guide it. You'll keep flowing. You'll find a way, and you'll be stronger and happier because of the no's, not in spite of them. Dusty's eyes held wide, a few blinks cracking the spell.
You're right,
he said.
You're so right.
I managed to hide the surprise I felt at thinking back on everything I just said. Even though I meant every word of it, I didn't think those words could really come out of my mouth. Dusty inspired me in ways I'd never even realized, and I was glad to see the hint of a smile coming back onto his face. You're good, I said, squeezing his shoulder and pulling him in for a kiss. I wrapped my arms around him and held him tight. Electra whinnied her support next to us.
I am.
Dusty looked up into my eyes, his smile growing wider the longer he was in my arms.
It's not the end of the world. I was just really bummed, and the email came after my mom dropped a bombshell on me, so that wasn't exactly great.
What happened?
My mom says someone's been threatening the sanctuary. They left a note in Lucky's collar signed by the Dove. They left behind a dove feather too, but it was dipped in blood.
What in the actual fuck? Why?
My question exactly.
Dusty dropped his gaze to the rocks at our feet.
My moms don't have enemies. Well, Mia doesn't. Ash, yeah, she's a prosecutor, but why would they focus on the animal sanctuary? Why leave the note in Lucky's collar?
It doesn't make any sense. He shook his head.
None.
Could it be someone who wants the animals? Some kind of exotic animal trade? Dusty mulled that one over, chewing the inside of his cheek.
Maybe. My moms did say the cheetahs were picked up from an illegal pet dealer. I'll have to bring that up to them, although I'm sure they've already thought about it.
You never know. Maybe we just cracked the case, like some badass gay detectives. Dusty chuckled at that. Good. I wanted him laughing again. I wanted to hear that sound fill the air like music at a wedding. Soulful and joyful, his laughs always lifted my spirits. Olive, who had a tendency of following behind Dusty wherever he went, jumped up onto the white wooden fence and flicked her tail. Everything's gonna be all right, okay?
I lifted his head with a finger under his chin.
How do you know that? Because I just do. I've seen it in my crystal ball. Oh, really? Do you also own a gas station I don't know about? I put a finger to his lip. Shh, we can't talk about that. Ears are everywhere. Dusty's face cracked and his laugh bubbled up. He playfully slapped my chest. You're so dumb. His phone started to vibrate loud in his pocket. He pulled it out. It's my friend Kira. She's in town. Been begging me to go out. I saw him about to decline the call. Instead, I grabbed the phone and answered the call. Dusty's eyes were wide with surprise as I stuck my tongue out playfully. Hey, is this Kira? Yes. Who is this? I know Dusty's balls didn't drop since the last time we talked. Excuse me, Dusty said from the side, Kira speaking loud enough for us both to hear her. It's Brandon. Dusty said you wanted to go out tonight? Oh, hi, Brandon. Yeah. Actually, I thought perfect, we'll meet up with you. Where were you thinking? Dusty's bushy brow arched like the Golden Gate Bridge. Well, Kira answered. How about Tarpons? It's an 18-and-up place, close by, and tell Caitlin to come too. I need a wing lady. Perfect, we'll see you there. I hung up and handed the phone back to Dusty. We have plans for tonight. Yeah, I heard, Dusty said, still looking surprised, but his smile was growing. He looked out to the center of the pen where Electra stood as if posing for us, her black and white coat still shining, though the sun was covered momentarily by a heavy cloud. We stood for a moment, admiring her quiet beauty. I reached for Dusty's hand, and his fingers naturally slipped through mine. It suddenly felt like we were both floating, inches above the ground, the two of us lifted by the power of our connection. She came to us with a twin, you know. That was news to me. Whoa, I had no idea. Yeah, they were both rescued from an abusive home. Their owner was a hoarder, and their stable was his closet. Well, one of his closets. It was terrible. Benji and I were 10. We just celebrated our year adoptiversary when my moms got the call. We went with them and even helped dig them out until our moms saw what we were doing and ordered us back into the car. It took them the entire day and most of the night, but we were finally able to get them out. Both of them were in really, really bad shape. They did everything to try and save Bolt, but she was too malnourished. She only lasted a couple of nights. I squeezed Dusty's hand in mine. Sometimes I wonder if that's why Electra is so connected to me. She knows I'm a twin too. She was one of the main reasons I started talking. I had already been speaking a few words by the time we rescued her, but I didn't start actually engaging until I started taking care of her. I remember the afternoon I was brushing her with Mia, and I started talking about the time I saw a horse at a petting zoo. And I went into the story of how Benji and I snuck into the petting zoo one evening, and we pretended to be the goat kings for the night, since the goats seemed to be more awake than the horse. I couldn't help but laugh at that. The idea of these two little twins taking over a goat pen and ruling it like a kingdom. Of course it would be you two, I said, kissing the top of his head. We were wild little kids. Thankfully, one of us evened out a bit. He smiled up at me and made a kissy face. I happily obliged, pressing my lips against his. It surprised me a little that he was asking for a kiss out in the open like this, but I didn't question it for too long.
His lips cleared all my thoughts and made them all about him.
I loved kissing him, loved feeling his body press against mine, speaking a language that didn't require any words. Fuck, I think I'm falling really hard for Dusty. The thought didn't leave my mind, not for the walk back to the house, and not for the entire time it took for us to get ready. I was still thinking about it when our car pulled up to Kira's house, and she hopped into the back seat next to Caitlin with a happy,
"Hi, bitches."
She had a sleek haircut, short and gelled and sharp, with an all-black outfit that made her look like a supermodel out for a casual night. She opened her golden-strapped black purse and offered us gum before diving into a story about a guy she had met in France who promised her he was an undercover prince. And, through that entire story, even up until we were grabbing our seats at the booth, I was still thinking, holy shit, am I in love?
"You okay?"
Dusty asked as Kira and Caitlin went to the bathroom after we'd been at our booth for an hour or so.
"You've been a little quiet."
"Yeah, I'm good. I'm good." The bar we had come to was a small one in the center of a shopping center, which was mostly shut down for the night. It had a weird mashup of Western decor and fisherman things, with nets holding fake fish hanging from the ceiling next to a painting of a cowboy wrangling a bull. The crowd was as mixed as the decor, half wearing light blue wristbands saying we were under 21, and the other half wearing red wristbands with beers and pitchers in their hands. The music was loud and played a mix of top 40, but there wasn't much of a dance floor, except for a small raised area across from the bar flanked by 2 tables. People were cramming onto the small space, grinding and moving to the music. Kira and Caitlin came back to the table with drinks in their hands.
"Keep these low and don't be obvious,"
Kira said. She handed Dusty and me each a red cup with what just looked like Coke fizzing inside it. I took a sip through the straw and was instantly hit with a blast of rum. My eyes opened wide and I took another sip, smiling around the straw.
"How'd you get these?"
Dusty asked.
"Some frat guy was ready to start jerking off the second I winked at him. I used that nut-blind moment of his to my advantage. I asked him to buy me 4 strong-ass drinks and told him that I'd meet him in 10 minutes by his car to thank him."
I snorted at her phrase. Nut blind?
"Yeah. It's when you guys can't see anything past the wrinkles on your ball sacks."
Caitlin almost shot her sip of rum and Coke across the table, but covered her mouth in time to block it. Kira nodded like a college professor dropping some major knowledge bombs.
"It's true. Every time some guy is being overly aggressive and just focused on getting it on with me, I just imagine his eyes being covered by the skin of his wrinkly nutsack, and it diffuses it for me. Every single time."
Kira shrugged as the table laughed.
"Anyways, I've got somewhere to be in 10 minutes, so let me drink this quick."
"You're going to meet him?" Dusty asked.
"Hell to the fuck, yeah, I am. All this talk about balls is making me horny."
More laughter. Underneath the table, Dusty's knee came to rest against mine. I thought he'd move it away, but it stayed. We finished up our drinks and talked about all kinds of off-the-wall shit. Caitlin and Kira were interested in rugby for a hot second, before Kira asked what happened in the locker rooms. That led us down a discussion of why after-workout sex always felt earth-shattering, which somehow led us into talking about who was in the Mile High Club and who wanted to earn their card. Dusty didn't add much, and seemed slightly mortified to hear that his sister was a card-carrying member, but overall, the night with the 4 of us was turning out to be a great one. It was a needed one, too. Dusty had been torn up by the 1-2 punch of bad news he'd gotten earlier, so seeing him laughing and smiling made this night all the better. It didn't take much longer for everything to turn into absolute fucking dog shit in the blink of an eye. 19. Dusty Gold. My stomach hurt from laughing. Sure, my cheeks were a perpetual shade of red with all this sex talk happening, but still, as long as I did make prolonged eye contact with my sister, things were fine. Heck, they were better than fine. This was such a turnaround to the way I was feeling only a few hours ago. I was ready to call it a night back at 5 in the evening. I would have gone back into the house, dragged my feet to my room, lowered the shades, and lain down in my dark room until I fell asleep, only to wake up at some random hour and try to fall asleep all over again. Instead, Brandon had pushed me to come out, and I was having the time of my life because of it. laughing and feeling a diffuse kind of buzz from the rum that made my forehead heavy and my thoughts all mushy. And he had been right. He'd been so damn right. 1 no wouldn't break me, and neither would 50. I had to strengthen my shell because the world never guaranteed anything to anyone. I just had to use all the no's as a fuel source instead of as a barricade. Under the table, Brandon and I had gone from simply touching knees to full-out holding hands. We were in the corner where no one could really see us, although I had a sense that Caitlin picked up on it. I didn't mind, though. Logic was beginning to take over, pushing aside the fear that normally stopped me. So what if people knew we were together? It wouldn't change anything for the worse. It might only make things change for the better. It was a hypothesis I was willing to test. I really couldn't see how this night could get any better. "Kira's been gone for a while, huh?" Caitlin asked as she glanced at her thin wristwatch. "It's been like an hour, yeah." I looked around the bar. It was a typical occurrence with Kira, who found men wherever we went and ate them up like a Snickers bar. "Speak of the devil," Brandon said, pointing toward the entrance to the bar. It was Kira. Her shirt was inside out, and her pants were missing the topmost button. Her hair was still gelled down, but there was a few strands on the side that looked like they were pointing home. She smiled and gave us a sex-drunk wave. I rolled my eyes with a laugh. "She looks like she's been dicked straight to Saturn," Brandon said. That made Caitlin snort and agree. Kira walked over to us, the frat guy on her ass like a dog following a juicy bone. He was a handsome guy with a buzzed head of blonde hair and friendly blue eyes. His shirt was also missing the topmost buttons, fish printed across it. He waved at the table as Kira introduced him. "Everyone, this is Jay. Jay, this is everyone." Caitlin scooched farther down the booth so Jay and Kira could sit. I felt a little weird about adding a new person to the group, especially since things had been going so well already. I knew variables changed things. It was in their very definition. Jay was a variable. I just didn't know how he'd change things, and I never could have imagined it. Things started off fine, if not a little awkward.
Brandon, the patron saint of charm, broke through the ice by jokingly asking them if they'd been friends for long.
"A whopping hour and 30 minutes, Kira said, laughing. "Practically an eternity." "How long have you all known each other?" Jay asked. To his credit, he wasn't as douchey as I was expecting him to be. "Caitlin and I are sisters. Kira's been my best friend since 2nd grade, and Brandon and I have known each other for about half a year now." "Is that how long you two have been together?" he asked, which completely caught us both off guard. Are we that obvious? No, it's, I was fumbling. I felt extra nervous around my sister, who seemed to be intensely analyzing the etches of people's initials on the wall next to her. "It's complicated," Brandon answered. Jay seemed to get the point, and the conversation quickly moved on to other things.
We found out Jay was a recent graduate from Florida and had moved to the small town for a job. When they asked him what he worked as, he seemed to get as tongue-twisted as I had.
"You're not a Secret Service agent or something, are you?" Kira asked. "Like some FBI person?" Jay stayed silent. "Holy shit! Jay?" Kira had a hand on her neck. "Did I just have sex with James Bond?" The table laughed at that. Jay seemed to be soaking up the attention. Maybe he is as douchey as I thought he'd be. I'd really rather not discuss it. His demeanor turned serious. Kira cocked her head, and Caitlin shot me a look from across the table. Brandon, never one to let a ball go without giving chase, leaned forward. "Are you a bodyguard? Detective? You don't have to say who you work for, just what." I wondered if we were probing a little too much. Jay, although not seeming upset, didn't exactly seem very comfortable anymore. "It's contract work."
Kira's eyebrows jerked up.
"Like a hitman? Dude, have you killed someone?" Jay took a long sip of his drink, not making any eye contact.
Okay, I need to use the little lady's room and process this shit. Caitlin, you have to do the same, right? Yep, I'm right behind you.
The girls left the booth and headed straight for the bathroom, already leaning toward each other in a conspiratorial way, whispering to each other, the music making it impossible to hear. "I'm not really a hitman," Jay said, cracking an awkward smile. "That's a very hitman thing to say," I arched a brow. "I swear I'm not. I'm just not excited to talk about my day job, that's all. Let's have fun tonight, right? Can't we agree to do that?" "Sure," Brandon said, sitting back and giving up chase. "Good. All right. Since you agree." Jay reached into his pocket, leaning over a bit as he dug into them, and pulled out a little Ziploc baggie, placing it discreetly on the table behind the menu advertising drink specials. Inside it was a small layer of fine white powder. It took me a moment to register just exactly what it was I was looking at. "Guys want to do some coke?" he asked. That's when things changed. Like how a crack of lightning can change someone's life in a matter of seconds, so long as they're unlucky enough to be standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. I started to stammer. No, I'm okay, no." Brandon was dead silent. There was a twitch in his jaw. "Come on, we can do some of this and then go to a club after. Best night of your fucking," he said. "No." The way Brandon spoke sounded like a boulder had just fallen from the heavens and broke straight through the table. "I'm offering you both free drugs and you're saying no?" Jay looked baffled. I just wanted him to put that stuff away. What if a cop saw? And why was Brandon's face getting so red? "Get that shit off the table," Brandon said between his clenched jaw. His eyes radiated a kind of anger I'd only seen once before, back in the dorm when his friend was throwing slurs at me. Jay didn't take the drugs away, and I was growing exponentially terrified. "Bro, I'm not going to say it again." Brandon's face was red. "Get rid of that. Come on, let's go to the bathroom. We can take a bump each and fuck this." Brandon snatched the baggie, opened it, and poured it all into Jay's drink, the entire stash dissolving in an instant. The rest was kind of a blur. Jay became furious once realization hit. He shouted some curses, which Brandon shouted back, things escalating before I even realized what was happening. Jay climbed over the table. Fists flew, but Brandon was bigger. He took control of the situation, but not before a stray kick from Jay landed hard against my left ear. Ringing mixed with the music, which mixed with the shouts. I started to shout, "Oh my God!" Jay was on the floor now, and Brandon had him pinned. He raised his fist high, and I knew it would land with a devastating blow. Force equals mass times acceleration. A simple formula. Brandon had mass, and he was gaining acceleration, which meant there was going to be a fuck ton of force applied directly to Jay's skull. But Brandon didn't punch him to my immense relief. He put his hands down and just used his weight to pin Jay to the floor. Moments later, the bouncers grabbed all three of us and roughly ushered us through the parting crowd, pushing us through the saloon-style doors and out onto the street, telling us all to get the fuck home. Kira and Caitlin ran through the doors, having come out of the bathroom just in time to witness us getting dragged out. "What the hell happened?" Kira asked. Caitlin was helping me back up to my feet. "This guy went nuts." Jay motioned at Brandon. Now that things were diffused a bit, Brandon looked almost apologetic, moving over to the side of the street, away from the light of the street lamp. He had a hand over his face and he rubbed, and I could tell there was something like regret in his stance. "You didn't take no for an answer," I spoke up, feeling a need to defend Brandon. I barely ever even defended myself, but I wasn't about to let some douchebag with random fish on his shirt talk crap about Brandon. "Take no about what?" Kira asked, turning on Jay. "Nothing. I was just offering them a fun time, that's all, then he fucking flipped." Brandon stayed silent. I could see the muscles in his clenched jaw twitch. He ground his teeth. "Let's go," I said, grabbing Brandon's hand. He didn't give me any resistance. He turned and left with me to the parking lot, Kira and Caitlin flanking us in shocked silence. Jay yelled out something about us being crazy fucks and to grow the fuck up. At one point, I was scared Brandon would turn on him and knock him out. If he decided that's what he wanted to do, I knew I wouldn't be able to stop him. Nothing else happened. We were able to get into Caitlin's car in peace. Inside, with the doors locked, I let go of a breath I hadn't realized I was holding.
Okay, now can you guys elaborate on what the actual tits happened back there?
Kira asked, moving the seatbelt so that she could turn and look at us.
Everyone's okay, right?
My sister asked as we pulled out of the parking spot.
Yeah, we're fine, I said, rubbing the side of my head. It felt sore, and I was sure I'd get a bruise of some kind, but thankfully nothing was broken or bleeding. Brandon looked equally whole. The only sign he'd been in a fight was the curl of blonde hair that had fallen onto his forehead. I pushed it back into place, not even thinking that Kira was watching it all. His hair's getting long. I like it. We're good, Brandon echoed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blown up like that. He looked out the window somewhere past the dark blur of trees as Caitlin drove us home on empty roads.
What did he offer you guys?
Kira wasn't letting go her line of questioning. Coke, I said. I've had bad experiences with it before, Brandon elaborated. 100 ghosts seemed to rattle behind his gaze. I'd never seen him look so haunted. What happened to him? I'm sorry, Brandon. He deserved to get knocked out then. Kira sat back in her seat. The rest of the drive home went by in silence, although 1,000 different questions bounced around in my head like a bunch of bumper cars. I wondered what the hell happened to Brandon, and why would it have caused such a big reaction? Could someone in his family have been addicted to it? Someone he loved? Was he talking about himself? Had he lost himself to the drug at some point? I didn't have any answers, and from the silence that followed Brandon as we got out of the car and headed upstairs to get ready for bed, I figured those answers weren't likely to come. Not tonight, at least. I brushed my teeth and washed my face, but still felt like my mind buzzed like a bucket of bees. I got in the shower and tried to clear my thoughts, but not even the scalding hot water could burn away my worries. In my bedroom, Brandon sat up on the air mattress. We had been sleeping on it since he got here. Brandon always had the option of having his own room by moving to Maverick's, but, thanks sweet gay heaven, he decided to stay in my room. Thankfully, my mom's hadn't skimped when it came to buying one, and the mattress was actually more comfortable than the twin-sized bed next to it. He smiled over at me, wearing a black tank top and black shorts with ankle-length white socks. I adjusted my glasses and smiled back, drying off my hair with the towel. "Are you really okay?" Brandon asked. He stood and walked over to me, taking my hands in his. I looked up at him and smiled, even though I felt myself getting teary-eyed. Now that the adrenaline had worn off, I felt a delayed dose of fear. "Come here." Brandon took me into his arms. God, I loved being held by him. It felt like the cure to all my problems. "I reacted in a way that put you in danger. I'm so fucking sorry. It never should have gone down like that." "It's okay," I said into his chest. "He hit you first. You were just doing him a favor." Too bad he didn't see it that way. Brandon kissed the top of my head. I couldn't tell what I loved more, when he held me or when he kissed my head. "I wouldn't have ever let him hurt you, Dusty. That's why I pushed him in the opposite direction, to the floor." I wasn't going to tell him about the distant ringing still in my ear from that rogue kick. He was right. He'd done everything in his power to protect me. Even dumping the cocaine into the drink was a way of sheltering me, keeping me safe. I would never hold that against him. Outside my window, the night sky was dotted with stars everywhere I looked, like a sea of light. Almost more than I'd ever seen before. The light pollution was pretty low out here, and there wasn't a single cloud anywhere in sight, but tonight looked clearer than ever. The view gave me an idea. "Come," I said, grabbing our pillows. Let's spend the night out in the yurt. It'll be like a little getaway." Brandon's face lit up. He dug something out of his book bag, something that looked suspiciously like aluminum-wrapped squares, grabbed his phone and a thick blue and white blanket, and he followed me out of my room. The house was quiet as we walked through it, everyone already asleep behind closed doors. We crept past a snoring Penelope who was cuddled up with Lucky and Tammy next to the sliding glass doors that led outside. We tiptoed out, only waking Tammy up in the process, who twitched her whiskers at us for a moment before stuffing her head back down between her dog paws. We walked through the field, down toward the lake where the yurt stood. A string of fairy lights led the way, twinkling orange light shining down on the gravel that crunched under our feet. I unzipped the flaps, the sound of it seeming to echo across the peaceful stillness of the dark lake. Brandon went in first, and I followed, zipping the flaps closed again. The yurt was... well, there was no getting around it. The yurt was romantic as fuck. There were light pink pillows made of the softest yak hair sitting on top of a comfortable bed covered in blankets and more pillows. A small dresser sat to the side where a Himalayan salt lamp was lit, throwing a soft pink glow on the scene. The French lavender was strong, filling the space in its delicate aroma. There was a red and white record player with a few records sitting upright next to it, Lana Del Rey on the turntable. Brandon got into the bed, smiling. I set the needle down and a slow, sweet song started to play, the melody tinged with something slightly haunting. "This was such a great idea," Brandon said. "Right?" I said, tooting my own horn as I climbed into the bed with Brandon. Something I would have second-guessed a few months ago was now like second nature to me. In fact, I started finding it difficult to sleep if Brandon didn't have an arm around me or a leg thrown over mine. We snuggled in and looked up at the starlit sky. The dark blues and deep blacks of space seemed to be pushed back by the brightness of the different stars, lighting up the sky like I'd never seen it before. The night felt special. Beyond just the stars, something about it felt magical. A buzzing snapped me out of my daze. It was Brandon's phone. He glanced at the screen before rejecting the call. He turned his eyes toward me, scanning me. I found myself getting lost inside his gaze. I had taken off my glasses and set them on the dresser, but Brandon was close enough for me to see every little detail, every little fleck of color inside those hazel galaxies. And then he kissed me, and I melted, turned into a puddle. God, you're beautiful, Dusty. More beautiful than the stars and sky above us, or anything past that even. His words lifted me up to the very stars he spoke of. Brandon kept kissing me, and I kissed him back, hard, our tongues battling for dominance, our hands beginning to glide over and under and between. Soon our clothes had been discarded and tossed to the side of the yurt, leaving only our naked bodies tossing and turning under the starlight. We were both already stiff, and our kiss grew heated, our hips moving so that we continually rubbed against each other. Heat clouded my senses as Brandon closed his grip around my dick and stroked, his tongue still dancing with mine. I couldn't think straight, see straight. I felt like I was diving into a pool of red silk, wrapped up from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Brandon started to kiss his way downward, his eyes blazing with heat. I throbbed in his firm grip, leaking. He kissed his way lower, the lines of muscle in his bicep twitching as he held me. He was huge, and he was so fucking sexy, and holy fucking shit, he was so hot under the warm light that filled the space. I could see more than just his biceps. I could see every valley, every dip, every rise, shadows highlighting him as he moved. He was sculpted from the gods. Meanwhile, I was sculpted from a bundle of sticks and twigs. My thoughts drew inward, and my self-confidence took a tumble. How could someone like Brandon want to be with me? He could have any guy with an 8-pack and a successful modeling career. What did he find in me? I weighed about as much as just one of his legs, and I was complete shit at any of the sports Brandon loved to play or talk about. "Relax," Brandon said, one hand on my stomach while the other worked my hard shaft. He was right. I was tense, my body reflecting the torturous thoughts that were threatening to take over and ruin the moment. "Just relax." His voice was a husky tone, his breath tickling my belly button. "He's here with me, that's all that matters. Brandon's here with me and only me." I consciously let it go. It took a bit of work, but I pushed it out of my head. I let go of all the bullshit that went down earlier and of the crappy thoughts that tried hard to interfere, and I just focused on the moment, focusing on Brandon's warm heat and the way his kisses felt like golden sunlight against my skin. He smiled as he slowly started to slide down the bed, trailing his kisses as he went, his lips creating a path of warmth down my chest, down my belly. He reached my throbbing dick and kissed it up and down, licking off some of the pre-cum that leaked from my slit. I closed my eyes, ready for a blowjob from the master himself. Brandon's tongue always worked some kind of magic over me. He knew exactly what to do and how to do it, never failing to leave me shaking in a puddle of my own juices. I settled in as he took me in his mouth, already soaking wet, saliva dripping down. He bobbed his head up and down a few times before he switched things up. It seemed like he had slightly different plans tonight. He popped me out of his mouth, and he continued giving me his kisses down my sack, underneath my balls. He lifted my bottom up with ease, making me squeak like a surprised mouse, and then his tongue was pressing between my cheeks. I squirmed, the sensation of having a wet tongue in my ass foreign but almost familiar at the same time. A dozen different thoughts rammed into my head at once. Brandon must have sensed me grow tense again. He stopped and looked up at me, a smile on his glistening wet lips. "Relax, baby, I've got you. Let me make you feel good." It was all I needed to hear. I let everything float away, allowing my body to soon follow, carried by the waves of pleasure that crashed against me every time Brandon's tongue would swirl or flick or probe. I gasped and moaned and squirmed. Brandon had to hold me down, pinning me as he continued to lick, his tongue opening me, slipping inside. He moaned and slurped, and the sounds of him eating me out were overwhelming. I shut my eyes and stopped touching my dick, scared I would come way too early. "Stop, stop," I said, looking up through the clear plastic at the night sky above. "You're about to send me to the stars." "Good," Brandon said with a growl, his tongue back against my hole. Come here." He pulled back and scooched me off the mattress. "I want you to sit on my face." He lay down on the bed, completely naked, his rock-hard cock throbbing in the air, the thick cords of muscle in his thighs twitching as he stretched. Sit on, come here, and put your ass on my face." No more direction was needed. I climbed onto his face, thighs on either side of him. He looked hungry, eager. His eyes disappeared under my balls as I positioned myself on top of him. I held on to the thick strands of blonde hair that had grown in, my fingers digging for grip as the first sensation of his warm breath brushed against me. Ecstasy followed next. In its purest form, it flooded my veins with every accelerated beat of my heart. Brandon's tongue flicked out as he parted my cheeks with his hands. His warm breath was replaced by his warm tongue, pressing against me, teasing at my hole, slipping deeper than before. My cock gave a rogue throb. I let my head fall back as Brandon's tongue increased tempo, licking soft, wet circles around my sensitive skin and inside me. I could barely see straight. I began to gyrate down on him, almost subconsciously, like my body itself was crying out for more without any noticeable input from my brain. I could feel the scratch of his shaved beard against me, and it drove me completely fucking wild. I rocked back and forth, his tongue lapping at me. I reached down and stroked myself, adding another layer of pleasure that I thought had to be unmatched. Nothing could make this feel any better. Then I looked over my shoulder and saw Brandon's hard cock raised in the air, leaking a rope of clear pre-cum down onto his furry belly, and I almost came. Right there and then, I almost blew. Biting my cheek and thoughts of nuclear destruction helped push it away, but only for a moment. "Wait, Brandon, stop, stop." "Why?" he said from under my balls, the vibration of his voice giving me chills. "I want to go all the way with you." I moved my nuts off his face, both of us chuckling. "Say it again. I think I went nut blind." "You're so stupid," I said, laughing, my body as relaxed as a bucket of Jell-O. I slid back so that I was now lying on him, our dicks pressing together. I felt wet, and I felt empty. My body was ready for him, aching for it. I wanted him to fuck me for the first time, and I wanted it to be here, under the blanket of twinkling stars. "Fuck me, Brandon. Please. Take my virginity tonight."
20. Brandon Reed.
The words landed straight in my gut. My cock twitched, my body feeling like I'd been thrown into an active volcano. I was burning up for Dusty, and what he just said fried my brain like an egg cracking on burning hot pavement. I held his head in my hands, his body so familiar against mine. But I knew what would happen next wasn't familiar to him at all. It would be different, and it could be scary, and I wanted to make 100% sure that Dusty was ready for it. "Are you sure?" I asked, staring deep into those amber-brown eyes of his. 100%. He leaned down and, as if I needed any more convincing, sucked on my bottom lip, his eyes filled with the same pleas his body was making. I kissed him back, steering his head, opening my legs so I could rub harder onto Dusty. He felt so fucking good against me. I couldn't even think about how good he'd feel on me. I'd bust a nut right there before I even had a chance to fuck him. I instead focused on reaching for my pants where I had stuck a condom and some lube, just in case tonight had been the night. Dusty kissed my neck, the fire inside me reaching uncontrollable levels. If it got any harder, I was sure this yurt thing would catch fire and burn down to ash. But that'd be okay, so long as I got to be buried balls deep inside Dusty's ass. "Come here," I said, flipping him so he lay on the bed. I spread his legs open and leaned down, kissing and sucking and tasting him, taking one ball into my mouth and tonguing him before moving on. He squeezed my head with his thighs, moaning and groaning and squirming. It made me hungrier for him. "Fuck, Dust. I don't think you know how perfect you are." He blushed and put an arm across his chest, as if covering himself. It just confirmed what I'd just said. "I'm going to show you, remind you every day that you are the definition of perfect." I kissed his thigh, up and up again. Did the same to the other one while holding his hard dick in my hand, just holding him, feeling the warmth and heat and softness and firmness and fuck. "Perfect," I repeated. I got on my knees and rolled the condom on. Dusty watched me as I slicked myself up with lube, doing the same to his hole once my dick was shiny. He was beautiful, like a painting. I leaned down and, kissing his chest, the little dip he had in the center. "Ready?" I asked him, lining myself up. I grabbed a pillow he wasn't using and pushed it under his lower back, giving him a little bit of a boost. "Mm-hmm." His eyes held a dash of fear in them. I kissed him again. "I promise you'll be okay. If it hurts too much, tell me to stop, and I will. Just relax and take a couple deep breaths. That's it." I kissed him again, pressing my tip against him, teasing him a bit. I could feel him opening, taking me in, but there was still resistance. He was tense. I had to make sure I went slow. The last thing I wanted was for him to have a negative first experience. Listen, I knew I had been blessed with a big dick, and was grateful for every 8.5 inches of it, but that meant I had to be extra careful, no matter how much lube I'd rubbed on. Here, I'll stay there. No, keep going. Dusty's face scrunched as I entered a little further. Instantly, his heat made me drunk with passion. I wanted to be sheathed in him, fully consumed by him, balls fucking deep in him. God damn, I'm already close to blowing. Dusty took another deep breath, his dick twitching in the air. I grabbed him and stroked, softly thumbing his leaking slit, only the head of my cock getting past the tight ring of muscle. He closed his eyes and dropped his head back, sinking into the pillow. Go deeper. I did, pushing in a little more. He sucked in a sharp breath and his fists tightened onto the bedsheets. Did that hurt? A little, but it's okay. Just stay there. I kissed him some more, making sure my hips stayed frozen in place, my cock buried a quarter of the way inside him. I could feel him tightening around me, could feel his body almost pulling me in deeper without me doing anything. It's okay. I have you. I leaned forward and kissed him at the exact moment I pushed in harder with my hips, my cock parting him and sliding into his velvet warmth down to my balls. He gasped, which quickly morphed into a moan, which turned into a shocked laugh. Holy shit, he said. You're all the way in. I am, I said, chuckling and kissing the disbelief off his face. How does it feel? So fucking good. There was no longer any fear in his gaze, only hunger. The same hunger that gnawed at my insides, making me pull out slowly before thrusting back in. He gasped again, his eyes opening wide. I sucked his bottom lip between my teeth, giving him a playful nibble. Another point he could focus on that wasn't the stretch of his tight ass around my dick. Harder? I asked him. He nodded, his hands coming around my neck. I leaned back up and picked up his legs, holding them in the air. I watched as I disappeared inside him, his hole wrapped tight around me. With every thrust, he gasped, which quickly turned into uncontrolled moans. They mixed with the animal-style grunts that rose from the base of my throat. Every time I fucked into him, another grunt escaped and more heat blossomed. I picked up a rhythm and kept it up, rocking into him. He was no longer tense or apprehensive. His entire body was turning into putty in my hands. I felt no more resistance as I plunged into him, greedily wanting his velvety hot warmth covering every single inch of me. It was intense and erotic and took me on a fucking roller coaster. Dusty's toes curled in the air and his balls tightened. His moans were becoming deeper and his dick leaked even more onto him as I thrust inside him. I knew he was close. Come for me, baby. Give it to me. I grabbed him in my hand and squeezed just as I fucked him. He gave a shout and his body curled inward as he shot his cum. It was shot after shot of it getting everywhere, and I continued to fuck him through the shouts of pure otherworldly bliss. His inner walls contracted, squeezing me, causing stars to dance across my vision. I'm gonna fuck, oh fuck. I spasmed as I emptied myself into the condom, buried balls deep inside Dusty's ass. Specks appeared in my vision from how intense the orgasm was, pushing out all my breath and making my muscles feel both extremely relaxed and totally obliterated. Breathless and sweating and flushed bright red, the two of us lay down on the bed. Dusty naturally fitting into my arms, his naked body always welcome against mine. We were covered in a thin layer of glistening sweat that left wet spots on the sheets. Well, plus all the cum that dripped off Dusty's chest. There was no air conditioning in the yurt, but there was a small battery-powered fan that helped circulate some of the air. I didn't care one bit. It could have been a sauna inside the yurt, and I would have been totally fine with it, so long as Dusty continued to lie naked in my arms. I loved holding him like this, feeling his soft breaths, wondering where his thoughts were taking him. I loved feeling his heart beating under my palm, still pumping on an accelerated pace from the intensity of his orgasm. I loved how his hair smelled when I buried my nose in it, taking in a deep breath. He chuckled and moved his body even closer against mine, leaving nothing but skin on skin. "I think I'm lightheaded," Dusty said. "I've never almost passed out from an orgasm before." "First time for everything. Ain't that the truth?" I laughed, taking in another whiff of his strawberry and rose-scented hair. "How'd you like your first time?" "Not to get too Sex in the City on you or anything, but honestly, it was everything I expected and more. If I were typing all this into a nightly journal right now, I think I'd come up with poetry beautiful enough to rival Walt Whitman." More laughter. "That good, huh?" "As good as a blade of grass moistened by the dew, as great as a bird soaring through and through, and as powerful as an ox. You rocked my socks? I don't know, I still have to work on that last part." "You're definitely onto something." I laughed, kissing him. "Maybe you need some more inspiration." "I think you're right," he said playfully, pushing his butt back onto my still leaking dick. I felt myself twitch between us, already revving up for round 2. "Look at you, shy little Dusty Gold, rubbing himself all up on me. I never would have guessed." "You've brought me out of my shell." "You've brought yourself, Dust. I've seen you grow so much over the past few months, it's crazy. You stick up for yourself, for others, and you've been holding your head up higher. I notice it. And it makes me so fucking proud." Dusty rolled over so that his eyes were on mine. He was smiling, both from his gaze and from his lips. "Really? Absolutely. And I'm so excited to see what all this newfound confidence brings you. You're gonna do big things, Dust, I know it." "I hope so. I know so." I kissed him again. I couldn't fucking stop. He was like a drug. "Dusty, listen. About earlier. You don't have no, but I need to. I need to tell you everything. I haven't been fully honest with you." I saw it, the flash of dread that crossed his face, like spilled ink blotting a page, spreading from inward out. First his eyes, then his brows, then his lips. This was a scary moment for both of us. I wasn't sure if I was ready for this, but I knew it had to be done. I had to be truthful. I couldn't keep this from Dusty any longer. We weren't simply roommates pushed together because of a fire. We were so much more now. A unit. And I couldn't keep this part of myself hidden any longer. I used to be addicted to cocaine. Dusty's forehead wrinkled, his expression cracking for a moment before he regained his composure. It's why I reacted so strongly at the bar. I got involved with the wrong people, and they introduced me to it. A fucking 15-year-old. These guys told me to try a line, and just from that one hit, I was hooked. It became all I thought about, all I ever wanted to do. There'd be days I wouldn't sleep. I'd sometimes crash in class the next day, but then I'd just do a line in the bathroom and get on with the day. It became a really big fucking problem. A lump entered my throat. Would Dusty look at me differently now? Would he be scared around me, wondering if I'd slip back into my old ways? I got help, I assured him. I got really good help. It was a little bit too late, but it worked. I'm clean and sober for the last few years. My energy has been fully on Rugby, and I've never been happier, ever. And I know that doing a line would only ruin that happiness, so never again, never. I vowed to him with a hand on his chest. I could feel his heart beating at a rapid pace. Fuck, what is he thinking? I didn't have to wait much longer to find out. Thank you for telling me, Brandon. You didn't have to justify what happened at the bar, but it does make sense now. I'm just glad you're sober and happy. That's how I always want to see you, and you always will. I leaned forward, our lips meeting, my secret finally flying free. Well, most of my secret. We got over one bump in the road, but the next one was a goddamned sinkhole swallowing up the entire freeway. How in the world would I tell him what the addiction made me do? How it tore apart my family? My heart picked up to match Dusty's pace. Suddenly the yurt felt stuffier than it had before. I looked into the eyes of the man of my dreams, and what I was about to say could cause me to lose him. But it has to be said. He has to know. Dusty, there's something. I was cut off. My phone started to ring. It was loud and obnoxious and clattered against the small nightstand, threatening to fall over the edge. I grabbed it and went to hang up, but accidentally answered the call instead, putting it on speaker. Hello, Brandon? Brandon, are you there? It was Luther, my ex. I considered hanging up the phone, but maybe I could just end it all now, once and for all. Luther, I need you to stop calling me. I've blocked your number multiple times, and you somehow keep getting around it or calling from new numbers. I'm sure that's enough to get a restraining order. Don't make me do it. Oh, that's a fucking joke. A restraining order? That's how you're going to treat me? Like a criminal? You're acting like one, Luther. I've moved on. 100,000 fucking %. I'm actually in bed right now with my boyfriend, and we just finished having some amazing sex. Best sex of my fucking life. So I don't need you calling me and interrupting what's otherwise the perfect fucking night. Dusty's eyebrows were raised and his lips curled into a smile as he gave me a thumbs up. Wow. All right, I see how it is. Good, I knew you would. After everything I've done for you? Luther's voice cracked, the forecast suddenly calling for tears. I was there for you. Supported you. Is that what you call sucking someone else's dick? Supporting me? That's pretty fucking crazy. I supported you when you were kicked out. When you fucked up your family, I was there for you. Luther was shouting now, and he was crossing the line. I could feel myself getting red from the heat. We're done, Luther. Call me again, and I'm forwarding you to the police. Wait, please. Just listen to me, Brandon, please. I wasn't cold-hearted. Sure, I wanted to reach through the phone and knock the lights out of Luther, but what would 10 more seconds do? What? Your boyfriend is nothing compared to— Oh, fuck off, Luther. Nothing. He's a skinny little punk. I've seen the picture you put online, the photo everyone's talking about, trying to figure out if you two are together or not. He's pathetic. It looks like a charity project. Dusty's face cracked. If I didn't want to fight back, I would have hung up on the fucker right then and there, but I couldn't let him have the last word. You're scum, a piece of shit stuck to my shoe, Luther. You know nothing about Dusty. He's the absolute sexiest fucking man I've ever been with, and every day I feel lucky I get to call him my boyfriend. Plus, his dick is massive, so take your micropenis and go shove it up your own ass. Before I could hang up, Dusty grabbed the phone from me. Oh, and Luther, guess what? This skinny little twink just got his brains plowed out of him by the man you so desperately want back. So maybe stop obsessing over photos on social media and start figuring out how to get your life back on track. Because you're completely off the rails. Boom, motherfucker. And I hung up the call on whatever vile bullshit Luther was about to spit. Sorry you had to hear all that crap, I said to Dusty, trying to read if there was any pain in his eyes. He didn't seem affected, but I knew he was good at hiding his emotions when he needed to. Was this one of those moments? It made me think now wouldn't be the best time to tell him everything. Luther already alluded to it, but Dusty didn't seem to pick up on it. I'll tell him. I will, just not now. I'm fine.
Dusty answered, his smile wavering for a split second.
Your ex sounds like the absolute worst, though.
He is the purest form of trash. He thinks I owe him a relationship after I find him with a dick in his mouth. Yeah, okay. All I owe him is a punch to the face, and he's lucky I don't give it to him. I felt myself getting heated again. I focused on Dusty, his breath mingling with mine, his skin touching mine. He was all that mattered. I meant what I said. I kissed him. Everything, I really did.
I know,
Dusty said, kissing me back.
Brendan, should we come out, tell everyone about us?
That surprised me. I didn't need much time to think about it, though. Yes, I answered almost instantly. If you're ready, let's do it. The glint in Dusty's eyes told me he was more than ready.
Let's tell everyone tomorrow. My moms are having that party for the cheetahs. It's their last day here. Everyone will be there.
You sure?
Very.
My heart felt lifted, past the clear plastic of the top of the yurt and up toward the star-blotted sky. I kissed him again, and again, and again, until we found ourselves touching and grinding and licking, until Dusty was straddling me, begging for me to fuck him again, his entire body quivering as I pushed into him again. I gave him exactly what he wanted, and the rest of the night was lost to our passionate lovemaking. 21. Dusty Gold. We woke up that morning tangled up in each other, sunlight flooding the yurt and slowly waking us up. I stretched and yawned and cuddled in even more, using Brandon's heavy arm to block some of the light. I could hear his heart beating, a slow and steady lub-dub, a rhythm I wanted to memorize and etch onto my own heart. After last night, I think that's exactly what I had done. Brandon and I were now tied together for the rest of time. He was my first. He took my virginity, and I was for sure never getting it back. Not that I wanted it back, just to be clear. And wow, was last night everything I imagined it to be and more? There had been plenty of fear and apprehension leading up to my first time. A lot of questions, which I didn't really have anyone to answer besides everyone's favorite sex therapist, Dr. Google. The questions all had me wondering if maybe a life in the priesthood wouldn't be so bad. Is it going to hurt? Am I going to like it? How do I know I'm ready? What if an accident happens? Will he be gentle? Will it hurt? How bad? Lots and lots and lots of questions. And all of them disappeared the second Brandon kissed me and pushed into me, telling me that it was okay and that he had me. That was all I needed to hear. I knew that no matter what happened, Brandon had me. He wouldn't let anything bad happen. That thought helped me relax, and it helped me experience an absolute world-shattering orgasm, capping off the galaxy-shattering sex. Seriously, I was missing out. Having Brandon inside me, it was everything. It was difficult to explain, but I already felt empty, like he had taken something from me and it needed to be put back in so I could be made whole again. Of course, it had hurt a little at first. There wasn't any getting around that part. Brandon had an elephant trunk for a dick, and no matter how much lube we used or prep we'd done, it was still going to hurt. What surprised me, though, was how little the pain bothered me. It wasn't excruciating or anything like that. Brandon had gone slow and gentle, allowing my body to accommodate to him, but I could still feel a stretch when he started to thrust. That was nothing, though, compared to the intense pleasure I felt when Brandon pushed all the way inside me, stuffing me. The way his dick practically hit my lungs sent me to the damn moon. With every thrust, I had felt my swollen prostate being pressed against, and it only made the experience more mind-blowing. I was honestly surprised I could still talk after it was all over, and after the second time.
And especially after the third. "Morning," Brandon said, stretching under the covers. I loved waking up next to him. It always made me feel like the day was off to the right start. Nothing could go wrong when the first thing I saw in the mornings was Brandon's sleep-drunk hazel eyes. I reached for my glasses and slipped them on, his hazel eyes turning from dial-up connection to full 60 frames per second HD clarity. "Excited for today?" Brandon asked. It must have been his first thought. "I am. It was my first thought when I woke up." "Do you think their heads are going to explode?" "Dusty, I think our relationship is as secret as the dictionary." I snorted. He may have been right, but still I was sure it would come as news to some people. And what if they didn't react well? Not that I expected my family to take the news badly, but... Damn it, I was still scared. "It's like a Band-Aid. Once you rip it off, that's it. It's done." Brandon started kissing my neck, his hand moving up and down my chest and making me tingle in all kinds of ways. I wasn't entirely sure how long we spent in that yurt. Time felt different when Brandon and I were together. It dripped slow like honey and moved fast like an angry river. Eventually, we put on our clothes and got out, stepping into the sun and warmth of the Georgia summer. We walked back to the house, which was just beginning to see activity. Mama Ash was back from her work trip to Miami. She was brewing coffee that woke me up just by smelling it. She gave us a smiley good morning and offered us each mugs, which we gratefully took. "You boys have a good night?" "Mm-hmm," I said from behind my mug, hoping the pink in my cheeks didn't give away just how good it had been. "We're excited about today." Brandon steered the conversation away from last night. I silently thanked him. "Oh, you two don't even know what we've got planned? You guys are gonna flip." I raised a suspicious brow. "We ordered it after having a bottle of wine." "Mom!" "Each," she added, giggling. I laughed along with them, excited to see what drunken fever dream waited for us. My parents loved surprises. From surprise birthday parties to surprise graduation parties to even a surprise Easter party one year, they loved it. And they loved layering surprises too. Like at Benji's and my 16th birthday party, which was a surprise, they had organized a mariachi band to perform in the yard, and surprised them with a group of dancers that got the whole party up and moving, and then they surprised us with huge boxes that held about 20 more boxes inside, and in the last box were 2 first-class tickets to London. Benji and I both freaked the hell out that year. The coffee had a kick. I felt slightly buzzed as I got ready for the party. Brandon and I were sharing a closet, but thankfully we had 2 bathrooms to get ready in. I took my time, wanting to make sure my hair was gelled just right and that there wasn't anything on my teeth or up my nose. I wasn't sure if I was more scared of the relationship reveal or of simply having all that attention on me. I took a very long shower and tried to process all my thoughts, which was useless. I was glad this was mostly happening during the summer months, but the summer was already beginning to wind down. Soon school would start up again, and a whole new set of worries would fight for my attention. When I turned the water off, I could hear Brandon in my room, speaking low. At first, it almost sounded like he was reciting something, practicing a verse or a line in a play. I couldn't help it. I crept closer to the door, dripping wet. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." And then he stopped, suddenly, like he was stifling a sob. Who was he apologizing to? And for what? He didn't say anything else, and I was beginning to drip so much. I was scared the carpet in my room would start to get wet. I crept back to the shower and finished drying myself off, trying hard not to think about what I'd just overheard. It can't be. No, I'm sure it wasn't. Brandon couldn't have been talking to Luther, right? That just wasn't possible. It didn't register as reality. There'd be no way he was calling Luther to apologize. No, there had to be some other reason. A perfectly logical one. It's fine. It's not my business. He'll tell me about it when he's ready. The thought gave me some reassurance. I had to hold on to it because I couldn't get cold feet. Not today. I gargled some mouthwash, cleaned my glasses, buttoned up my light blue shirt, and figured there wasn't much else I could do. I looked at myself in the mirror, and Luther's nasty words slashed through my mind. A lanky boy, always self-conscious of his weight, stared back at me, cut down by the harsh and unfiltered words. It's okay. He's trash. I don't have to listen to anything he says. A deep breath helped center me. A splash of fresh, cool water to the face helped me snap completely out of it. Brandon was waiting for me in the room, sitting on the bed and scrolling through his phone, looking as if he didn't have a care in the world. He wore a pair of acid-washed jeans that hugged his thighs and were cuffed at the ankle, his bare feet crossed together. His white and pink polo shirt fit him as well as his jeans did, showing off the curves of muscle in his chest and his powerful arms. He looked at me, and his eyes seemed to glow.
"You look so good,"
he said, setting his phone aside. I wanted to tell him that I felt like a steaming pile of trash next to his godly figure, but instead I just settled on a thank you.
"You ready for this?"
he asked, coming over to my side. Brandon grabbed my hands in his. I looked up, my heart fluttering like a drunk butterfly. He towered over me, and yet never made me feel like I was beneath him. So ready. Good. He kissed me with a smile that spread to me. We smiled like goofballs as we walked down the hall, following the sound of party and chatter. I must have spent longer than I realized in the shower because it sounded like Brandon and I were the last ones to arrive. The farewell party was set up outside on the patio. A long table sat on the grass with a cheetah print tablecloth, a cake sitting on the center of it. The cake was made to look like the paw pads of a cheetah, big claws made of sugar completing the look. There was a cooler full of drinks and another table that held all kinds of food. On the grass next to the cake was a playpen where the two cheetah cubs romped around with a very happy Tammy and an even happier Caitlin. Benji was on the outside of the pen using a stringy cat toy to try and entice them into playing with him. A few of the sanctuary volunteers also showed up. I waved a friendly hello to Ernie Banks, who'd been volunteering for my mom since I could remember. He and his wife were by the colorful piñata hanging from the tree, their 6-year-old looking jealously at the playpen. There was also Foronda Cole, a newer volunteer, but a super passionate one, who stood with Helena Ramsey, the volunteer my mom said was fostering River. She smiled, her face turning bright as she waved to me and came over for a hug. She wasn't wearing a lot of makeup today, which meant she was proudly wearing the scar that crossed her face from her chin up to her ear. It had been a boating accident, before we ever met Helena, and at first she had covered it so well that no one even knew about the accident. As she became more comfortable over time, she laid off on the makeup and started wearing it proudly. I looked around, but didn't spot River. I was about to ask her about him, but Foronda came over with my mom. Foronda was someone else who loved using makeup, but with her, it seemed more like artwork than a decision to cover anything up, with her bright colors and bold choices that always caught my eye. She spent a lot of time watching makeup tutorials on YouTube, and the perfectly blended orange and purple sparkling eyeshadow she had on was a testimony to her style. There are way more people here than I thought there'd be. I started getting more and more nervous and drifted away from the crowd. Was this a mistake? There'd be absolutely no coming back from this. Part of me knew I wanted to keep things quiet because if it ever went south, I'd only ever have myself to explain it to. Once other people knew, once they got involved, then there'd be other people to confront, others that I'd need to talk to. It was selfish and stupid, and it fed into the worst parts of me, the side of me that thrived off negativity and pessimism. It assumed that Brandon and I were destined for the worst. But logically, I knew that there was zero way of knowing what would happen in the future. I didn't own a crystal ball, or tarot cards, or a gas station. I had no way of knowing. If I were to hypothesize where our future was headed based on all the evidence presented so far, I'd say it was headed into fairy tale land. Brandon and I clicked on a molecular level, and Barring any big surprises or life-changing secrets, I couldn't see anything breaking us apart. At least, nothing I can see. Before I let myself spiral down a trail of thoughts that would do nothing but stress me out, Uncle Peanut and Aunt Gabby waved us over. "Peanut wants to ask a question," Gabby said, smiling underneath her big sunglasses and wide-brimmed hat. "This can't be good," I said under my breath, loud enough for everyone to hear. "I wanted to ask you, Brandon, those underwear, the Daddy brand, where did you buy them?" My eyes snapped open wide and I swallowed a laugh. "Jack," Gabby said, using Peanut's real name and swatting him on the chest. "I thought you were going to ask if they were together." "Okay," I said, clapping my hands. "Great talking to you both." I turned and hurried away from the two, Brandon thankfully following close behind. We walked over to where the cheetahs were playing with Tammy inside their pen. I turned to a chuckling Brandon, his smile as bright as the sun.
"Should we do it now?"
he asked, looking around. Music was playing from speakers disguised as rocks, and Uncle Peanut was probably 3 beers in and already shaking his hips while thinking about jock straps. If we didn't say something now, I was scared we'd lose the spotlight to Peanut. "Yeah, might as well." Brandon gave me a reassuring bump with his shoulder that almost knocked me down like one of those punching bag dolls, the ones that bounce right back up. "Hey, everyone," I said, only being heard by one of the cheetahs, which turned her attention back to a nipping Tammy. "Excuse me, guys." Brandon's voice held so much more command. It seemed to lift above the music, not at a yell, but definitely not at a whisper either. Everyone turned to us. I gave another meek wave. Mama Ash turned down the music so that my shaking voice could be heard by everyone at the party. "So, Brandon and I have something we want to tell you guys. It's something we've been keeping secret for a while now, and we don't want to do that any longer." I adjusted my glasses, which hadn't moved an inch and didn't need any adjustment. We're, Benji perked up. "Certified tax preparers?" "Secret political operatives?" my sister chimed in. "Republicans!" Peanut shouted. "No, none of that," Brandon said, laughing loudly. He put his hand at his side, his pinky wrapping around mine in a sign of subtle support. He knew I had to be the one to say it. I had to be the one to rip the Band-Aid off. "Brandon and I are together," I blurted out. A moment of deep silence followed, punctuated by the squeaks of an otter and her playful cheetah cubs. And then Peanut guffawed. "That's it? Republicans would have been more of a surprise than that." The crowd burst into laughter and my mom started to clap. "I'm happy for you two." The rest of the crowd joined in the impromptu applause. I felt my cheeks burn red hot as Brandon let go of my pinky and took my entire hand. This was it. No turning back from this moment. "Seriously, your mom and I were counting down the days," Ashley said as the clapping died down, a big grin on her face. "We were that obvious?" I asked. "I mean, kind of, yeah. I think the giveaway was when Brandon stayed in your room instead of moving to Mav's," Mia said. "Well then, this party is celebrating 2 things. Baby Gia and Leah heading to their new homes, and for you two, making it Facebook official." "Perfect, and I think the big surprise just got here," Ashley said. Judging by the barking dogs, I guessed that she was right. She excused herself to go open the front door. I looked up at Brandon, a little shell-shocked, but also feeling like I was floating somewhere above the yard. I couldn't have dreamed a better moment. Brandon pulled out his phone then and turned the camera toward us. He held his arm out, which meant basically the entire yard was in frame. He leaned in and kissed my cheek. My eyes went as wide as my smile when the shutter clicked. He showed me the photo, the two of us exuding happiness with the cheetah paw cake right behind us, the sanctuary logo printed on the napkins, gold lining the plates and cups. He even got one of the cheetah cubs in the frame as she was trying to climb out of the playpen. He only took a few moments to come up with the caption, "My partner in crime," and he posted it to his 250,000 Instagram followers.
ripping off another Band-Aid in the process. There'd be no questioning that photo. Rumors would be squashed by the pure truth. As I started to wonder just how many likes the photo was garnering, my mom walked through the sliding glass doors, her arms in the air and grabbing all the attention. "Everyone, please, I'd like to introduce today's entertainment." She flourished her hands and motioned behind her before stepping to the side. "It's Mr. Cheetah Clown!" Brandon and I let out audible gasps, matching in their intensity. We weren't gasping because of the ludicrous clown outfit, or the crazy cheetah dots painted onto the man's powdered white face, or the ridiculous cheetah tail capped in the telltale red ball every clown needed to have. We didn't gasp because of any of those things. We gasped because, underneath the almost spooky makeup, was a face both of us had no trouble recognizing since it was so fresh in our minds. Standing there, dressed as Mr. Freakin Cheetah Clown, was Jay from the bar himself, swapping out his boat shoes for oversized big red clown shoes. And he looked just as shocked by all this tomfoolery as us.
22. Brandon Reed. Holy motherfucking shit. It was Jay, the one I'd almost knocked out at the bar. He looked nuts, dressed up like a clown-cheetah hybrid. He smiled with overpainted black lips until his yellow contact-covered eyes settled on me and Dusty. Just like how we easily recognized him, he seemed to have recognized us. He turned on his big red shoes and started walking out, squeaking with each step. Huh? Ashley looked around, but everyone else was just as confused. Crap. I didn't want to ruin this surprise, as crazy as it was. I was sure Ashley and Mia were looking forward to it. I ran after Jay, and I felt Dusty run after me. He put a hand on my shoulder, but I wasn't running because I wanted to finish what we had started. It was the exact opposite.
"What just happened?"
Mia asked as we whisked by them. I called after Jay. Hey, listen, bro, listen. Jay kept walking a few squeaking steps, making it to the middle of the kitchen before stopping and turning, his hands up in forfeit. I don't want any more problems, man. I'll just leave. No, that's what I want to say. Stay. And don't worry about us. There won't be any problems. Listen, I'm sorry about how I blew up at the bar. I should have kept a cooler head. Just don't bring any of that shit around today, and we're all good. There was a very thinly veiled threat under my words. We could be peaceful, as long as he understood I wasn't playing any games. Dusty motioned over his shoulder. Were you going to do a show? Balloon animals, face painting? I do magic, Jay said, almost inaudible. I leaned forward. Huh? I also do magic, he said louder. My dad and I own the business. We're short on entertainers today, so I offered to step in. Got it, I said. Dusty turned around, only so Jay couldn't see the laughter that threatened to erupt from his pursed lips, his eyes shut. This way, he said, his voice only slightly cracking. Jay and I followed Dusty back out. The magic cheetah clown apologized to me before we got to the yard, saying he should have listened and stopped offering after the first no. It was true, but it also sounded like Jay had learned his lesson. Outside, Ashley's face shifted from confusion to relief on realizing her special surprise didn't just randomly walk out of the event. He set up his station by the cheetah playpen as the group gathered around him in a light crowd. I can't believe we thought he was CIA, I said to Dusty under my breath as Jay set a wide-brimmed magician's hat on the table, a cheetah print wand held in his hand. Maybe this is his cover, Dusty pointed out. I looked at him before we both started to laugh again. Jay started his show, grabbing everyone's attention by setting off a tiny handheld firecracker, sparkers shooting from the small rocket, confetti flying out toward us. Everyone clapped, even though the trick was something more suited for a 10-year-old rather than the party gathered around him now. It didn't matter, though. Something about seeing the silly drug-pushing, clown brought the kid out in all of us. Soon everyone was participating in his little call-outs and magic tricks, choosing cards and guessing numbers. He actually wasn't bad, considering he was a weird chimera thing of party entertainment. His creepy, painted smile wasn't made any softer by the fake cat-eye contacts he had put on, the bright reds and blues and greens of his clown costume clashing with the face paint and the big orange wig. Midway through the show, I noticed there were cat ears sticking out of the wig. At least he committed. "And now," Jay said, "for the grand finale. I need everyone to close their eyes for 2 seconds. 1 and 2. Now turn around 5 times. That's it, thank you. 1 more time. All right, clap 4 times now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect." He waved a hand over the upturned magician's hat centered on the table. "Now on the count of 3, I need everyone to shout, 'Abra-cat-dabra.' Okay? All right." He closed his eyes and danced his fingers through the air. Everyone looked like they were holding their breath. Jay wrapped us up deep in his show. "All right, 1, 2, and..." We called out our abra-cat-dabras, and Jay reached into the hat. He looked like he was searching around the bottom of it for a moment, sticking his tongue out, looking in, and then, "Aha!" Out he pulled, amazingly, one of the cheetah cubs. She wriggled around in his grip as he held her against him, the crowd rightfully oohing and awing. "Oh, wait a second, looks like... Yep." He reached into the hat, which definitely didn't look big enough to fit 1 cheetah cub, much less 2, and pulled out the second cub. He held them both against him, creepily smiling and slightly squeaking as he walked over to put them back in the playpen. Everyone clapped and he took a bow, his wig almost falling off, but he managed to save it just in time. "That was actually a really great magic show," I admitted to Dusty as I helped clean up, the party having dispersed and only family left behind. He nodded in surprised agreement. "Definitely wasn't expecting the ending." "Nope, not at all." We put away the table and covered the pieces of cake that were left over, their vanilla and chocolate layers making my mouth water. I snuck one last bite and earmarked the aluminum foil covering my bitten slice. I was coming back for that later tonight. The mood in the house felt relaxed and joyful. Mia and Ashley had done all they could to take care of the baby cheetahs and to give them a place to stay and play until they reached their forever home. In the living room, Penelope the golden doodle was watching as the cubs tried to get Tammy to give up a big fluffy toy, which Tammy, who was only now beginning to look smaller than the cubs, had a very strong hold on. I couldn't really believe this was how my summer had turned out. Living with the Golds, calling Dusty my boyfriend, walking into a living room with cheetahs, an otter, and a big fluffy teddy bear of a dog. There was only one thing really left that would make it all complete. I thought back to the voicemail I had left. The call I'd made after countless nights of not sleeping, thinking on what I would say if the ringing was answered. No one answered, of course. My voice probably rang out through the living room, my parents being some of the few people I knew who still used an old voicemail machine. "I'm sorry." The thought echoed behind my every thought, but it was becoming louder and louder the longer I stayed with Dusty and his family. Every day made me realize how much time separated me from mine. It wasn't even distance. They weren't that far from here, actually. Distance wasn't an issue. It was what I had done that was the problem. I tried not to focus too much on it for now. I had made the call and I left my message. All I could do now was wait. The rest of the afternoon passed without any more surprise clowns or cheetah cakes. I hung out with Dusty and Benji and played cards with Mama Ash and Caitlin while Mia made sure everything was set for the cheetah's departure. She had cooked dinner for us, too, and I ate like a pig, always loving when she cooked her classic Cuban recipes. Tonight had been a tender chicken with seasoned yellow rice and beans, sweet fried plantains on the side. I had 2 servings and everything that Dusty left behind on his plate.
For dessert, she had made arroz con leche, another one of my favorites. The creamy rice topped with the powdered cinnamon was the perfect way to cap off the meal. By the end of dinner, I was ready to crash upstairs with Dusty, chuckling and kissing and playing naked. That's what I had planned. Dusty, on the other hand, had something else in mind.
Let's go for a night swim,
he said, stopping me from going upstairs. Huh?
In the lake. I used to do it all the time as a kid. Let's go. The sun's down. It's perfect.
I wasn't about to say no. I couldn't ever say no to Dusty. Not in a million years. Not even when the idea of swimming at night in a lake terrified the living shit out of me. Sure, I said. Dusty turned and bolted past me. He seemed so excited, there was definitely no way I'd turn his idea down now. I followed him, almost having to run so I could keep up. Lucky spotted us and gave chase, but gave up once we reached the backyard, deciding he wanted to stay in the air conditioning instead. Outside, although the night air felt a tiny bit sticky, it was still refreshing. Dusty stopped running. He walked by my side as we crossed the patio, past a few sheds, crossing under a treehouse we'd never be allowed to climb because of how precarious it looked, and made it to the large lake, its unbothered surface looking like a mirror.
Benji and I would do this when we were little. It was so relaxing.
Dusty started to strip down to his briefs. I followed his lead, throwing nervous glances at the water. I might have been large enough to hold my own against assholes, but I didn't like the idea of stepping into the water and not knowing what was by my feet. There's not like, I don't know, piranhas, right? Dusty shook his head and said,
Absolutely not.
He put a finger up.
Leeches, on the other hand.
What?
Joking. No creepy crawlies and no predatory fish, trust me.
I neatly put my shirt and shorts on top of a smooth boulder. Dusty already had his toes in the water. The trees around us rustled slightly in the breeze. I took a breath and started toward the water. Dusty turned around and must have spotted my apprehension.
Wait a second. Are you scared?
He asked, crossing his arms against his chest. He looked so good, standing there in his little white underwear, his hips poking out and his treasure trail making the perfect kissing trail. No, not at all, I answered. But maybe we should go hang out in the living room instead.
I swear there's nothing to be scared of. This isn't Florida. We don't have gators in every body of fresh water available. Seriously, I once saw a baby gator in a water fountain. That's how bad it is down there.
I laughed, although I hadn't even really thought about alligators. Great, now I was even more scared.
Can you swim?
Dusty came out of the water now. I can doggy paddle.
Perfect,
he said.
We won't go to the deep parts, and there aren't any rip currents you have to worry about. Trust me, Brandon, you're totally safe.
He reached out for my hands, his eyes glowing underneath his glasses.
Oh, how the tables have turned. Usually you're the one comforting me,
Dusty said, smiling. He laid his head on my chest.
Your heart is racing.
He looked back up at me.
If you want to go back inside,
no, let's do this. And without warning him, I bent down and scooped Dusty up into my arms. He gave a surprised gasp and started to laugh as I carried him toward the water like I was carrying him over the threshold after our wedding. He put his arms around my neck and his head on my chest, and I walked into the water, smiling and laughing, the fear dissipating as quickly as it had come. The warm water gently lapped at me as I stepped further and further, dipping Dusty in, getting his butt wet, walking us in until the water reached my chest and his knees before I set him down. I forgot he was shorter than me, so he fell further down into the water than I was expecting, but Dusty knew how to swim, and even if he couldn't touch the bottom, he was keeping afloat.
God, I've missed this,
he said, letting himself float on his back. His feet rose up out of the water, his underwear clinging to his skin, see-through underneath the delicate moonlight. I reached out and put my hands under him, giving him an extra layer of support. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. The lines of his ribs rose as he took in the breath, and I wanted to kiss each one, I wanted to taste the moonlight on his skin.
Isn't this peaceful?
It is. So you're not scared? He cracked open one eye. Not at all. He shut it again. Good. And he smirked. Because I think I just saw something move behind you. What? Like pressing the panic button inside a panic room, I freaked the fuck out. I launched Dusty into the air. He landed in the water with a splash. But that's when I heard two more splashes, both of them right behind me. I turned, shouting some incoherent words and swimming backward toward the middle of the lake. Dusty stopped me with his hands on my back. Relax, Brandon, relax. And then something bashed into my thigh, hard. I yipped like a scared little kid, but I put my entire body in front of Dusty's, some kind of defensive instinct kicking in. I figured, in that moment, if something were going to take me down, I needed to give Dusty time to get to Tammy, go home! Dusty swam around me and started swatting at the water. It's the otter? The one and only. Then, as if she were waiting for her cue, Tammy's head broke the surface of the water, her white and brown furred face looking as if it was cracked in a wide smile. I can't believe I thought I was about to die. Dusty couldn't stifle the laughter, even though the snort sounded like he tried. Sorry, I should have warned you. Tammy loves night swims too. Thankfully, Dusty hadn't lost his glasses in the toss. I'm sorry about throwing you, I said as Tammy dove back underwater. That's fine. It was kind of fun, actually. Want me to do it again? Absolutely not, no. Dusty and I laughed, the sounds of Tammy splashing nearby no longer freaking me out. He floated back into my arms, wrapping his legs around my waist. We kissed, the entire world seeming to melt away as I held him. I'd never felt this profoundly at peace before, which was weird considering I'd just been scared shitless moments earlier. It didn't matter, though. All that mattered was Dusty's heart beating against mine, his breath swirling with mine. I rarely watched romantic movies or read romantic things, but I didn't have to know that what Dusty and I had was something to rival every soul-mated pair in every sappy film we could find. You're so special to me, Dusty. His lips glimmered. Tammy gave a spin so that some water splashed our way. I never thought I'd be happy about a fire, but I've got to admit I'm glad our old dorms went up in flames. This, what we have, it feels so impossible but also so right. Like it was written down somewhere, in some long-lost prophecy, like we were meant to be. It's exactly what I felt. Dusty put it so perfectly. He knew his way around words the same way he knew his way around formulas and numbers and complex word problems that made me dizzy just looking at. No, I couldn't put my feelings into words as smoothly as Dusty. Instead of a beautiful metaphor or a moving speech, 4 words tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop them, before I had a chance to overthink and swallow them. I love you, Dusty. The bright moon seemed to make a cracking sound above us, as if I'd look up to see it hanging in the sky like a broken frame swinging from its hook. The trees seemed to all turn the other way, their branches covering their trunks in shock and embarrassment. Even Tammy appeared stunned, only her eyes peeking out from the water, turned directly toward us, a tiny little paw held up to her jaw-dropped mouth. I love you too, Brandon. His smile shone as bright as the stars above. Like, a lot. I've been scared to even think it, if I'm being honest. But I don't want to be scared anymore, not with you. I trust you. I love you. His words settled into my heart, permanently etched into my chest like a tattoo. I don't ever want you to be scared either. Not even if we're being attacked by a playful otter in the middle of a dark lake, I said. That one sounds more like you. And I also never want you scared around me, I continued, kissing his forehead. Ever. I'm yours and you're mine. Nothing is going to change that. Nothing. Nothing. Dusty repeated, his lips gentle against mine. My hummingbird hero. 23. Dusty Gold. The mid-afternoon summer sun beat down on the gold sanctuary with an intensity that even an ice-cold lemonade and a cup full of frozen ice couldn't combat. Thankfully, there was a bit of a breeze that helped when we were out of the direct sun, so Benji and I stayed under the shade of the small three-horse stable where Electra regally stood. I combed out her silky soft mane while Benji worked on cleaning her hooves. She seemed to be soaking in all the attention, her eyelids drooping, her huge eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a dark butterfly. Olive sat on top of a hay barrel, her eyes closed shut, but her tail gently flicking back and forth, a sign telling me she was as happy as she was relaxed. Summer's almost over. Crazy, huh? Benji said as he took Electra's hind leg on his so he could get into the hoof. Insane. Time really had passed at an incredible rate. I still remembered introducing Brandon to the family like it was just yesterday, but it had been months now. Months of Brandon living with me, sharing my bed, making my eyes roll back in my skull on a nightly basis. And it had been weeks now of saying, I love you to each other. The words coming so naturally. I'd never felt this kind of love before. But I knew the moment Brandon said it to me in the lake that it was what I felt. That cotton candy and strawberry kind of feeling that left a sugary taste on your tongue and a glow in your heart. I knew it had to be love. There was no denying it, and there was no hiding it. I was in love with Brandon Reed, and he was in love with me. This summer's been nuts, I said. Electra snorted as if in agreement. I rubbed her nose. It's been wild. I'm glad you brought Brandon around, though. He's helped keep me active. Normally, I'd just be in my room eating Cheerios and watching reruns of Doctor Who all day. But Brandon always comes around and asks if I want to throw the ball or go on a run or something. It's cool. He's a really cool guy. I'm happy for you two. Thanks, Benji. And I really appreciate the change he's made in you, too. Huh? I've just noticed you hold your head up higher now. And you make more eye contact, too. It's been really fun to watch you come out of that shell. Really? I smiled at my twin. He stood up and brushed hay off his jeans, smiling back. I do feel more confident and happier. Not that I wasn't happy before, it's just a different kind of happiness. I don't really know how to explain it. You don't have to. I can see it. When you guys are together, it's like staring at the sun. You guys are so bright. I don't know how to explain it either. Well, it doesn't come for free, this new confidence. I've got a whole new set of fears now, mostly around Brandon. And I know most of the fears aren't even logical, but I still can't help and worry. What are you scared of the most? Him leaving me? The words felt like ice crossing my lips. Him getting bored and moving on? This fairy tale has been nice, really nice. But what if it's just that, a fairy tale? Fairy tales always end. With happy ever afters. I arched a brow. You haven't read Russian fairy tales, have you? I shook my head. The facts are that Brandon Reed is an athletic god destined for greatness, and I'm this lanky kid obsessed with working for NASA and learning new things. Yeah, but Brandon chose you, and you chose him. He might have the same fears about you leaving him. Ever thought of that? No, not really. He might wonder if you're on your way toward winning a Nobel Peace Prize with 5 New York Times best-selling books under your belt. Yeah, but I'd never leave him. And you know what, Dust? He's saying the exact same thing. I nodded, my brother knocking some sense into me. He always knew what to say to get me back on the right track. Benji knew how to reframe my perspective, showing me a side of a situation I never would have seen on my own. Thanks, Benji. You're right. I shouldn't worry about things that won't happen. You definitely shouldn't. Benji's gaze dropped downward. I saw a brief flash of sadness before he tried covering it up, but I saw. I could tell what Benji was feeling through just a rogue twitch on his face. Like looking in the mirror, I knew. "What's wrong?" He shook his head. Nothing. I don't want to take away from anything. Benji." I put the brush down and walked around Electra so I didn't have to look over her to see my brother. "What's wrong?" "I'm happy for you. I am." And then my brother surprised me, his expression cracking and tears starting to run down his face. It just makes me think of my life and how empty it's been feeling. I don't know what's wrong with me, Dust. I don't know. I can't be happy, and I'm scared I'll never feel the kind of happiness you have. I'm scared something's broken, and I don't know how to fix it. I'm telling you not to be scared, but here I am, scared out of my mind. I'm aimless in school, I don't have a relationship to turn to, my friends are all dealing with their own issues, so I feel bad turning to them with mine. Fuck, Dust. He wiped at his cheeks with the back of his hand. Fuck, I'm sorry. You should never feel bad about turning to me. I pulled my brother in for a hug, letting him cry onto my shoulder. The pain he felt ached in my own core. He pulled back, sniffling and rubbing his nose. Thanks, Dust. It's just hard, but I'll be okay. You will be. I looked into my brother's eyes, seeing myself reflected back. I knew he'd be okay, but I was glad he was able to talk to me about it, and I was glad he knew he could come to me again whenever he needed to. Have you thought about that grad program? I asked. The one for physical therapy? My brother nodded, but his expression still seemed gray. My grades aren't competitive enough. I talked to an advisor. I might be able to pull it off, but it'll be a Hail Mary. And? You've pulled off crazy things before. Remember that one time you raised over $30,000 for the sanctuary, all from your Christmas fundraiser idea? And then that other time when you basically carried your basketball team to a huge win after making up the other team's 40-point lead? That was you, throwing three-pointer after three-pointer after three-pointer. That was a pretty good night, Benji said, his smile cracking wider. You don't need to be a physical therapist. Maybe you can open up a gym or a training facility. Or maybe you can focus on one sport and work your way up to a big famous coach. Or a sports commentator. People would love to watch you. And how many gay guys are on ESPN? They need people like you. He took a breath, and it seemed like things were landing. I just want you to see that there are plenty of things to look forward to. And you're capable of all of them, Benji. Thanks, Dust. It means a lot. I'll think about it over the summer. There's still time for me to get my shit together. I just have to break out of this rut. You will. I will. We got back to grooming a very spoiled Electra, the conversation slowly taking a more upbeat turn. I wanted to dig a little more into what my brother was thinking and how he was feeling, but just as I felt comfortable in steering the conversation back to him, my sister burst into the stables, breathless. Here you are. I looked to her, setting the comb down. Her hair looked windswept and her shirt had come untucked from her jeans. Someone's at the main gate. They're looking for you. For me? I asked. Who would come to the sanctuary looking for me? Yeah, some guy. He said he needed to talk to Dusty. Brandon went up to go talk to him. They were kind of shouting at each other. Brandon? He said something about being his ex. Jesus. Pieces were beginning to click, but I still didn't have the full picture. All right, let's go. Benji and I followed Caitlin away from the stables, the three of us walking at a brisk pace. But at some point, not exactly sure when, I broke out into a run. More pieces started falling into place. Something about this felt different. Like there was a certain kind of stench in the air. Danger. It stung my nose and made my heart pump harder as I ran, leaping over a sleeping Penelope and running past a confused Mia, bolting out the door and running down the gravel path leading toward the main gate. It was already beginning to get dark, but there was still plenty of sunlight left to see what was up ahead. To see Brandon, pushing someone back. The gates of the sanctuary only opened up a crack. I heard shouting, but it was coming from both of them, and from me, too? I couldn't make anything out. I knew who that was. A ringing in my gut and a buzz in my bones told me I knew who Brandon was pushing out. "What's going on?" They didn't hear me. "What's happening?" Nothing. "Who is that?" No response. I was closer now. "Stop!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the noise. Somehow the meek little mouse that lived inside my throat managed to sound like an angry lion roaring at a threat. Maybe he grabbed a loudspeaker. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. Brandon stepped back, his face flushed red, anger and shock mixing in his gaze. "Who's here to see me?" Brandon didn't say a word. Instead, a wild-eyed man stepped out from the crack of the gates. I was completely and totally confused. Benji stood behind us along with Caitlin. No one speaking, the only sounds Brandon's heavy breathing and a squirrel clattering up a nearby tree. "I'm here because you need to be told the truth. I know you and Brandon are official. I saw all I needed to see, but I came here to make sure that Brandon's been telling you everything." The words sounded ridiculous, like some kind of prank audition for American Idol. Too crazy to even be funny. Too crazy to even be true. "Luther, you came here to fuck shit up, not to tell any truths." Brandon's glare were as sharp as knives. "Luther, this is Brandon's ex." Luther's face flickered into a sinister smile. "Just like you fucked shit up when you threw a drug-induced fit and hurt your own mother?" My mouth gaped open. The shock of the words hit me before the meaning of them. "Luther?" Brandon's voice was strained, as if Luther had his fingers around his throat. But Luther's hands were at his side, his smile twisting further on his face. "I knew you didn't tell him. How you sent your mother to the hospital that night with a broken wrist. How I was the one who gave you a place to sleep, warm clothes, warm food, and now you reject my calls and want to put a restraining order on me? What a fucking joke!" I sputtered like a fish out of water. "Is that true?" I asked Brandon, knowing it couldn't possibly be. Luther had to be making it all up. A sick and twisted effort to get him back. That had to be it. It couldn't be the truth, not my Brandon. He'd never do something like that. No, it couldn't. It couldn't. It couldn't? It is. It was. No. The word came out of my mouth like a squeak, the mouse back at the wheel. No. It was an accident, Brandon said, turning to me with his face looking tortured. I didn't mean to hurt her. I broke furniture, and she tripped, and Luther cut him off. And you know what else is true? Here came the stab to the heart, a burning sword plunged straight through my chest. Brandon's been sexting with me. He misses this. He grabbed his crotch and gave a disgusting wink. My stomach twisted into a pretzel knot. Brandon turned on Luther. That's fucking bullshit. I'd never do that, you disgusting fucking pig. Dusty, listen to me. But I couldn't. I couldn't hear anything past the blood pounding in my ears, the blood pumping from a splintering heart. Every beat created a new crack. I started to walk backward, feeling numb and on fire at the same time. He's lying. I never reached out to him. But he wasn't lying about Brandon's mother getting hurt. How could I be sure he was lying about this? What was the truth? Why couldn't I see anything? Was I about to pass out? Hands came under my armpits. Benji said something, but it sounded like he was speaking underwater. You lied to me, Brandon? Hot tears streaked down my cheeks, a pain I never knew now coursing through my body like a spreading poison, crippling me. I loved you. I gave you everything. No, Dusty, I love you. I'm in love with you, and I'd never put our relationship in jeopardy. I looked to Luther. A sturdy guy with big biceps and broad shoulders, a shaved head and a patch of chest hair poking out from the neck of his red t-shirt. He was taller than me. Definitely played some kind of sport, probably had a massive dick. Of course this would happen. It's what I thought would happen all along. My hypothesis was proven correct. The experiment could be closed shut. Brandon was always going to leave me, always going to betray my trust. Might as well happen weeks after we professed our love for each other. Love. I cried, turning away from him. Benji had a hand on my back, and Caitlin was saying something into my ear. Stay strong, or was it, it's okay? Was she singing? I was close to passing out again. I took deep breaths, each one shaking with a cry that I never expected could come from me. Brandon looked at me as if he'd hit me with his car and couldn't do anything but watch my broken body bleed out on the sidewalk. There was no fixing this, no coming back from this. Brandon lied to me about what happened with his family, about his relationship with Luther, about what else? I can explain, Brandon said, as if reading my mind, as if my thoughts were written in the trail of my tears. I can explain what happened with my family. It's something I regret every single day of my life, and I'm trying to make it right. I am. But I couldn't believe it. Brandon Reed, my savior, my hummingbird hero, my rugby star in shining armor. I couldn't trust him anymore. I have to go. I turned on my heel and walked, the motion robotic, my body running on autopilot. My cries came in short bursts. My gaze was trained straight ahead. I could hear voices behind me, but I ignored them all, keeping my pace, walking, crying, walking, crying. Step by step, step, step. Hold down the sob, step. Fist to mouth, step. I walked around the house, down the trail that led past Electra's pen down toward the lake. There I stood at the edge of it, and I collapsed, crying, my fingers digging in through the mud. My heart shattered in 1,000 different ways at 1,000 beats per second. Brandon Reed. He wasn't my hummingbird hero, not at all. Brandon was my hummingbird heartbreak.
24. Brandon Reed. My world turned upside down in the span of 10 seconds. The time it took for Luther to take a bulldozer to everything I had built with Dusty. Our relationship, as beautiful and vibrant as it was now destroyed. I was going to tell him. I wanted to do it. But that wasn't enough. And that made me angry. Something else that made me angry? Fucking pissed. Luther's smug little smile as he watched my world burn, as he poured a gallon of gasoline onto the flames. I balled my fist so hard that my nails cut into the palm of my hand. Get out. It was a warning, one that Luther didn't heed. He just shook his head. The bastard shook his fucking head, still smiling. You lied. You lied about me texting you. You lied after telling a truth that was never yours to tell. Caitlin had run after Dusty, but Benji was here. I wanted him to turn and run too. I didn't want him to see what was going to happen next. You left me no choice. You left me no choice. I wasn't the one who cheated, who took a shit all over the relationship. That was you. I buried a finger hard into the center of Luther's chest, pushing him back. He was tall, but I still stood a good 4 inches higher than him. He looked up at me, still smiling. It was so fucking infuriating. I wanted to strangle him. Dusty, please. I made one mistake, Brandon. Just one.
How many mistakes have you made in your life?
He gave a pointed glare toward Dusty. You think this is how to get me back? You really are fucking nuts.
You'll have no one, Brandon. And I know you. You wilt when you don't have anyone around. You die.
What he said next might as well have knocked me clean off my fight.
Just like your uncle.
A sheet of red passed over me.
Don't wilt, Brandon. Just get back with me. I promise we can be happy together. We can get past all this.
Behind me, I could hear Dusty's stifled crying. I could hear him moving away from me, turning, running. I took a few controlled breaths, trying to see past the crimson red that coated my vision, using the techniques I'd learned over the years to look past the anger. This wasn't me. I wasn't going to be controlled by raw emotions. As badly as I wanted to knock Luther the fuck out for coming here and ruining everything, I knew that wasn't the answer. I couldn't fight him. Fuck. Get the fuck out. I'm calling the police. I grabbed my phone. I knew Luther was always scared of that threat, and this time was no different. His eyes bugged out, and he started to stammer, stepping back.
Such a coward. Brandon, come on. Talk to me. Take me back. I need you.
For what? To ruin my life again?
I need you, Brandon,
he repeated. All I wanted was to turn back to Dusty and talk to him, to explain it all to him.
We were good together. And imagine how great we'd be now that I'm getting my business up and running. All I need is a little help. If you and I were together on your Instagram, imagine. We'd blow up, Brandon. Your audience would love the athletic wear I'm making.
So that's what this is about? You don't want to get with me, you want to get with my followers. Fury filled me. I had to end this now. Go. I started to dial. Luther could see the 9 and the 1 on my phone. His face went paper pale. He had a split second to think before he turned and ran toward his beat-up Honda. Fucking shithead. I had to go find Dusty. I needed to talk to him. Maybe I could still set this right. My thoughts turned singular, focused on finding him. I searched throughout the house, dodging a worried-looking Ashley who went out front and would no doubt find a bloodied-up Luther. I felt bad, I really did, but I also couldn't think about that. All I could think about was one thing and one thing only. Dusty. Nowhere inside. I turned my search outward, hurrying into the yard. Caitlin sat on one of the benches, her head in her hands, her shoulders giving small jumps. Fuck. I looked out past the horse pens, past the stable. I ran down the path. Part of me wanted to call out to him, but I was scared the sound of my voice would scare him away like a frightened sparrow. I couldn't risk watching him fly away. There he was, standing at the lake, his back toward me. He stood eerily still, like a stone statue. I wanted to throw up. I'd never felt this nervous in my life, not for a rugby game or an exam or an application, never. I didn't know what to do. What should I say? How did I fix this? What could fix this? Dusty. I stood a few feet away from him. He didn't turn, didn't even twitch. Dusty, I'm so fucking sorry. It sounded so stupid. Of course I was sorry. What the fuck difference did that make to Dusty right now? He needed an explanation. He needed something to hold on to before he sank to where I could never even dream of reaching him. I was 16. I'd been addicted to cocaine for 7 months by then. It was starting to show. I was gaunt and jittery and things just weren't right. But it had me hooked. I didn't want to stop. I never wanted to stop. One day I came home from school. It was a week before a big school dance, and I had just been asked by a boy I had a crush on. I said yes, and I felt so lifted by that, I decided I would come out. I went home, and that's what I did. I came out to my parents. They took it better than I ever deserved. My voice sliced itself in half. I took a moment to swallow the sob. It went great. And my mom, she made me promise her. She made me promise I would stop the drugs and just try and live a happy life. I promised her. And I ran upstairs and went straight for my stash. Visions of that day flashed clear in my head, like a movie reel playing in slow motion, the footage in crystal clear HD resolution. I checked the floorboard. The drugs were gone. I thought it was a mistake. Maybe it was in my second hiding spot. I checked the corner of my closet underneath my books. Nothing. Nothing. My mom found them. She flushed them. I don't know what came over me. I saw red, only red. I went downstairs. My parents were in the kitchen. I shouted and I cursed and I broke a ton of shit. Plates, chairs, a coffee table. It looked like a bomb went off. At some point we moved to the living room. My sister was there. My mom said she had done it. She flushed the drugs and a switch flipped. I broke a bookshelf, grabbed it and just threw it to the ground. It was at the exact moment my mom was coming to stop me, to hold me, to tell me it'd be okay. She fell over a piece of the broken bookshelf and she broke her wrist. All because of me, because of my childish fit. I caused my mom pain and my entire family trauma. I never wanted to do that, never. This sob I couldn't quite swallow. Never, never. But I did. She fell and she broke her wrist. My father kicked me out. My sister shouting the entire time. I took a shaking breath. Things didn't get better right away. Luther took me in, and I hurt him too. I took money from him. My stash was empty, and so was my bank account, and I was so desperate. I've paid him back, though. Every cent that I took, I've given it back. Dusty wasn't saying anything, but I had to believe my words were landing. I stayed with Luther for a few weeks before I got a call from my uncle. And that call, he changed my life. I shook my head, emotions surging like a tidal wave. He spoke to me in a way that broke through all the bullshit. I quit cold turkey and moved into a rehab program. After that, I moved in with my uncle, and he helped me get therapy. I still go, actually. Not as often, but I still go. In all that mess, I found rugby, and I found a passion in life that was what I needed. I'm not the same person. And I've been trying to call my mom. I want to show her I'm different. I want to make it up to her somehow. I swallowed what felt like a fistful of broken glass. He didn't move, didn't turn, didn't twitch, solid like a statue. What else are statues? Emotionless. He's blocking everything out. That's the truth, Dusty, the entire truth. Everything else Luther said was a bald-faced lie. I never reached out to him. I'd never betray you like that. You have to know that, Dust. I love you. With everything I've got. Love you more than anything I know. I'm so in love with you, Dusty, it physically hurts. Please, turn around. All he did was move a hand into his pocket. Dusty, I don't know what to believe. Believe me. That's all I'm asking. Believe me. I don't know if I can. It felt like each word he said added another invisible brick to the wall that separated us. His next words wrecked me, the brick wall tumbling down only to suffocate me underneath its weight. Sleep in Maverick's room for the rest of your stay, and avoid me as much as possible. He moved then, his head dropping so all I saw were shadows and pain. He brushed past me, and I could hear his crying, and it broke me. It tore me apart. It hurt so bad. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't keep in a breath. I watched him disappear up the road and into the house. I still couldn't breathe, and it was beginning to scare me. I shut my eyes, my head spinning. I put my hands up in the air behind my head, and I tried to fill my lungs with air. They squeezed out the little bit I could get in. Tried again, same thing. Again, and my world spun faster, and I was scared to open my eyes. I knew I wouldn't see Dusty. I'd lost him. I was a fucking idiot. And now I had to own up to the consequences of my actions. That meant losing the love of my life. Couldn't breathe. Opened my eyes and everything seemed blurry. I snapped them shut again. Hands behind my back now. Nope, that made it worse. Back over my head. Deep breaths. I fell to my knees. I wasn't sure how long I stayed there, the anxiety and panic washing over me in crippling waves, stealing my breath with each hit. My heart felt like it was on the brink of exploding. I worried if this meant I was having a heart attack, which only fed into the panic, stole more of my breath, made my head light and my thoughts spin. At some point, I managed to get onto my feet without passing out. I managed to walk back up to the house, and by the grace of whoever was still watching, I avoided bumping into anyone as I walked up the creaking stairs and down the hall toward Maverick's room. I'd always been meant to sleep in here, but upon opening the door it was clear that no one had touched the room in months. There was dust on the wooden blue wardrobe, turning the surface into a light gray. The bed was bigger than the one in Dusty's room, the walls emptier, with only one framed poster of a quote made by some business mogul. I curled up on Maverick's bed, not bothering to get under the covers, the sheets stiff from not being used. The room smelled like stale air and mothballs. It was the first night I didn't have Dusty with me since what felt like forever ago. The thought crashed down on me like a meteor strike. I shut my eyes, and I cried, and I asked for my mom, begged, like a lost little child, the hushed pleas coming up my throat like balls of cold blue fire. Mom, I'm sorry, Mama. I am. 25. Dusty Gold. Time passes oddly in the wake of big life-altering events. It's like the ripples of the event spread out, morphing each day after it, turning every second into an hour and every hour into a minute. While you're in the muck and grime of the day-to-day, things seem to crawl by. Watching paint dry is as exciting as watching a Fast and Furious film and vice versa. Then, when the time does eventually pass, you look back on the day and you think to yourself, damn, where'd the time go? As if you didn't watch it slowly tick on by. That was how it felt when, on Sunday, an entire week after the incident, I looked back and wondered, where the hell did all that time go? I couldn't really remember what I had done to pass the time, but I could remember feeling the deep and soul-crushing betrayal of what I had learned about Brandon, which morphed into a heart-wrenching pain that I never wanted to feel ever again. The pain was still present, and still hit at random times throughout the day, but I was better at controlling the tears now. I sat in my room, on my bed where I stayed for most of the week. The door was cracked open and light from the hallway spilled in. I had heard my mom walking back and forth, likely doing laundry. They were all worried, but they understood that it wasn't something to really interfere in. My brother would do his best to avoid me when I'd leave the room for food, and my moms would do their best to give me reassuring back rubs as I walked back to my room with a plate of whatever random things I ended up grabbing. I wasn't ready to talk about anything, and they weren't talking to Brandon about it. They couldn't, since he wasn't around. Again, time is weird as all hell, so I don't know exactly when it was that Brendan left. It might have been yesterday, or the day before that, or it could have been... It didn't really matter, did it? Just that he was gone, that's really all that mattered. I thought it would make me feel better, not having his presence around the house, but now it just felt like I had a phantom limb syndrome. I rolled over on the bed and stared out the window at the setting sun. Another day behind me, another day coming up. All of it blurring together. Why couldn't he just be honest with me from the beginning? I couldn't make sense of it. This wasn't Brandon. It was never Brandon. But then who was I to say? I had thought I knew him, and I let my guard down like I knew I shouldn't have. I let him in, and I gave him the power to destroy me. It was all my fault, really. If I had just listened to my gut and kept him at arm's length, then I wouldn't be here, crying into my pillow and hoping the earth would just open up and swallow me whole. My head was so buried into my pillow that I didn't hear the soft knocks or the gentle footsteps. I did feel a hand on my back, and heard a gentle cooing somewhere past my stifled cries. I sucked it all up, solidifying like stone. "Want some dinner?" my mom Mia asked. "Not tonight. Not now," I said into the pillow. "You sure? I made you your favorite, ropa vieja and some plantanitos on the side." Damn it. That was my favorite. She really was my mom. I lifted my head. Maybe in a little bit. The imprint of my face in the pillow was marked by the wet stains of my tears. "Oh, baby." My mom brushed hair off my forehead. Her eyes were filled with concern and love. I hated this. I hated making anyone worried, especially for something that was so far out of everyone's control. "I'm okay, Mom." "Really?" "Yes." The way my voice shook gave away the real answer. My mom sat down on the edge of my bed, her hand moving to settle on mine. "Dust, do you remember when you were a kid and you told me about the boy in your class? The one you had such a crush on? And that little twerp ended up breaking your heart?" "I remember." "I told you about Hummingbird Heartbreaks back then. Remember?" "Mm-hmm." "The same way you survived that hurt, you'll survive this one. And you'll be stronger because of it, Dust. I know the pain is excruciating. I hate seeing it because I know how terrible it hurts." I looked to her and saw pain reflected back. "You do? I always thought Mia and Ashley were soulmates, that they'd been together since anyone could remember. I didn't know my mom had suffered a heartbreak as bad as mine." "I do." She offered me a sad smile. "I was around your age, 18, I think. I'd already met Ash, and we were hanging out a lot back then, but we weren't together. I was seeing someone else, and I really, really loved her. Cassie. We did everything together. I actually planned on proposing to her, and I know we were so young, but that's how crazy we were for each other." Whoa. This was major news to me. I never had a clue about this. It felt I'd been missing such a huge piece of my mom's life story, the page only now filling up with ink. What happened? Because clearly it didn't end well between them. "It was the summer before we were supposed to go back to college. She was always super adventurous. I was a little more reserved. We were camping, and she wanted to go for a morning hike. I stayed behind to make the coffee and some breakfast. It was around 11 when I started to worry. By nightfall, I was frantic. Police wouldn't look for her, not yet, but I knew something had to be wrong. And here, I just knew." She put a fist to her chest. My heart felt like anchors were weighing it down.
What happened? They found her. 5 days later. I was told the fall killed her instantly, so she didn't feel any pain.
Jesus! It was my turn to offer comfort. I put a hand on my mom's shoulder. A swirl of acid rose in my throat at the thought of my mom suffering so much. For some reason, maybe it was because they were both always so strong, I never imagined either of them going through any hardships in life. Like they'd been walking on a golden-bricked path this entire time. How naive was that?
It was hard. Really, really hard, Dust. I didn't get out of bed for weeks, and I lost sight of a lot. I had felt so in love and on top of the world one second, and like I was being crushed by it the next. It took me months to even have coffee or eat breakfast again. 2 things I had saved for Cassie, as if she'd ever be coming back.
She wiped away a silent tear, smiling even through her pain.
As tragic and painful as her loss was, I recovered from it. Ashley and I explored feelings that we had always kept tamped down, and those blossomed into beauty. With Ash, I was strong enough to pull it all together. I graduated with my degree in zoology, and I worked my ass off so that I could open up this sanctuary. And along the way, we were blessed with 4 beautiful children that keep me smiling every single day. And that's the thing, Dusty. My heart had felt completely torn apart, and I have no doubt that it was. But as breakable as hearts can be, they're also fixable. Sure, you might wear a few scars and hold a few ghosts inside, but that doesn't mean it won't start beating for someone again.
And then it was me who was wiping away the tears.
Thanks, Ma.
I sniffed and rubbed my nose.
I know logically that I'll be okay. It's just... it hurts. It really, really hurts. I love him. Loved him. I never saw this coming. No one ever does, she tisked. It hurts me too, Dust. Your mom and I always talked about how happy you 2 looked. Have you talked to him since the blow-up?
Nope. Nothing.
Do you want to talk to him?
I wanted to answer, sure of my feelings. No, absolutely not. I never want to see or speak to Brandon Reed ever again. Words didn't form. I couldn't say it. I couldn't say no.
Do you want to talk about it?
My mom knew a simple question could break down whatever dam I had put up for myself.
He wasn't truthful with me, Mom.
About what?
Everything. I don't know, that's the thing. I don't know what he's lied to me about.
Let's start with 1. I rolled my eyes, even though all I wanted was to cover them with a pillow again.
Well, he didn't really lie about this, kind of. But I had heard through rumors that his family kicked him out for being gay, but that wasn't the case. It was because he had a big blow-up because his mom flushed his cocaine and he ended up accidentally hurting her. My mom stiffened, and the next question she asked was meant to be nonchalant, but I knew it carried heavy weight.
Did he ever get physical with you?
No, never. And that's why it's so shocking to hear. It's not the Brandon I know, and I know...
I thought I knew him well.
But then Luther tells me all these things, and then one's supposed to be a lie and the other isn't. I don't know.
Does he still do drugs?
Not since we've been together. And he said he's been sober for a long time now, since he moved in with his uncle about 2 years ago. And I believe him. I don't think he's touched the stuff. He freaked out when we got offered some at a bar.
Has he apologized? Spoken to his mother?
I shook my head and looked out the window again, the sky now a curtain of rolling gray clouds dropping a sheet of rain onto the horizon. Not that I know of, no.
He's tried, but I don't think they've accepted anything. But you think he's changed? I do, yeah. But I didn't even find this out from him. That's what hurts even more. If he had only just told me himself, then maybe I would have been able to process it better. My mom nodded, her frown deep. Maybe he was scared, and that's absolutely no excuse, but if he was scared of losing you because of this information, and he was waiting for the right time to tell you, then I think that can be reasoned with, right? Especially if he never outright lied to you about it. I took a moment to mull it over. Yeah, it could be reasoned with. But still, I would have thought by the time we were saying I love you, we would have been totally open with each other. It's not right, and I'm not happy about it. I'm also not happy about what Brandon's done in his past, and that does upset me. But I do think he's changed. He's been with us for the summer, and he's put in more hours working at the sanctuary than some of my most dedicated volunteers. I didn't tell you this, but Brandon applied for a job listing I had posted. It was a part-time gig, but I was surprised when I saw his name pop up on the inbox. I obviously hired him on the spot. He didn't want you to think he needed to work to live here, which I told him he absolutely doesn't, but still, he didn't want to worry you. My mom smiled. Which seems like a trend with him. I've been around him a lot, and Dust, I really do think he's a genuine good guy. Drugs are wicked. They change people in wicked ways, and they often make us hurt the ones closest to us, the ones trying their hardest to save us. I do think the drugs had a big part in it, and I do see why he'd hold things back as we got to know each other. I get it. I'm so hurt and frustrated and hurt. Plus, I don't know if he really sent nudes to his ex or not. Excuse me? What happened now? I winced, realizing that maybe my mom didn't need to hear all the details. But having stepped in it far too deep to pull back now. His ex said Brandon was sexting with him. Brandon denies it completely and fully, and he didn't seem like he was lying. He's also never acted suspicious around me. It's not like he freaks out when I'm near his phone or anything, but... You just don't know? I just don't know. My mom cocked her head. Really? It sounded to me like you knew. Huh? It sounds to me like you believe Brandon, and that you never saw any red flags or felt any spider senses going off. I mean, yeah, you're right. I think I believe him. She stood up from the bed, her hand still rubbing my back soothingly. I should talk to him, shouldn't I? My mom tightened her lips. She had her hair up in a loose ponytail, her honey brown eyes radiating the warmth I so desperately needed in that moment. It hadn't even occurred to me that I'd just asked her the same question she asked me, the one I couldn't find myself answering, except this time I was leaning away from a flat-out no. Truth was, Brandon had been calling me on a daily basis, and I just never answered. Each ring felt like a new nail pushing through my rib cage, but I let the rings go, letting the call go to voicemail. I think you should do what you think you should do. Damn, she was good. Now come, I've got dinner ready, and Helena just rescued a baby fox that she's bringing here, so tonight's going to be a good one. She might be bringing River, too. She walked to the door, hanging onto the frame and looking back at me as I started to get up out of bed, my muscles stiff from not having been used in a while. You're going to be okay, honey. Better than okay. Thanks, Ma. I feel a lot better after talking to you. Before she could disappear down the hall, I got up from my bed and called down the hall. I'll be right down. I'm just going to make a call. Take your time, Dust.
26. Brandon Reed. I parked my car and put my forehead against the steering wheel, letting out a long breath.
This had been such a long week. Such a long week. I'd been driving for 5 hours to get here, and I'd stayed at a crummy hotel for the nights before. I felt like Dusty needed his space. Sleeping in different rooms, as shitty as it was, wasn't enough. Being under the same roof had me spiraling, and I knew it must have tortured him in the same way. And so I left. I wrote up a long note thanking Mia and Ashley for their hospitality and their friendship through the summer, and for the part-time job that let me save up some much-needed cash. I told them how heartbroken I was that it had to end this way, but that I thought it'd be the best thing for right now. Maybe not forever. I hope not forever. I thanked them for welcoming me into their family and for cooking me some of the best meals of my life. By the time I finished writing it, I'd used up 3 pages of printer paper and a handful of tissues from the crying. I signed the letter and left it for them, gathering my stuff and Ubering to a nearby 2-star hotel. I didn't have much cash, but I had a few credit cards that had enough space to last me about a month. But since school was starting up in a few weeks, my scholarship should kick in and I'd be okay for the coming months. Birds chirped their evening songs from the nearby oak tree, its branches stretching out over the roof of my parents' 2-story home, the gray stucco roof looking like it could use a wash. My mom loved that oak tree, decorating it for every single holiday. It would be dripping in spider webs for Halloween and lights for Christmas, with pastel wrappings swirling around it for Easter. I grabbed the bundle of purple lilacs, beautiful blue and yellow irises, and white daffodils, all of my mom's favorite flowers, and got out of my car. As I walked up to their house, my phone started to ring. I instantly thought to the voicemails I had left Dusty, all 26 of them, up until the mailbox told me there wasn't any space left. Not now. Any time but now. I stopped mid-walk, my parents' house looming over me like some kind of haunted mansion, even though its clean white walls and dark wooden trim looked nothing like a haunted house. But there are ghosts in there. I answered the call without even looking at the ID, my heart teetering on the edge of a cliff. Hello?
Hi, this is Maggie with Sharkbait Loans. Do you have any credit?
I put the phone back in my pocket. That was clearly not the call I wanted, but that was fine. I had to be able to focus on what I was about to do. I couldn't chicken out, and I had to make sure I got my words out. The steps up to my parents' porch seemed to stretch up toward infinity. In reality, I took the 3 steps in one lunge, like I used to do all the time, holding on to both railings and leaping. I had to ring the doorbell, but my muscles were starting to freeze. I really didn't want to mess this up. But what happened if things did somehow get worse? I came at this time because my father wouldn't be home. It was just my mom and my little sister. But what if they weren't ready to hear an apology? This could be my last chance at redeeming myself. A deep breath snapped me out of the deep freeze. I rang the bell. Moments later, the door unlocked, and my sister stood in the doorframe, standing with a look of disbelief as her eyes fell on me. I had told her I was coming, but I guess she didn't really believe it until now.
Brandon?
She put a hand over her mouth, and the other one swung around me. I instantly wrapped my arms around her, feeling at home for the first time since I'd been kicked out of it.
Oh, Brandon!
She cried into my shirt, and I cried into the top of her hair. It smelled just like I remembered, cotton candy and roses. She was tall, an amazing volleyball player, so her head fell on my shoulder. I wasn't sure what had been in the water when the 2 of us were conceived, but it was clear we were related. My sister. My little sister. God, I've missed you, sis.
I've missed you too.
She separated from me, her green and yellow eyes flashing with apprehension.
And you're okay, right? Totally okay?
Completely. I've been sober since everything happened. I went into rehab and got therapy when Uncle Ricky started to help me, which was something I really needed. It's changed me so much, Juno. And I've sent a few emails to Mom and a couple of texts. I've been trying to slowly approach her, but after this past week I've had, I know this can't wait any longer. I can't be scared. I need to be here. I want to be here. I miss you guys. My sister took in a deep breath as if trying to push down another cry.
Come in. Mom's in the living room.
I went inside, and it was like stepping into a time capsule. Everything was like it had been years ago. It even smelled the same, with the same Febreze linen scents plugged into the walls behind the fake trees that didn't lose a leaf, or grow one for that matter, in the time I'd been gone. There was a difference, though. My photo, the one of me graduating middle school, the one hanging in the hallway between the foyer and the living room, it was no longer there. Neither was the photo of me and my sister wearing our matching jean outfits and posing awkwardly for the JCPenney photographer. I tried not to let that get to me, even though the absence made me want to start bawling.
Right there and then.
Fuck. I deserved it, but fuck. This was hard. Was I ready for this? Could I do this? Funny how I had run headfirst into a fire to save Dusty's cat without barely a second thought, but walking into my old living room gave me pause. I can do this. Dusty would want me to do this. That thought alone was enough to push me over the threshold. The living room was a wide-open space with soft leather-green couches and plenty of sunlight from the wall-to-wall windows and glass doors. It sometimes almost felt like the room was half outdoors, sharing the space with the woodsy backyard, lined with thick trees and well-managed underbrush. As kids, Juno and I would be half watching TV, half watching for Family of Deer, which sometimes crossed our yard, in full view of anyone sitting in the living room. My mom sat in the living room, looking as frozen in time as the rest of the house. Maybe one or two new gray strands in her dark auburn hair, but other than that, age hadn't touched her, hadn't even shown up in her zip code. She stood up from the couch, her hazel eyes catching the yellow of her dress. Mom. And then I cracked, like an egg crashing into concrete. I broke down, and between my sobs, somewhere in there I kept saying, sorry. I kept apologizing, but I couldn't quite get a full sentence out. This was exactly what I wanted to avoid, this breakdown, but here I was, rivers flowing down my cheeks and unintelligible sounds coming out of my mouth. My mom, she didn't move at first, stunned and speechless. Her pale and freckled face turned a fierce red. I wondered what she thought, if this made her feel even angrier toward me. Had I made a mistake? A mistake. I made it. Sorry. Deep breath. I made a terrible mistake. Mom, I could barely breathe. My sister went to the kitchen, talking about getting water, but I knew it gave her an excuse to be out of the room, to not have to witness this train wreck. Mom, it never should. The drugs. I'm so sorry. Through the blur of tears, I read a sudden movement, and for a hair-width of a second, I feared my mom was about to slap me. She deserved to. She deserved to hit me across the face after all the pain I'd caused her. But no, of course she didn't slap me. Of course not. She took me in her arms instead and gave me a tight hug. Just like old times, whenever I'd come home from school crying because of the bullies that would point out my height or the way I spoke or how I moved. I used to cry, and my mom would give me the tightest hug ever, and it would seem like everything set right into place every time. Even now. I hugged her back. For the first time in years, it almost didn't feel real. I'm sorry, I continued, as if I'd ever be able to say it enough.
Shh, it's okay, Brandon. It's okay.
Her voice was as soft as silk and as comfortable as an old blanket.
Come, sit. Have some water. Relax. It's okay. I promise. I'm happy you're here.
It soothed me, Beyond just the way she spoke, her actual words helped heal me. And they helped in pushing away the suffocating anxiety. I sat and gulped the ice-cold water my sister brought over. My mom, never far from some tea, grabbed her cup off the coffee table and took a sip.
I want to apologize too, Brandon. I should have reached out to you sooner. I shouldn't have let my son drift around like that. It was difficult. But I understand now. It just took some time.
I get it, Mom. Totally. I don't hold anything against you. I never should have blown up like that. Point blank, period. Nothing should have pushed me to that point. But I let the drugs do it. And no, you know what? I can't just keep scapegoating the drugs. It wasn't the powder that made you fall. It was me. And I'm so sorry. My mom reached across the table and grabbed my hand.
I know, baby, I know. It's okay. It's okay. I promise. It's okay.
I felt so much guilt.
It's okay.
So much pain. I rubbed at my eyes. As if you didn't feel any pain. It makes me so angry at myself.
Let it drift away, Brandon. We can mend what's broken. You're my son. I'll never see you otherwise. I'm just happy to see you again, to know you're doing well. Better than okay. You look great.
Her hand reached up and touched my face, moving as if she were scared I'd evaporate in a puff of smoke if she moved too quickly. I've been doing really well. And then, without any probing or effort, I fell into the story of my golden summer. I talked about how Dusty showed me a sparkling side of life that I had totally forgot existed with how focused I'd been on rugby. I talked about how a fire in my dorm pushed me into the life of my soulmate, and of how I was still paying the consequences for my terrible actions years ago. How he wouldn't even answer my calls anymore.
Oh, Brandon.
My mom had moved over to sit next to me at some point during my story. I put my head on her shoulder. This felt right. Like it was all written down somewhere in the stars, and that it all needed to happen exactly how it was written. I knew I still had to speak to my dad, but I felt way more confident about that now that I knew my mom and sister both accepted my apologies. I knew he'd come around. My heart felt equally parts lifted and buried. It was such a weird feeling. We talked some more, about all kinds of things, school, my future, Uncle Ricky, whose loss my mom was still mourning. She let it slip that he would give her updates on me, and she would be so thankful for him, knowing that I was being well taken care of. By the time the sun set, it felt like the past had been put truly behind us. My mom had taken me back into her arms, and I didn't feel as hopeless anymore. I love you, Mom, I said as we stood up to stretch out legs.
I love you too, son.
She hugged me tight, like the old days. I almost started crying again, but there wasn't much left, so I just sniffled and rubbed my face.
Having dinner here?
Yeah, I think so. When does Dad get home?
In the next couple of hours.
My phone started to ring then. Another telemarketer, I was sure of it. I went to hang up the call, but everything inside me flash froze. The screen didn't read potential scam call as I expected it to. It wasn't a bill collector or a credit card company or anything like that. It was Dusty. Dusty Gold. I never answered a phone so fast. Hello? Dusty?
Brandon, hey.
Fuck, I've missed you, Dust. I had to say it, had to let him know it, my voice buckling under the truth of my words.
Can we talk? Are you around?
Yes. By around, I meant I was about a 3-hour drive away, depending on how many speed limits I broke.
Can you meet me by the lake?
Yes. I was already grabbing my keys, my mom and sister watching me with curious gazes. Give me a few hours, though. I drove back home, here with my mom and sister.
Oh,
Dusty said, the surprise clear in his tone.
Okay, yeah. Take your time, then.
I won't, I said, unable to tamp down the smile spreading on my face. This didn't mean anything was solved between us, but it was the first sign of hope I'd gotten since everything had gone down. See you soon. I promised my mom and sister I'd be back the next day so I could talk with my dad. My mom said she understood and told me to drive safe. And she gave me a kiss on the forehead. Just like old times. I made it back to the Gold Sanctuary in record time. It was late, so there was no one on the roads, just me and my hip-hop music blasting on the speakers, my windows down and my terrible rapping skills on full display for any midnight truckers driving by. I felt hyped for the first time in days. I felt actually excited as I drove my rental car through the gates. How could this night have turned out so well? Don't jinx it, the night's not over. I still wasn't sure how talking with Dusty was going to go, but I couldn't have asked for a better reunion with my mom and sister. All my fears about them turning me away had been unfounded. I should have shown up at their door months ago. But maybe they weren't ready months ago. Maybe this was exactly how it needed to happen. I parked in the driveway and walked around the house, seeing the lights on in the living room and upstairs. Lucky, who was lounging on the porch, ran up behind me, his golden tail wagging so hard it looked like he was about to take off. He followed me all the way to the lake. "Hey," I said. Dusty stood at the edge of the lake, just like how I'd left him. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he hadn't moved, turned into a statue from the incident. He turned this time, and he even offered me a meek smile. His glasses reflected some of the moonlight, which made his eyes have an otherworldly glitter to them. He looked good, too, in a light blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up and a slim pair of khaki shorts, his hair gelled to the side and his face trimmed of any fuzz. "Hi," he answered, dropping his gaze before pulling it back up again. "You talked to your mom?" I did. I couldn't keep putting it off, being scared, so I showed up at the house, and I talked to them. How'd it go? Amazing. It was one of the hardest things I've had to do, but after a lot of talking and crying, I was able to fix things. I'm sure there's still work to be done, but I'm positive about the direction it's all taking. I slanted my mouth. Well, almost all of it. Brandon, no, wait, because I need to apologize to you, too. If I wasn't such a coward, I would have told you about my past sooner, and it would have taken the power away from that shitbag Luther. I should have told you, and I regret not doing it. I was just scared. So scared that you'd judge me, especially after seeing how perfect you and your family were. Brandon, my brother and I were found in a cockroach-infested motel room. Things weren't always perfect. But you knew that about me. You knew everything about me. And there's where I fucked up. Huge. You were so open with me. I should have been the same with you. I'm sorry. He didn't say anything, his expression not shifting. You have to believe me, though. I never reached out to Luther. I'd never cheat on you, ever. I needed to make sure Dusty heard the conviction in my voice. If I could sign a contract in blood just to prove how serious I was, I would have asked for the nearest blade. You swear? Swear on my life. I'll show you my phone. You can look through it here. He waved it away, his eyes locking with mine. I saw pain there, underneath the white light of the moon. Pain and sadness, and something else. Something warmer, more familiar. But I didn't want to leave it there. I didn't want Dusty to stay silent while still holding on to questions and doubts about me. On the way here, I began. Luther called me. Dusty's eyes opened wide. I didn't answer it. He left a voicemail, and I was going to delete it. I didn't ever want to hear that fucking shitbag's voice again. I opened my voicemails and hit the most recent one. But now you can hear it from his own words. I pressed play. I'm sorry, Brandon. It was Luther, clearly crying. I'm sorry. Take this as my last goodbye to you, all right? I never should have lied about the sexting. I never should have even showed up at the sanctuary. I shouldn't. It just hurts, Brandon. Seeing you so happy, knowing I fucked it all up between us. I was desperate, and now I'm sorry. And I'm sorry to Dusty. He didn't deserve any of that. I'm sorry. I won't ever be reaching out again. Goodbye.
The silence that hung in the air felt heavy. Dusty put a hand behind his neck and rubbed.
Jeez.
That's it. That chapter of my life is over. And you never have to question what really happened.
And you swear you'll never hurt anyone you love again? Never touch drugs again?
Never. You saw it. You saw what happened at the bar. I don't ever want to be near that shit again. I've also changed since then. I know how to handle my anger. I've learned how to process shit. I've learned. Dust, you've got to believe me. He looked deep into my eyes, reading me, scanning. I held my breath. What could he possibly be thinking? Did he see the same Brandon he had fallen in love with? Or did he see me as the monster I was when I hurt my mom? I couldn't tell. He wasn't saying anything. Why wasn't he saying anything? Dusty, he quieted me by reaching up on his tiptoes and kissing me. My eyes shut instantly. Wings sprouted from my shoulders. I could fly up to the moon, take a trip to the sun, and come right on back to the lake.
I believe you,
he said, hushed against my lips. His eyes were turned up toward mine. We were so close. God, how I missed being this close to him.
I do. Your actions speak as loud as your words do. I believe you've changed and that you really are sorry.
It was my turn to kiss him, taking his mouth against mine, my hand moving up to the back of his head. The touch seemed to break more of the glass between us. Dusty's arms wrapped around my waist. I am, I said through more kisses, wanting to make sure I drove the point home. Dusty broke from our kissing and rested his head against my chest. I was sure he could feel my heart hammering against his skull.
I really hated sleeping alone.
I huffed before speaking. It fucking sucked.
No more secrets, okay?
He was looking back up at me, his chin against my chest now. None. I'm never keeping anything from you.
All right, same.
Good. And I couldn't stop the smile from growing. I kissed him. Again and again. Fuck, I love you. I love having you back in my arms. I never want to let you go.
Don't.
I won't. And I didn't. Not for a long time. We held each other by the lake, letting the night slowly unwrap around us, the stars slowly inching across the dark sky, our bodies slowly getting reacquainted after the brief separation. Come, I said, when even the cicadas seemed to have gone to sleep, only the sounds of our breaths and the soft ripples of the lake filling the air. Let's go to bed. Dusty, his smile as wide as the moon above, grabbed my hand.
Let's go.
And so we walked back to the house through the crisp night. I felt beyond lifted, like I'd just won gold in the Rugby World Cup, like I'd placed at the very top, like I couldn't reach any higher of a peak. All because I walked hand in hand with the love of my life, with my partner in crime, with my Star Trek-loving Care Bear of a genius, with my sexy and fiery hot boyfriend, with my one and only Hummingbird hero. Epilogue. Dusty Gold, 3 years later. There was a certain kind of magic that came with waking up inside a tent. The sounds of nature slowly serving as an alarm clock. The chorus of songbirds and the gentle babble of a nearby creek mixed with the rustle of leaves in the cool breeze. There was a soft glow to the interior of the tent as the morning sun warmed us up.
I rolled over after a stretch and put my arm over a yawning Brandon. He smiled and rolled so he was on his side too, his nose basically tip to tip with mine. Which wasn't the only thing tip to tip. "Morning, baby," he said, his voice sounding as magical as the Naturescape soundtrack outside. "Good morning." I gave him a kiss and cuddled in a little more, fitting my leg between his. This was our 4th day camping, and each one had started in this same exact way, making me wish today wasn't the last day we had to spend here. It had been the perfect way to spend our 3-year anniversary together. We had come to the Big Bend National Park in Texas and spent the last few days hiking on some absolutely breathtaking trails. We walked through rocky halls of striated mountainsides, stretching up taller than the Empire State Building, and hiked up beautiful sloping trails that shifted from desert landscapes to more forested areas. Yesterday we took a kayak trip down the relaxing Rio Grande River, and sure, the name may have been a little redundant for Spanish speakers, but the day-long kayak trip through the Santa Elena Canyon was something I'd never forget. There were a few stretches of the river that turned to rapids, which gave us both a thrill as our little kayak bobbed and dipped over the rushing waters. I never felt unsafe, though, not when Brandon was around. For today's morning itinerary, there was nothing except plenty of naked cuddle time, and that was all I really ever needed. Underneath the blanket, our morning woods rubbed enough to start a full campfire. "Sleep well?" I asked, my hands going up and down his side. I loved feeling him, the way his muscles twitched and stretched underneath his skin, and how the firm curves made my hand glide up and down. Like a baby. Janeway woke me up for a second. She started barking at some noise outside. I didn't wake up. You didn't even twitch. I cuddled and kissed him. Damn, I sleep like a rock. You're also hard as a rock, I said playfully, my hand slipping down between us. I rubbed us in one hand, drawing a soft moan from the both of us. It was all we needed, like a key starting an ignition. Our kisses went from soft and playful to hungry and needy. He pulled me onto him, our lips still locked. I straddled him, the covers sliding off me, our bodies rubbing together and creating an absolutely delicious friction. I ground my hips harder, becoming drunk off the touch, the skin-to-skin heat that consumed me just as much as this kiss had. His thick cock pressed hard against my belly, his length always driving me completely fucking wild. I loved feeling him this hard, a testimony to how badly he wanted me, his cock throbbing and leaking against me. At some point in my straddling, I positioned myself with his cock pressing into me, pushing my cheeks apart. I could feel the head of him against my hole, and a blazing wildfire flashed through me. I groaned loud into his mouth as he pushed up, slowly but firmly, my body taking him in just as slow. Without lube, there'd be no way I could get the full size of him in me, but fuck was I hungry for it. The head of his cock pushed in, wet with his pre-cum, and stretched my hole, sending me straight up into the atmosphere. I sucked in a breath as I sat back on him, pushing my limits, wanting to see Brandon's light hazel eyes roll back in his head from the pleasure and heat. Oh, fuck, baby. His hands moved over my chest, his big fingers playing with my nipples as he pushed in a little deeper. My cock pulsed hard, so I reached down and stroked, my entire body relaxing into the euphoria, making the distant burn exactly that, distant. You've got me so hard, I said, looking down at the rope of pre-cum drizzling down onto Brandon's rippling six-pack. Over the years, I'd turned into a bit of a dirty talker, and it seemed like Brandon loved it. He hissed as his fingers dug into my hips. I couldn't take it. I needed him to fuck me. I didn't need any more of this teasing, these slow motions. I wanted him to plow my fucking brains out. I reached over and dug in the backpack, his cock still partly inside me. I squeezed myself around him, his fingers kneading deeper into me. I popped open the bottle and squirted some on my palm. I reached behind and pulled him out, stroking him and making him slick. He twitched as I did it, his body stretching and unfurling underneath me. I pressed 2 lubed fingers against me and slipped in. "Yeah, that's it. Dust, finger yourself for me." I did as he asked, biting on my lip as I pressed and massaged my inner walls, pushing against the spot I knew would make my cock leak even more. Sure enough, I moaned as my cock drooled down onto Brandon, a puddle of clear pre-cum forming in and around his belly button. He took a finger and dipped it in, his eyes blazing with a fiery heat. I licked my lips, watching as Brandon sucked his wet finger, his eyes closing in pleasure. He dipped his finger in again and brought his hand up to my lips next. I took him in slow, sucking and licking around his finger, tasting myself while I continued to finger myself. By the time I pulled my finger out, my body was already crying out for Brandon's. I needed him to fill me, to fuck me, to make love to me until I was shouting his name so loud it echoed through the canyon surrounding us. He held his cock up, aiming it toward me. I put a hand on his flushed chest as I sat back, his hard length sliding in without any resistance. I opened around him like a flower, his cock filling me with a sensation I couldn't even begin to describe. I groaned as he thrust upward, sinking himself in fully with a smooth move. He knew I could take it, and I did, my entire body feeling like a live wire swinging around in Category 5 hurricane winds. Oh, fuck, Brandon, fuck me, fuck me. His fingers grabbed back onto my hips as he continued to thrust up into me. He drove himself in, deep and relentless. The sound of skin slapping on skin filled the tent, mixing with our animalistic grunts, drowning out any of the nature sounds that had been lulling me back to sleep earlier. Sweat beaded around my neck, on my forehead, across Brandon's chest. I leaned down so my head rested on Brandon's shoulder as he continued to pound me. I wasn't even touch myself, and I was already about to blow, as if Brandon was just fucking the cum right out of me. Keep going. Oh, God, Brandon, baby, oh, fuck. You're so fucking tight, baby. Brandon's eyes had that glossy quality that told me he was riding the edge of the wave, same as I was. Come inside me, baby. Please, come in me. The words were pulled straight from my core, and they seemed to have been all the both of us needed. The dual orgasms slammed into us both, Brandon's momentum fraying as his load filled me up, all while my cock twitched between us, shooting ropes of cum onto Brandon's chest. My ass twitched and tightened with every shot, milking Brandon for his very last drop. I collapsed onto him, the cum smearing onto me, both of us taking big breaths and letting out bliss-filled laughs. I kissed him softly, pecking my way across his chin, up his lips, across his cheeks, everywhere. I wanted to kiss him everywhere forever. I love you so much. It's wild, I said, feeling lifted and free. I love you more. No way, I love you more. I don't think so. I think I love you more. His hands softly glided up and down my lower back, one of my favorite spots to be touched. Let's settle on equal amounts of love, then. Fine, Brandon said, smiling and giving me a playful thrust with his semi-stiff cock, so wet from the lube and cum that he had no problem sliding in and out. 3 years today, baby. Brandon looked up at me, his smile wide. I've loved every single day of those 3 years, every single one. You've turned my life into a fairy tale, Dust. I'm so excited about spending 100,000 more years with you. I looked into the eyes of the love of my life, falling straight into his depths. 100,001. 100,001. He kissed me again, our bodies melting together as our hearts soared. I couldn't see how this day could get any better. It was only the morning, and I already felt on top of the world. I had no idea. This day would unfurl to become one of the most unforgettable days of my life. Brandon Reed. Today had started off with a bang, and I wanted to make sure it ended the same. The entire day had me nervous. Shit, this entire week had me nervous. But just like how I'd slip into the zone whenever I'd play a match, I had to do the same for our anniversary trip. I wanted to focus on Dusty and only him, making the world as small as the two of us while we explored the beauty of the park. It really had been a special few days here. It was the perfect way to start wrapping up our summer, right before the premier rugby season started. And seeing as how I was drafted onto the national team and playing on the national stage, I was grateful I got these last few days so I could disconnect from it all and spend time loving on Dusty. Which was exactly what I spent doing on our last day camping. We took a short morning hike around a scenic trail that looked out onto a tree-filled canyon before we went back to the tent, unable to keep our hands off each other for long. In fact, we almost didn't make it to the tent, our kisses taking us off the trail for a moment, our hands rubbing on the other's hard dick. So we spent the afternoon fucking, the flaps to our tent open, the view that we had at our campsite completely stunning. Just across from our tent was a river that fed into a large lake, which was lined with flowering desert plants and framed by volcanic rocks that were layered in chalky reds and dusty browns. Our dogs, Captain Catherine Janeway and Wesley Crusher, both affectionately called Janeway and Wesley, were happy doing their own thing, the two border collie mixes never straying too far from their dads. We had adopted them a year ago and loved every second we spent with the fur babies. Olive took a few months, but she came around to them and now followed them around the house like she was their shadow. The two dogs lounged outside the tent, curled up together, while Dusty and I finished up getting ready for an evening hike. "I can't believe I start my new job next week," Dusty said, his head shaking in astonishment. "At NASA," I emphasized the word, my heart swelling with joy for my Dusty. He'd worked so fucking hard. I knew he'd get there eventually. I believed in him every step of the way, and he'd started believing in himself, too. I saw it spark in him like a firecracker. It took a few no's along the way, of course, but each one felt a little less disappointing and a little more like learning experiences. When Dusty saw the position as a junior research scientist, I didn't even need to push him into applying. We had just graduated college and were riding the high of being let loose in the world, and not even 10 days after we put on our caps and gowns, Dusty had an interview for the position. 5 days later, and he had an offer for the job. "God, I'm so fucking proud of you," I said in a swell of emotion. I looked him up and down, admiring every single inch of the guy. He'd grown so much in the past 3 years, but his smile never changed. It still stayed bright and electrifying. His eyes shone behind the spotless lenses of his blue-rimmed glasses, matching with the blue in his hiking shoes and the navy blue trim of his shorts, which stopped inches above his knee and gave me a mouth-watering look at those sexy legs of his. He came over to me with a smile, the sticks and stones underneath the tent crunching when he walked. "We've both got things to be proud about." He gave me a quick kiss. "Mr. National Rugby League star." I smiled like a bashful little kid. I can't even believe it yet. Once the season starts, I think it'll kick in. "It better kick in. You're playing with the big boys now." "I'm excited." "You're going to be great. There's a reason why you got picked for the U.S. team. When does training start?"
2 hours after we get back home tomorrow. Dusty's brows jerked up.
"Whoa, I didn't even realize it was that soon."
"I'll be fine. I've been keeping up with the gym and my at-home routines. Shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully."
"It won't be."
He tiptoed for another kiss before turning toward the tent flaps.
"Ready for one last hike?"
Dusty asked, looking over his shoulder, his eyes glinting beneath his glasses. "Let's do it." Cue a huge dose of nerves poured straight into my stomach.
I wanted to vomit. I felt that nervous. This was it. In less than an hour, my life could be changed forever. Our lives could be changed forever. I chugged a gulp of water from my hydro flask before strapping it to the backpack and slinging it over my shoulder. I followed Dusty out, the lake gently lapping up a few feet away from our camp. There was the fire pit we had spent the night cooking s'mores over and telling ghost stories that had to be funny and not scary. Janeway and Wesley perked up from their cuddle session. They followed behind us as I led the way up a gentle slope that started the trail I had picked to end our trip with. It was called the Glassy Mountain River Trail, and it was supposed to be one of the most stunning sights around. I wanted to make sure to save it for the grand finale. So we walked up the slope, down a gravelly, crunchy trail, chatting and laughing, our hands swinging between us. The dogs followed us, sometimes the two of them taking off in an excited, tail-chasing race. At some point during these 4 days, Wesley had figured out the best way for random cuddles during a hike was stopping in front of one of us and dropping to his side. He wouldn't move until he got a belly scratch or two. I only hoped Janeway didn't catch on. We'd never make it through a hike. Wesley only asked for belly scratches twice on our way to the clearing that culminated as the end of the Glassy Mountain Trail. There had been no one around, and as we walked, we were surrounded by desert flora at first, with cacti and succulents growing thick and tall among all the rocks and dust. But as we continued our hike, the landscape started to shift. We were getting closer and closer to water, and the plants and trees reflected that change. More delicate flowers were growing in thick patches. Since it was an evening hike, the sun was nearly gone from the sky, but the orange-blue glow the sunset cast on us was more than enough to light the rest of the way. We turned a corner, and something incredible happened. The trail ended in a clearing of tall and bushy willow trees. Inside of the circle of trees was a vibrant purple lavender field, the soft scent of the flowers drifting over on the breeze, making the long lavender flowers seem to shift and dance in the wind. And above the pink and purple sea was a glittering blanket of fireflies. They dotted the clearing, more than I could possibly count, their little butts lighting up left and right, on and off. Behind the line of trees was a staggeringly tall and sheer mountainside, which was lit up like a window reflecting a magma-hot wildfire, red and shiny and glassy. We both said, "Wow," at the same time, looking around. I had heard it was going to be beautiful, but I never could have imagined how beautiful. "Wow," I repeated. And even though the scene was as serene as could possibly be, my heart hammered in my chest harder than when I finished working my running drills for rugby. I swallowed, trying to push away the nervous energy. Just focus on the moment. Focus on Dusty. Wesley disappeared in the tall field of lavender while Janeway was a little bit more cautious, taking close steps toward the field with her nose sniffing on overdrive. "Holy shit!" I said, the thought suddenly hitting me like a bag of bricks falling from the sky. "The fortune teller. She predicted this." "What? No, she... Holy crap, did she?" My memory wasn't the greatest, but that day in the crystal ball tent with Dusty and Madame Lunaluz was a day I'd never forget. "She talked about fireflies," I said. Dusty's brows were almost at his hairline. "And lavender." "And 4 of... Holy fucking shit!" "We should have left more than just a 20. I laughed, both nervous and a little wild. "That's wild." I could barely say anything else. I couldn't really think of much either, nothing except, "Will he say yes? Will he say yes? Will he say yes?" We slipped back into a thoughtful silence. I wonder if he was looking back on our time together like I was, playing it like a reel I wanted to have running on repeat. We'd had our challenges, of course, but nothing outshone all the good times we had, and all the great times I really hoped were ahead of us. "Dusty," I said, grabbing his attention. "That's it. There's no turning back. I'm in the try zone. I've got the ball. I've just got to ground it. Bring it home. Score the point.
A deep breath.
Score the husband. I love you. I love you more than anything on this earth, and I say that with my entire chest. I love you, and I'll shout it out every single day of my life, Dust. You've turned me into a man who believes in true love, in soulmates. I wouldn't have believed in those things without you in my life. I wouldn't have had any proof. And just like you always say, proof is the pudding makes, or something. You know what I mean. His bubbly laughter lifted through the air. You're my soulmate, Dusty. You're my hummingbird hero. I reached into the side pocket of the backpack, then set it down. Will you be my hummingbird husband? And I went down on one knee, holding out the blue velvet case that held a shining platinum engagement ring. Dusty looked shocked and elated and like he was about to throw up. He covered his face before nodding and saying, Yes, Brandon. Yes, absolutely, yes. Never had one word sounded sweeter to me than a simple yes. My heart brimmed over the top with happiness as I slipped the ring on his outstretched finger. We kissed then, in the field of lavender and fireflies, under the curtain of moonlight and blanket of twinkling stars, and I felt complete. I felt whole. We were both on the very top of the world, and there were no signs of getting off it anytime soon. This concludes Hummingbird Heartbreak by Max Walker, narrated by Greg Bedreau. Copyright 2020 by Max Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Walker and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.